So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid that I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine. But I am here to stay. Won't look away. Storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control it. In my bones, I'm calling for the I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. Storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control it. In my bones, I'm calling for the I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. of art. I'm never gonna look back, cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change, slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, cause that's what it takes.
All right. Good morning, y'all. Happy Friday, October 24th. It is the end of this crazy week with Beyond Meat. BYND is the ticker we have on the screen here. In pre-market, trading at $3. And as we discussed here on Saturday, what was it, the 18th? The company had a corporate action, a couple of important press releases for you to read and understand regarding the share count change, the recapitalization of the company. And I mentioned to you guys on Saturday, there would be many people this week not understanding those filings, not understanding how the shares outstanding increased, and that the float, because the float changes, the short interest is going to be misreported. We see this all the time, right? If you pay attention to any retail stocks, especially when a massive change occurs to the shares outstanding, the data out there on these data aggregators and your broker lags the actual filings, sometimes by a week or two. And people think the short interest is 60, 80, 100%. When in actuality, it's like, I don't know, 10%. If we use the last reported shorts of 39 million, we don't know if 39 million is even correct. It could be 15% short, 20% short. What we do know is the float changed, the shares outstanding changed. And we do know that the data aggregators and brokers mostly are not showing the correct info. Although I see, and I have up on the screen here for you, MarketWatch, kudos to them, the second one to properly update the info. Dilutiontracker.com, always on the ball. They had this correct data on day one early this week. I also posted the Bloomberg terminal info showing the updated share count. And there's a lot of people that are going to come along grumbling and complaining, head in the sand. And that's fine. I get it. I mean, we see this, like I said, all the time, where people fight the data, don't want to believe the data, don't want to read filings, just repeat nonsense they're told out on social media. And hey, if you are a smart swing trader, you can capitalize on misinformation. What do you think the institutions are doing right now? They're capitalizing on misinformation. I want you guys to be smart traders, as smart as them. And I don't want to see you lose money. Anya, good morning. Greg, good morning. Kimber, what's up? Masad, good morning. Fate Boy, good morning. Greg says, I think on this place, several 100,000 calls and puts are going to expire today out of the money. Yes, Greg, I was looking at that last night. First, I look at the options chain myself, and I kind of, just based on experience and a quick look at the number of options, open interest and puts and calls for various strikes. And I try and come up in my own mind, where do I think that if they were going to try and manipulate the share price ending this week based on the options chain, where do I think it would end up? And I came up with $3. And then I go and check the Max Payne. You can Google that. And yeah, no surprise, it was $3 also. You can often do that. You don't need a website to tell you. You can just look at it visually. So a $3 close today would not surprise me for BYND. And then we start over next week. Another interesting thing that is happening today at the end of the day, 4 p.m. Eastern, is the official market data for short interest is going to be reported 4 p.m. Eastern. That will provide us short interest data across all tickers through October 15th, which is still not accurate enough for those of us that are trying to swing trade BYND. I mean, you really want current data, but that data doesn't exist. All we can do really is look at the cost to borrow as a proxy. And cost to borrow is what? Cost to borrow on BYND this morning is 46% over at Interactive Brokers. Remember, when we're looking at this data, shares available to short, cost to borrow, this is one broker. This is not the entire lendable pool. But it's a good guidepost. It's a good proxy for how lenders or what they're charging out there to shorts. 46% is high. It dropped from last week. It was 500%. And that is kind of your indicator that there is a massive new quantity of shares available to lenders. That's why the cost to borrow dropped from 500% to 46, but 46% is still high. On a normal stock that wasn't being shorted, you might see 1% or less on the fee. So the shorts are still trying to borrow. There's still demand for shares, and it is expensive for them. So, you know, it's anybody's guess what happens. This is still a battle. This is still a battle between bulls and bears. But the important thing for you to know, the salient point, is you must know that the shares outstanding increased and the short interest is not 100% like we see on Reuters. It's not 63% like we see on Fintel or Ortex. These data sites, they're just data aggregators. They're not the source of the data. They get API feeds, and their data is as bad as their data provider, Fintel, Ortex. They're not providing you data. They're repeating you bad data. MarketWatch, kudos to them for being one of the first to update their data. Dilution Tracker also updated it very early. Bloomberg Terminal was updated by Monday morning. The pros have had the right info for a week now, and retail is still on social media insisting that the data is not correct, that the float hasn't increased, the shares are restricted till October 30th. Like, literally all you have to do is read the company press release on their investor relations page to know exactly what's going on. I want you guys to use the company filings and press as your source of data, not social media, not data aggregator sites. They will always lag or be wrong. Greg says, I was extremely proud of myself for sitting this one out. A lot of people made a lot of money on this ticker, and there will continue to be a lot of people that make money on this ticker. The intelligent traders, the ones that are just repeating social media or not bothering to do their real own DD, they're going to end up holding some big bags. And I don't want to see that happen to you guys. Dan Oh, he's under Fat Boy Slim, YOLO. Oh no, I wonder why it did that to you, damn. YOLO, oh no. Good morning, Governor. So I want to see in the chat, what do you guys think? What's your closing price guess? So let's get some guesses in here. Let's see who at the end of the day is going to be the most accurate. And do you think it's going to end up anywhere close to the max pain of $3? Chris says, am I anticipating something crazy? I'm anticipating, I'm going to tell you, my guess is a close pretty close to $3. Might be a little under, might be a little over. I mean, 284, 304. That 284 was the close yesterday. 304 is where we're at in pre-market. Somewhere very close to $3. And then next week is a new game. I think if it wasn't for the options chain, I might have a lower number than $3. But there's a ton of open interest on the puts and calls. Here's the thing, guys. As today winds down, if you've been doing this long enough, you know. As today winds down and the theta ticks away moment by moment, any hedging that's gone on for the options chain is going to be unwound at the end of the day. And you're going to see, quite likely, that's where you'll get your highest volatility of the day. So I think it'll be a fun one to watch. Or maybe it'll be a boring one to watch if it trades flat all day. But with a high short interest, a high incentive, not a high incentive, a high desire by the bears to short this thing, it's anybody's guess. There's still a massive retail push to buy and hold this stock. I see it out on social media, and the bears, obviously, we can tell with the 46% cost to borrow, the bears are very interested in shorting it. So it's a battle. It's one more battle day. Anya says, time to find another ticker. Yeah, I just, Anya, this is a good lesson for everybody, so I want to chronicle it. And certainly we will be talking about more tickers as always. And if this is not your thing, I understand, but it is really, really frustrating to me. I cannot tell you how under the surface angry I've been at social media this week. Not just social media, though. Ortex, Fintel, Reuters, Bloomberg, Walter Bloomberg. Everybody misreporting the float and misreporting the short interest, almost as if they purposely want to trick retail to buy this stock. Now, maybe I'm being too much of a conspiracy theorist here, but it feels like a setup. The data is too easy to read with our own eyes. And the fact that all of these supposed professionals and reliable sites that charge money for their service, like Ortex, $75 a month, can't get it right, it feels like a setup. And that really makes me mad. It's one thing, if we go in a trade and it just doesn't work out, but when they're setting us up with bad information, that's crossing a line with me. And I have been going after Ortex on Twitter, but they don't ever respond. They're horrible, which makes me also think it's on purpose. Noah says, this was my first risk I took, managed to come out with an extra $200. Hey, that's good, Noah. If you got out in the green and you learned a little bit of something along the way, you're going to be ahead of 90% of people this week. Pokey Trainer says, welcome to America where there's no jobs and market manipulation. Man, this is a week where market manipulation was on full display in Beyond Meat. Now, I think they do have a earnings coming up in early November, and I might do a valuation assessment. We have not been talking about Beyond Meat this week as anything other than a swing trade, a momentum trade, and you got to pay attention to the chart. And that's fine. We don't look at fundamentals when we got a high momentum trade like this. But there's going to be a lot of people stuck holding this company that are going to be converted into investors, long-term holders, because they won't sell. And so I will provide some valuation analysis, maybe this weekend, and maybe again after the earnings report. Not because I don't have any opinion on Beyond Meat as a company. As anyone who's in my Discord knows, because we discuss it from time to time, I have not been interested in owning this stock. But maybe down here somewhere in these low price ranges, maybe it becomes something that a speculative long-term hold. I don't know. We really got to understand what is coming up in terms of additional dilution on that November shareholder vote for Beyond Meat. So I'll do a preliminary analysis over the weekend, maybe an updated analysis with the new financials once they report it. And then maybe we watch what happens with that shareholder vote late November. Leon says, what is my expectation? Just my guess, Leon, is a close somewhere around $3. I'm going to say within 5% of $3, up or down. Maybe within 3%. There could be volatility during the day, but I think that's where they're going to steer it to for Max Payne. Max Payne's not always correct, but it's often correct. Chris says, I'm betting the push from retail will be crazy today. They've been unrelenting all week, Chris. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with pushing a ticker that you're invested in or that you believe in. My only wish is that people would utilize accurate information when they're talking about the stock. Dead Breaking Free says, who wants to own that shit long term? There's going to be some people, Breaking Free, that are going to become long term holders because they'll be so in the red. I'm not going to I have no opinion. I can read the financials up till now. There's been a reason I never invested in this company. But it was a fun and profitable swing trade this week. It had nothing to do with fundamentals. It was just one of those weird corporate actions where social media sentiment and the shifting of the shares outstanding and the short interest all had a few moments of fuzziness, enabling people to really get some good trades in if you did it intelligently. Dink says, not interested would be way overstated for me. Yeah, I can do a poll, Chris. That's a good idea. A lot of times when we have tickers like this, and we've watched many of them, hundreds of them over the years, that have these massive runs up, they'll have a major drop, and then they'll get a little bit of life kicked back into them at some support level. So, looking at the chart here, I see a lot of room for downward push, but once the downward push happens and the shorts start covering the shorts that, let's say they're able to push it down from 280 to $1, some of them will close, then take their profits. That's buying. You get that little bounce. That could be an opportunity for the super speculators, but I can't predict when that'll happen. And those are very dangerous. You got to be quick in and out. When it hits that point where it's dropped so much that the shorts that are in it this week start covering to lock in their gains, you can get a little bounce. Profound Voice says just look back at the GME chart. There's many, so many we could look back at of how these things play out. And it's perfectly fine to trade them, but you got to have some strategies and common sense to trade them profitably and get out while you're still in the green. That has been my message all week. Have an exit plan, peel off profits as it's moving up. Don't get stuck in the red on this play. There's no reason when a stock runs from 50 cents to $7.69 that you lose money on it. Everybody should be in the green. And if you're not, then you need to get on a good team with some reasonable traders. Yeah, Dink, I'm kind of looking at these gaps. The same thing you're seeing it. Air pockets of no support. Yeah, here in about 2 minutes, all of the people that don't have pre-market access will fire off a bunch of trades. So yeah, there should be some volatility here in about 60 seconds. Let's see what happens. I got the wife hitting me up this week about Halloween costumes. Are any of y'all doing adult Halloween parties? I don't mean adult like X-rated. I mean like with your peers, with your family, with your coworkers. Anybody got a fun Halloween costume planned? All right, here we go. It is the 8 o'clock hour Eastern. Let's see what happens here. Chris says, so do we give up and let the shorts win? Where is the confidence and conviction? In his opinion, the sentiment is strong. I understand caution, but scared money doesn't make money. I don't have any advice for you guys. You know your own risk tolerance, Chris, and you know how much of your portfolio you've allocated to this trade. Everybody's in a different boat. I saw a lady posting on Reddit that had put her entire life savings in this, and she was down $9,000 because she got an entry at $6. How's she going to feel if it drops to $1.50? Because what, people are telling her to hold? Everybody is in a different situation. Some of y'all might have very large portfolios and you just allocated fund money to this, and it doesn't matter to you what happens. But for some people who believed that the short interest was over 100% as being reported this week and plunked their life savings down in this, it could be devastating if they are not correct. AIB says my Halloween costume is a Lady Gaga meat outfit, but it's all Beyond products instead. I think that old Greg on Twitter X should do a Beyond Meat glizzy post today. Chris says, sorry for her, but that was a horrible entry price. I agree. I mean, we can't be there for everybody, Chris. We can't be there for everybody. I'm just one lone small voice out here in the wilderness of retail traders. And most people hate my channel because we try and stick to facts, not hype. We can be excited about beautiful momentum trades like this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Super excited. But we still have to keep in mind the underlying facts that the entirety of the market hasn't digested yet. That being the shares outstanding and the true short interest. Knowing that data doesn't mean stay out of the trade. It means use that to help guide your risk management. Taha says, Tony, would you re-enter Beyond after that loss at $6 to $5? I would wait, and this is me. I would wait for a firm moment of real capitulation from the bulls to the point where it gets battered down so much and the shorts say, good enough for me. I'm going to close. I'm going to take my profits. If they do that in mass, that creates a bounce. That might be a good entry. You can see that on a lot of these type of short squeeze stocks, but you know, you're going from one speculation that got you in the red to another speculation with an uncertain outcome. And it really requires a nimble trader who has a plan and can read the chart and act quickly. Yeah, Open Door was a heavily promoted penny stock in June and went to $10 for real. It sure did. And Beyond went from 50 cents to over $8. Another fantastic momentum trade. Dan says, I haven't heard the saying George W. for ages. Has it gone out of fashion? I think it went out of fashion along with lamp on, lamp off. Oh, you know, Dan. Andrew says he's also dressing up as a piece of Beyond Meat. I should figure something out like that. It would be so timely. I wonder if Beyond Meat will still be a popular ticker in a week. AIB says, I think GameStop could acquire Beyond to offer sustainable Pokemon cards. I think Marcus Lemonis should buy this company. He could have Bed Bath and Beyond Meat. Why not? Marcus, come on, buddy. Taha says, how can someone see these penny stocks make these crazy moves before they do? Here's my suggestion. And you must utilize caution here. Find the promoter sites on Reddit, the promoters on X, StockTwits. Find the promoter accounts. They flit and they float from ticker to ticker, heavily promoting beaten down companies, sometimes with very high short interest, sometimes not. But if they begin a sustained promotion campaign and you are able to throw a couple bucks in each one as soon as the first tweet that they mention it, and then just cross your fingers. These are never good stocks. It's always a bit of a gamble whether they can get the momentum going or not. But we talked about Beyond Meat here. I'm not a promoter of stocks, but I could see the corporate action, and we've been through this enough times. We knew that people would misunderstand the short interest. We talked about it here on Saturday night. I do a lot of late night stock chats, just casual, where we throw around ideas, and Beyond Meat was on our list of tickers to watch Monday morning, and I got in Beyond Meat early doors on Monday morning pre-market. Once you're in early, a lot of that risk and fear is off the table. But you got to know these promoters that put out these price targets. I don't put out price targets. I can tell you when a stock is likely to run up, when it's likely to go down. We can usually see when it tops out. But when they tell you a 50-cent stock is going to $100, you got to derate that number. Don't trade on a promoter's price target. Trade on the chart. Trade on a profit that makes sense for you. For some people, that's 100% gain and I'm out. Some people make 10x baggers, 1,000%. Really comes down to your risk tolerance and your ability to read the chart. If you're not sure, take an early exit. There's nothing wrong with that. There's always new tickers. It's about racking up repetitive wins and not racking up repetitive bag holding. John, good morning to you, sir. Leon says, would you say Wall Street Bets has good early warnings on these kind of stocks? They do, yeah, absolutely. If you see something getting a high interest and the ticker hasn't started moving yet, it might be worth throwing a couple dollars at it just to see. But again, whatever price targets they're given, just forget about that. Derate it by a factor of 10 or 20. Taha says, I was up 300% and was greedy until it fell off. Yep. We've all been there. We've all been there. Fun fact, a lot of people don't know this. I started my channel a month after the AMC squeeze because I was so mad at the promoters of that stock during the squeeze for not encouraging people to peel off profits. I made a lot of money on that June run up in the AMC. And I was sitting here yelling at my screen at Trey and Matt, like, what the hell are y'all doing? Telling people to buy options when it's at $60. Come on, man. And I've spent the last 4 years watching every single retail pump, trade, squeeze, you name it. I've probably either traded it or watched it and monitored the social media, because that's psychological intel you can use for the next trade. What is the messaging? How do they frame it? What are people thinking? What are they getting wrong? All of these things are important. If you want to be a successful momentum or swing trader, you got to learn how the herd thinks and then learn how to not be part of the herd. I want you to be a lion, not a sheep. Monitor the herd, see what direction the herd's running, run with the herd, but then get your kill and move on. Leon, I do have a book list published somewhere. I'll see if I can find it and drop it in the chat here. I think I published it in Discord. It's been a while. I was thinking it might be a good time to republish that. Let me check my financial education room in the Discord and see if I can find my book list, and I'll post it in the chat here. I'm looking. The problem searching for the word book is all the times we're talking about book value. Here we go. I found it. Last time I posted it was February 2025 in Discord. I'm going to repost it in the Discord, and I'll post it to you guys here. Silver Surfer, thanks for the sub. R. Watson, what's up, amigo? Barely Social says, good morning to you. The stream of reason and common sense. You know, I will take that. Thank you. Chris says, you ran a poll the other day with $10 on the list. Why not today? Because $10 is not on the table for a price today, Chris. I mean, I could put a poll and I could give you a $10 plus option if you'd like. But in my view, it's not going to happen. I'm just one guy. Don't hate. Don't get mad. You could still think it's going to go over $10 today. I just ask you, based on what? What's the belief? Looking at the chart to think that it could be run back up. I've been wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. A couple times. Once or twice. My wife writes it down in a book. It happens so infrequently. She's like, aha, on March 13th, 2022, you were incorrect. Noted. We'll talk about this at your funeral. She doesn't have very many of those notes in her book. I jest, but I think it's fair to say we've been correct far more than we've been incorrect on these sort of trades, and in particular when retail does not understand that the shares outstanding changed and the float is not, the short interest is not 60, 80, 100%. When I see massive amount of people believing the incorrect information, then most likely you're going to get screwed. I'll not use the F word. Most likely you're going to get screwed because they're pushing that false data for a reason, to screw you. Anya says, when were you wrong? It takes me a while to go back and think, Anya. I know one thing we got wrong, Anya, for sure. And it was really a failure to understand the filing. And that happens from time to time. Sometimes we don't understand stuff, but I always strive to do better. And a big mistake we made back in the day when AMC offered the ape ticker, I failed to account for the fact that institutions and ETFs would not hold that equity. It wasn't that AMC was better than ape. It's just institutions and ETFs are not going to hold the preferred share. That was a learning moment for me, and I've used that knowledge to better my trades, better the information I share with you guys. Same reason I told you that the GME warrants, there'd be massive selling of them. Don't expect a warrant squeeze on GameStop, because all of these ETFs and institutions that got the warrants were going to be net sellers. So yeah, sometimes we make mistakes and sometimes they cost us money, but we always figure a way out of it, Anya. And if we don't figure a way out of it, we sell and take our losses, and we use that knowledge to improve the next one. Yeah, I can do that, Chris. Let's do a poll here. A poll. Beyond, what do we want to do, Chris? High price? The high this morning so far has been what? About 340? There we go. Hopefully you like that, Chris. Silver Surfer says, I think Beyond will run. It certainly could. My crystal ball only works a couple minutes in advance on a trade like this. Anything could happen. But I do also try and use the chart to make some predictions. And today we have even more fun added to the mix, and that is options expiration. The old Max Payne. Max Payne. Taha is asking about NVIDIA. Let me put it up on my other screen up here. Taha, NVIDIA. Market cap $4.43 trillion. PE ratio 51. I mean, I don't hate NVIDIA, Taha. I know there are people that have dedicated their YouTube channels to getting you to move into other stocks because they've been saying for 4 years that NVIDIA is crap. NVIDIA is not a crap company. Is it getting overvalued up here? Maybe. but it will probably stay overvalued as long as they're turning in results. So could it run up from here? Sure. Do I like buying stuff at the top of a run? Like, let's see. I don't have my lights on, but you're going to get to see the camera here for a second. Up here, you know, do I like buying up here? No. I like buying after a bad news pullback. That's what I like. I think NVIDIA is a cost average. Have a plan and just add a little bit from now till forever. You might get some now. This might be cheap in 10 years, or it could be expensive. So just go slow. Miguel, good morning. Buenos dias. Andrew says, why beyond a $10 a plan implemented to increase the consumption of plant-based foods globally? I mean, we're just talking today, Andrew. They could have a plan to implement the increase of consumption of plant foods globally, but it's not going to be pulled off and impacting revenues and earnings today. We will take a longer term look at BYND. I will this weekend and after the next earnings, and maybe we can get 1 or 2 videos out. I'm not going to cover BYND every day once this momentum run is over, but you know, I like stocks that have gotten beaten down like this. If we think there is an angle, if we think there's a chance management can turn them around, and I will know that after I do a deeper dive, look at the upcoming earnings, look deeper into the upcoming shareholder vote. I have no opinion right now on the long-term outlook of BYND. No opinion, positive or negative for you. Andrew says, Korea has meat similar to BYND. They focus on Korean dishes. Do they have a beef bulgogi made out of artificial meat? Andrew says, someone big thinks Americans going to eat more plant-based foods. I wonder why. Needless to say, Americans' diet is already 50% processed. Yeah. I'm a bit of a health nut. Some of y'all might know that. I'm not perfect. I have my moments of slippage, like maybe a popcorn at a movie. I like movies. But I'm a big advocate of shopping on the perimeter of a grocery store. You go to the veggies, you go to the fruit, you go to the fish counter, you go to the meat counter, and you go to your dairy. Get your Greek yogurt, your real butter, and try and avoid the middle of the store where all the processed crap is. That's why I can't go shopping to the grocery store with my wife, because she'll spend an hour walking up and down every aisle. I could be in and out the store in 10-15 minutes, as long as it takes me to patrol the perimeter and throw a few things in the cart. But guys, those of you that know about BYND, isn't it considered a fairly processed product? I think they've done some work to make it healthier, less processed. To my knowledge, my only experience with their products was chicken nuggets, which were pretty good. I mean, the taste is not bad. The texture is not bad. Throw them in a little barbecue dip. Perfectly acceptable. Do I have any plans to switch to BYND nuggets? Not at the moment. I mean, if I was a long-term investor in the company, maybe. I just don't eat chicken nuggets. I bought them to try them. Anya says they switched to avocado oil, which is a good thing. Yes, I like that switch, Anya. What was it before? Soy? All right, getting the second cup of coffee going here. Maybe we'll wake up. I've been up since 4 this morning, so I'm sitting here in the dark just trying to watch these stocks, check social media, do a little more reading and educating myself. And yeah, maybe we'll turn the camera on and the lights here in a bit after I wake the heck up. I don't even know what time I went to sleep last night. 11, 12, then up at 4. No alarm, just bad luck. Haha. What kind of cat do you have, Andrew? Both of mine went out on patrol this morning in the backyard. Well, I say mine. My wife found them. One was a rescue dropped off at a vet clinic from some farm, and the other one she found out by the lake when she was visiting her grandma. They're both big boys now. They enjoy hunting out in the backyard, and sometimes the front yard. All right, Anya's got the deets for us here. She says the main ingredients in a Beyond Meat burger are water, plant-based proteins like pea protein isolate, red lentil protein, brown rice protein, and avocado oil, methyl cellulose, potato starch. See, here's a problem, Anya. Maybe TMI, too much info here, but I can't eat pea protein and lentil protein. It just does horrible things to my digestion. If you know what I mean. You wouldn't want to be in the same room with me. Something I had to figure out the hard way from trying to eat healthy, sometimes protein powders, making shakes, trying different things. Pea protein is in a lot of keto protein bars. Man, if I eat one of those, I'm just ill for half a day. Horrible digestive issues. So probably a Beyond Meat burger would not sit well with me. I'm not everybody. That's just something weird about me. If you can tolerate it and you have no digestive issues, and you like the taste, then knock yourself out. All right, let me go stir up my coffee. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. And then we'll pull up the CPI data. Thank you, Dink. Ooh, that's hot. Dumbo says, I'm allergic to peas, so I'm out. I prefer meat anyways. You know what? I just did a quick grocery store visit yesterday and picked up some beef fajitas. So that is on the menu for this afternoon. Beef fajitas and some pre-made but not fully cooked tortillas, which is going to be my naughty. You know those tortillas where they're like half cooked and you cook them up on your little skillet griddle there or whatever, and they finish cooking and brown and bubble just like they came out of Abuela's kitchen. Put some cheese on that, some Mexican green sauce. I don't even know what you call it. Got some really hot peppers in it. Not the green salsa. I'm talking about that green, pasty, hot, good stuff. Maybe some, I've got some onions I could grill. Oh, and I bought some peppers yesterday too. Yeah, we're gonna have a banging fajita meal today. It's not wasabi, Dumbo. It's called Mexican restaurant style jalapeno hot sauce, hot salsa. Jalapenos, canola, lime juice, garlic, and salt. Ooh, it's spicy too. It's good stuff. All right, do we have CPI data? Inflation rate hits 3% in September, lower than expected. Long-awaited CPI report shows. Prices that people pay for a variety of goods and services rose less than expected, but they're still rising. I mean, I don't often look at prices on shit, but I do notice it in the grocery store. Shit is getting expensive, man. Consumer Price Index showed a 0.3% increase on the month, putting the annual inflation rate at 3%. Excluding food and energy, core CPI showed a 0.2% monthly gain and an annual rate also at 3%. Breaking news. Please refresh for updates. While we're here, before we go back to the BYND screen, let's just check in on oil. I saw our boy Trumpy was feuding with Canada last night. See if there's any headlines on that. He was mad about a commercial they're running. Reagan saying tariffs are bad. Oil at 62.15, Brent at 66.37, gold. Oh no, come on, man. 40.76, silver 47.7. Come on, man. Why does it say gold gains if they're in the red? Gold rose on Thursday 2%. Well, it's back down this morning. Dang it. Bitcoin at 111.5. Good. It's on a little bit of an uptrend. European markets all in the red. Ouch, man. Asia, we had the Nikkei in the green. 10-year Treasury 3.96. Trump terminates all U.S. trade negotiations with Canada over Reagan tariffs. TV ad. What are we still negotiating? Is my first kind of question. Is this a bluster headline or what? Why is Canada spending $75 million? Come on, Canadians, you going to let your Premier of Ontario waste money on ads running in the United States. $75 million. Imagine how many people that could feed. It is amazing what we waste money on these days. Governments. Dow futures jumped 200 points as light inflation report paves the way for Fed rate cut. Let's go cut those rates. Yes, come on, baby. BYND moving up here as we approach the morning bell. We got an hour to go. It did tank a little bit, but we are back up to 322. Christopher, thank you for the sub. Christopher Falvey. Yeah, habanero plants, that's the way to go, Andrew. Jalapeno, habanero. If you got a garden and you can grow that stuff, woo, baby. Silver Surfer says, is everyone here for the BYND Squeeze? Mostly we're just here for good company and conversation. And BYND Squeeze is our plausible reason for being here. I think it could be an interesting day, maybe, because of options expiration and the amount of sentiment out there is still very strong. Who knows what could happen? The shorts are trying to beat it down, but it's pretty damn expensive to borrow. 46%, I think, was the last number I saw, cost to borrow. So, you know, it's not a slam dunk that the shorts will get the win today. Anybody's guess. In fact, I want you to guess. Drop your number in the poll here in the live chat. Karina says, I think a high of at least $4 today. You know, that I think that's entirely reasonable, Karina. $4, you could easily push up that high in just a few minutes. Yesterday, we had a high of 357. We've got the simple moving average, the 50, at 373. That will, let me turn off extended hours and see. No, it drops down then. We don't like this. Let's go back. If we add extended hours, it's at 373. So you can see yesterday it slightly surpassed the 50 and then pulled back. That will likely act as some resistance point. And what happened to our EMAs? Here we go. Let's see how those look. We got the 200 EMA all the way down there at 230. That's probably where it wants to head. But you know, if today wasn't Friday, if today was not options expiration, if Max Payne was not $3, my guess would be we're headed down to about $2.30, $2.30. But it's literally anybody's guess with today being a Friday. It is Friday, right? Oh yeah, it sure is. Yeah, so pushing up to 375, entirely possible today. Dropping to $2.30. Possible, but I'm going to say because it's options expiration, much less likely. I'm going to stick with my bet that we close the day around $3 with maybe some interesting volatility throughout the day. How low do I think it'll go today? I think they'll try and push it down to this 200 EMA, this bold orange line. But I think that the options chain is going to be a factor today. We got, here's the open interest column. Let's move it. Open interest, high open interest on the calls at 350, 4. So they probably want it to close under that. If I'm just looking at calls in isolation, under 3. And then when we look at puts, we got 49,000 at 250, 73 at 2, 59,000 at $1.50, and 67,000 at 1. I don't think they want any of that shit to go in the money either. So somewhere around $3 seems like a good place for them if they manage to steer the price. A good place to end. However, as we were saying, sometimes as theta is ticking away and you're ending your Friday, big moves happen as options hedging gets unwound. So that'll be something to watch for. Ian Rita says we got action on GameStop. Let's see what we got. Nice. A nice little push up there on pre-market to almost $24. I love it. Any news? 24-hour trading is coming. All this talk about fajitas making me hungry. Chickpea says, Tony, this is going to drop like a rock. I personally exited. I exited the trade also, my friend. I have no position in Beyond, just so we're clear. We called this trade on Saturday. I got in it pre-market on Monday, and I already exited into the run-up. We're just chronicling the end of this week for posterity and for education. Chickpea says, with the data being incorrect on the float plus issuance of share dilution and a reverse split, you're talking about what's on the table for November, late November. Yeah, I think that is critical info. The November proxy is critical info for anyone who plans to become a long-term investor of this stock after this week is over. If your fallback is, oh, well, I'm in the red, but I believe Beyond can become something in the next 5 years. If that is your train of thought, I really want you to spend this weekend reading slowly through the November proxy. And if you don't understand what it is telling you, find some trusted people to ask. And I don't mean Reddit. The Sneakerhead says, just heard the final episode of Stranger Things coming to a theater near you. Yes, December 31st. December 31st. All right, Danny wants us to look at WGRX. Well, Logistics Health up 150% on a big move after hours yesterday. Still got momentum in early doors here this morning, trading at $1.14, up from yesterday's close. No, trading at $1, up from yesterday's close at 40 cents. Blockchain partnership. All right. Well, Logistics Health explores blockchain collab. Explores. Tell me more. Well, Logistics and Data Vault plan to collab on PharmaChain, a blockchain solution. Digitizing prescription workflows, enhancing efficiency and outcomes. All right. My first thought always when I get a press release like this is do we have some monetization here? Do we have an increase in revenue or earnings? So that's kind of the filter that I read every press release. Are we putting out fluff? Which is fine. Fluff is fine because it can move stocks. But really what I want to get to the meat of is this going to transform earnings so we can revalue the company permanently? Or is this just a momentum swing? So let's keep reading. I don't know. They announced a non-binding letter of intent. All right. So again, early doors on this conversation. I've seen many non-binding letters of intent, press releases pushed out just to trick people, a la GTII, G-Bucks, GBUX, Mullen, MULN. A lot. This doesn't mean much other than, hey, we got a press release to wave in front of your face. So just keep that in mind. I don't know anything about management here, if these guys are legit or serious, but non-binding letter of intent is just a non-binding letter. Hey, we're talking. The collab, I'm going to add in here my own little edit. The collab, if ultimately entered into a final agreement, is expected to involve a revenue sharing model, although specific terms are still under negotiation. So, just me, I would play this only as a momentum trade. Keep that in the back of your mind that there is no revenue tied to this press release, and traders likely will only be playing this for momentum. This is not company changing, life-changing information, in my view. Doesn't mean that you can't play it as momentum trade. Certainly can. BYND. There are many tickers I play in pre-market that have no news. They have news like this. You guys might have heard me if you've been with the channel for a while. We call it plausible pump press. Plausible pump press release. It's a press release that the pumpers can say, oh my God, you guys, look at this. They're going to the blockchain. This thing's going to the moon. It's a reason for people to talk about the stock, and that can move the stock. You just got to recognize it for what it is. There's nothing wrong with it. Companies do it all the time. Kind of like when they say they're going to show Stranger Things for one night at a theater. Is that really going to change the needle on revenues and earnings? Is it really? Frankenstein's going to be shown on 400 screens. Is that really going to move the needle? You got to think critically. Read beyond the headlines. Assimilate the data. Internalize the data. Become the data. Become one with the press release. All right, let's see our poll here. You guys said 48% of you think it will end with the high today being around 340. 30% of you expect it to move up to at least $6. 6% of you say it could hit $9, and 16% think 10 plus. I'd love to see 10 plus. I know, Mike. Slice says, but it's the long-term potential of Netflix flipping. That, my friend, is a valid point. You have internalized the data. You can see beyond the press release. Now, Mike, I know you know that there are people saying that this Stranger Things showing on December 31st is going to transform our Q4 box office and revenues. That's just not true. One night of showing is not going to fundamentally move the needle. However, once you understand that, cool. It is a much bigger story that AMC and Netflix are talking and starting to collab over the longer term. That could move the needle. Absolutely. We got people out there already making videos, Mike. Hour-long videos talking about the AMC and Netflix collab. I mean, okay. Fantastic news for 2026, 2027. But in my mind, and I'm going to be blunt and frank with you guys, that is not news that matters right now, considering we're just about to get Q3 earnings and there is a shareholder vote in December. That is what matters right now. The Netflix stuff is good to have, put in our back pocket. We'll factor it into our next year analysis, but we got very critical things about to hit for AMC that you need to be thinking more about. I've never actually watched Ong Shi Wei says Stranger Things, Walking Dead. I've never watched Stranger Things. We've tried to watch it twice. We couldn't make it through the first episode. And maybe y'all tell me, do I need to power through? I love Walking Dead. In fact, I've been rewatching the entire series. I had to take a break. I think I'm on about season 5, watching it again. Sly says, let's see where it ends up, the AMC Netflix partnership. I hope it ends up well, Mike. I want to see more collaboration. I want to see a thawing of the icy relationship. It only benefits everybody. And I think it'll benefit Netflix, and I think it'll benefit AMC, and every little bit helps for AMC right now. Anya says, Dan loves Stranger Things. Sell me on Stranger Things, Dan. Dan says, Heathen over Stranger Things. I don't think I've even heard of Heathen. Dan, you might be interested to know I've been on a James Bond film binge this week. Last night we finished watching No Time to Die, the final episode of James Bond 007. Madeline, you have all the time in the world. You've shown me the most beautiful thing. You've made the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She does have your blue eyes, James. I know. And then the missiles come in. All right, I'm going to look up Heathen. Heathen show. Heathens. Is it Heathens? The town of Freedom, Texas? Is that what we're talking about, Dan? Or Heathens and Thieves on Netflix? 2 drifters scheme to steal gold taken by Chinese railroad worker. You got to help me out, Dan. There's another one on IMDb. As hell rumbles with the threat of an infernal war, a ride-or-die crew of demons navigate the underworld. Malik82 says BYND will close at 3:01 today. Yeah, I like that bet. I'd place that bet with you, Malik. Stranger Things has nostalgia, 80s music, scary, funny, and nods to a lot of movies. Well, it sounds like it should be right up my alley then, Dan. Rally says, any suggestion on entry point for Beyond? We got to play the chart, Rally, if we're trying to get back in Beyond. And, you know, it's hard for me to answer you guys in a chat where I don't know you because I don't know anything about your ability to manage position size according to the risk. I don't know what your risk tolerance is. And I don't know if you have access to sit here and watch it all day, because these things can move up and down quickly once they start gaining momentum in one direction. And if that direction goes the way that you don't want it to, it could be bad. What I have said earlier is that often on these type of plays, whenever they play out, and I don't know if it'll play out today or next week, if they take a huge nosedive, for example, let's say Beyond goes down to $1, on whatever day that happens, you will probably see a lot of the shorts exit the trade. Maybe some new ones come in if they're super pessimistic, but a lot of shorts will exit and you get that little bounce. Not a huge bounce, but you'll get a bounce off of some new low as those shorts buy to close out their short position. If you want to see what that looks like, you can, I think Mullen had a lot of weird bounces like that. And even BBBYQ, you get these sick dips and then a huge unexpected rally. It's not really an unexpected rally. It's just shorts closing. They made 100%, 200%, 300%. Do they care if they give back 20% as they close and buy to cover and drive the price up a little bit? And then other shorts pile on. Oh shit, I better get out now too. No, they don't care. So that would be, you know, probably what I'm looking for. And then again, you know, if some news drops and we start seeing massive volume and some green candles, unrelenting buying pressure driving it up to date, maybe that's a buying opportunity too. Mostly what I will be watching is how it behaves around these moving averages and EMAs. How does it behave when it tests a boundary? You can see yesterday where it rejected. What's it going to do today? Are we going to push an upper boundary, or are we going to drop down and test a resistance level? It's always hard to guess when it's trading flat. You want to see what is it likely to do. Some of y'all will have bets, you know. I think it's going to test that upper boundary and push through. You know, maybe if you have that bet, tell me what you're looking at. Trip Hazard says, have you spied on GameStop these last 2 days? I've been watching it real close, Trip. I was wanting to get in with anything starting with $21. You can see my buy zone down here for GameStop. I'm kind of mad. Kind of mad that it didn't fall down below 22, because now, you know, I could have added to my long position, and now it's at 23.72, which I'm happy that it's moving up. I bought some extra warrants. I've got a position with the cost basis in the 21s. Good, move up. Go ahead. But I would have liked to add more. I thought we'd get a little bit more capitulation, but I'm going to put this in my notes, maybe adjust my demand zone up a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm watching it. I'm in the game. I want to see some volatility on GameStop. Dan says, make it to season 3 of Stranger Things and you'll be hooked. That's It's a big commitment, Dan. Sit through. All right, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to try and sit through 2 seasons. Chai Chong, welcome. Do we say ni hao? What are my thoughts on Jane Street investing on CIFR and BITF? Well, I was not aware of that, but Jane Street often gets in plays to sell options to retail traders. So let me just see. I'm not familiar with this press or those tickers. Let me just see what we got. Jane Street discloses 5% ownership in Bitfarms and 5% ownership in Cypher. And the reason I say that Jane Street often gets involved is back when Open Door was pushing up, people were pumping Jane Street, you know, the reason it was going to $100. Look at the position they took. I'm like, first of all, you're looking at data from 2 months ago that just got filed. Second of all, they want to sell you options. And as people were pumping that news up here, what's it done since then? It's dropped 30%. So, you know, just because Jane Street took a position, we need to dig a little deeper. Let me pull up something here. Do we have Fintel? Yeah. We're looking at what? CIFR. $13G filed yesterday. $19.6 million shares. I'm looking for the actual damn filing. Always forget which one of these buttons to click on. I thought it was this because I want to see the form. Effective date, no. That's effective date 6/30. Effective date, well, it says effective 10/23, so maybe that is a new position for them. That's better than seeing an effective date of 9/30, right? We don't, or 6/30. We don't want to be getting an updated filing for a position they had 60 days ago. You know where I bet we could find it easier is on the SEC website. There we go. Date of event which requires filing of this statement, 10/16. So that is when they accumulated this position. That's fairly recent. So that's better news than we typically see. A lot of times when people get excited about these reports. They're looking at 2-month-old data. So this is good. But then you got to ask yourself, why do you think that they're taking a long position? Is it because they're bullish, or is it because Jane Street likes to sell derivatives and mine retail sentiment? Pun intended. And let's see, the other ticker we were looking at, BITF. You know, I'm just, I don't know what their intention is, but go ask ChatGPT why Jane Street would take a large position in a company. Do they have a history of accumulating positions to sell derivatives? Are they an opportunistic institution or a long biased institution? I bet they're not. I bet the answer you'll find is they're not a long biased institution. Bitfarms date of event is also 10/16. Jane Street is also a market maker, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken. Christy says, I was looking at your VIP on Discord. I was wondering if you had anything on there showing your profits, your wins. I've been watching your live all morning. When I take a trade, Christy, I was talking about Beyond Live, so I think I did not update in VIP when I took the trades. I can't remember if I posted it in Discord or not, but generally whenever I take a trade in or out, I will post it in the VIP. I don't always post position size. Sometimes I will. I don't think it's really relevant whether I'm buying 100 shares of something or 10,000 shares of something. I don't want to influence anybody by the size of a position I'm taking. I think it's because all of us have different budgets, different risk tolerance. Just in general, I will tell you guys, when I'm investing, the bulk of my portfolio, I want in blue chip value type stocks with a long history of increasing revenues and increasing profits. Now, if we're talking swing trading, momentum trading, day trading, we might not look at things like profits or revenue. They're just quick in and out, but I'm not allocating 40% of my portfolio, or some people 100%, into a risky speculative momentum trade. I will size my trade according to the risk that I see and how early I got in the play. The earlier you can get in a trade, the bigger size you can take. If something's running up, like from 50 cents to 8, and you're looking at $5 or $6, I would say you better be sizing your trade small because it's already moved up 1,000%. That's just me, though. I'm old. I don't have time to recover from a bad decision. You know what I mean? If I can juice my portfolio with some good, intelligent entries and exits on swing trades, if I can juice my overall return, that's a win. Pre-market volume. Someone's asking on Beyond. Let's look at the hourly here. Pre-market. 500,000, 1.2 million, 300,000, 2 million, 17 million. 1.8 million. 17 million. That was a big hour right there. So what, roughly, if we add that in our heads real quick, that's what, about 20 million? It does say over here, volume 23.6 million. I wasn't too far off. I think, just me. What do you guys think? I think that the way that I approach risk is if you're entering a trade late, you downrate your entry size. If you've got $10,000 and you're coming to Beyond Meat after it's run up from 50 cents to $7, you don't want to put $10,000 down on Beyond Meat. You got to look at how far it's already ran. I know they're telling you on Reddit it's going to 100. What's the likelihood that's going to be correct? Very small. If I took an entry at $7, would I be mad if I lost 10,000 if that was all I had? Would I be mad if I lost 1,000? Would I be mad if I lost 100? Wherever the number is that you don't care, you literally don't care, you're not going to cry, you're not going to complain, you're going to say, oh, well, that's your entry position size. And for every one of you, that is different in every trade. Speculative momentum trades, you got to go in with a I don't care number. Now, there are some degens that will put $1 million down on something like this because they have high conviction. But I think that most of them also, that's probably I don't care money for them. Either that or they're at the point in their lives where it's put it all on black. And let's see what happens. Spin that roulette wheel. Karina, I can tell you, like, probably over the last several years, my biggest speculative trades have been, my biggest wins were AMC. That was mostly due to call options that I cashed out on as it was running up in June, early June. I forget how much I made. I've posted receipts for it before. $50,000 profit, something like that. And then I rolled that into Ethereum and Bitcoin and made another thousands of dollars because they were at a low back then, June of 2021. I rode those up and sold those. And I don't know, biggest one day. We're always trying for like a $10,000 one day. That'd be a good day for me. DWAC, when it first came out, was a good trade like that. A lot of times I'm just not sizing super risky plays enough to have a huge bragging number like, oh, look, I made $100,000 on this play. I just don't size my risk that way. I'm looking for overall return, spreading my bets out and accumulating wins. Sneakerhead says, how can a stock trade more of its available float in a day? See that stat over there, the fourth one on the right here called percent turnover? Oh, no, you can't see it. Let me hide this. Right here. Percent turnover. It's just a stat. It's not unusual for a ticker to trade more than the float. Not unusual at all. In fact, if you subscribe to any day trading channels, they're looking for high turnover tickers in pre-market because that means there's a lot of activity, a lot of traders, a lot of volatility, a lot of opportunity to make money. And some of these day traders are going in with huge size positions, in and out, in and out, in and out, More than you might think about trading in a month, they might trade in 2 minutes. And I'm just talking YouTubers. And then you factor in all of their viewers, all of the other people doing the same thing, and now take it to a whole next level. High-speed trading firms, computerized algorithms, flipping millions of shares every few seconds. It's very easy for a high turnover rate to occur. It's not a indicative of crime or manipulation. It's indicative of high interest in trading. That's all. Shares can trade hands infinite amount of times. Karina says, what percentages have I go check my blue value, my blue value. Check my my value playlist, or anybody, Anya, anyone who's in the Discord. A lot of the value stocks that we really focus on have made we're talking blue chip companies. We've made 100% returns on them in less than a year by carefully selecting out of favor stocks. I'm not talking speculative stocks here. I'm talking big companies. I'm not trying to spam my trading. I'm trying to be very selective about what I spend time investigating, really feel good about a setup, really feel good about an entry, and do we have a 30, 40, 50, 100% candidate on our hands, buy it when it's cheap, and then just sit back and wait and see if our DD was correct. Richie says, BYND traded 1 to 2 billion shares the first couple days of this week. It sure did, amigo. It could again today. Let's see. Let's see how the volume's been falling off. 2 billion on Monday. No, that was Tuesday. We had 1.2 billion, then 2 billion, then 2.2 billion, Richie. Man. Yesterday, we had 800 million. That's a big drop off. We will see if today's any different with options expiration. All right. Greg wants us to look at Invax real quick. He says analysts gave it an $18 price target. Novavax. $18 price target. Serious? PE forward is 3. That's pretty low. I like that. Let's go take a peek real quick before market opens. I'm not a big fan of either Cantor Fitzgerald and H.C. Wainwright. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I'm not. B of A, I hold in a little more higher regard. These two, I'm not saying, that these guys are bullshit. I don't know Pete or Sean. But I'm often not a fan of these two firms. Anyways, that's all that aside. Pete initiated coverage today with an $18 price target. I'd like to go pull up his report if I could. But let's see what they're forecasting. The revenue growth. They're forecasting negative 58% revenue growth next year and negative 42% after that. and then a bump up in 2028. So I don't like this. I'd want to go in and understand who's giving falling revenue forecasts and why. And in terms of earnings per share, the average analyst predicting 15 cents next year, negative 25 cents 2027, and 62 cents 2028. So I'm thinking, if we think ahead, who was that brought Greg? If we think ahead, if the EPS this year was 260 and they're thinking it's going to fall and then fall negative, we might want to come back and look at this one at peak despair in 2027 when it's a negative number. I don't know enough about why those forecasts look like that, but that's, if I was going to dig into it, that's what I'd spend my time looking at. I'd listen to the last couple earnings calls. I'd read management notes and 10Qs, press releases, listen to management guidance, see if those analyst forecasts are correct or not correct, if you can pull any intel together. Analysts are not always correct. What we're looking for is being correct before they are. We got a little pre-market juice going on here with BYND, now up 19% at 339. Let's go. Chris says, scared money don't make money. Let's go, Chris. Six minutes to the market open, and we need a little cowbell. I'm going to need a little more cowbell, baby. There we go. There's the cowbell. Chris says his average is 271, not sweating it. That's a pretty good spot to be in today, Chris. Kimber says, Tony, are you going to re-enter BYND? I never would rule anything out, Kimber. I don't have any intentions to right now, but if the chart speaks to me, we'll see. Part of the fun of watching a high interest play like this is you never know when opportunity might present itself. You definitely got to watch them. You just got to look at it, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh, just look at it. Look at it.
Oh, would you look at that? Just look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, just look at it. Just look at it. What the heck is that? Oh, would you look at that? Just look at that. I mean, just get a look at that. Would you look at this? You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. Look at that. You got to look at it this way, okay? You just got to look at it. That's all you can do anymore. Just look at it.
Just look at it go. Masad says, what are we looking for on the chart? Typically when we're looking for an entry, we're looking for sustained signs of upward momentum or a bounce off of a moving average or a point of resistance where the bulls come back in. However, this really becomes problematic for me to talk about with you guys because, you know, a swing trader, a day trader is not going to be trying to ride this thing up today for $7. They're going to go in on size and ride it up for 20 cents. So I hesitate to tell you, oh, I'm taking an entry at 290 and then I'm out at 320 and you're thinking it's going to $10. Like, I have no idea how you guys trade. Gabel, good morning to you. I have no position. We're going to watch and see what happens. If something looks interesting on the chart to me, I will certainly call it out. And if you guys see something that I'm missing, you let me know that too. Gregory, anytime, my friend. I like looking at the tickers y'all throw out there, you know. It keeps you sharp. Sometimes we find hidden gems. Sometimes we find plays that maybe we want to come back to at a later date. All right, we got 1 minute warning. Chris is talking about limited trades, and Tom is asking why. I'm guessing Tom, he's in a margin account, but he doesn't have $25,000 in it. Chris, if you move your account to a cash account, you can have unlimited trades as long as you're trading with settled cash. All right, here we go, boys and girls. Masad, if you've been around me for a while, I try not to make assumptions based on pre-market activity. Now, there are some often great setups in pre-market for swing trading, but a lot of times I'll exit before the market opens because some days you just get that when the market opens, you get the dumperoo, or the shorts coming in, obliterating all the pre-market traders. So I'm sure my Discord folks or regular viewers of the channel have told me, and even trade the same way, like just take a breath the first 10 minutes. See how she starts the day. We got the entire day to trade. So I don't ever feel pressure to jump into something right at market open. And that took some training. That took watching a lot of tickers, took watching a lot of them dump off as soon as the market opened, to be like, oh yeah, I'm much safer just as a general rule saying don't do anything at market open. Sometimes you'll miss out. Sometimes you will miss out. And a lot of times you'll save yourself some grief. Anya says, when I woke up, I thought BYND was back at 50 cents. Did you have a nightmare, Anya?
Did the shorts cover? No? Then what are we talking about?
I woke up at 4 a.m. Anya, and I just decided to come in here and start my work day. I don't know why. 4 a.m. is a little early even for me. Normally it's like around 5. Karina says, I feel like there's always a bit of a dip at market open. Quite often there is, Karina. Especially if the day traders bid it up, because it's easy to bid up a ticker on thin volume. Although I would not call 20 million shares thin volume, right? 23 million, that's not thin volume. But if it gets bid up enough when the market opens, some people that weren't trading pre-market might just say, thank you, sell, cha-ching. And sometimes it'll be shorted out of the gate, so. And then maybe you get a little bounce like right here. Once that selling profit taking activity is done, the new buyers, they're like, thank you for the dip. A tasty dip. Today's going to be a battleground day between the bulls and the bears as we figure out if we end up at max pain or not. Friday options expiration. Rivo, welcome. Paul says SoFi's booming. Let's go SoFi. I'm going to put it on my upper chart here. Remember back in the day when we started talking about SoFi, it was at $4. Y'all want to know what stocks has Tony ever recommended? I bet you could find a SoFi video from 2022 on my channel. I don't cover these tickers a lot because nobody watches those videos. Y'all don't want to know about something that's going to 9x but take 3 years. You want to know, how can I 9x in the next hour? Latvia. All right, welcome. Dobre jutro to you in Latvia. Sorry, I don't know Latvian. I only know a little bit of Russian. Max Payne rally is $3 for BYND today. Anya says, I didn't realize you were in SoFi before May. Markets with May. Yeah. My very first buy, Anya, of SoFi was in May of 2022 at $7. I'm looking at my screen here. And then when it dropped into the 4s, I increased my position size, as you know I like to do. If we believe in a play and it still keeps going down, we increase the position size on a dip. And we knew SoFi was going to be a long-term trade. I added on December 8th at $4.38. That was my cheapest entry on SoFi. Labrit is the Latvian language. I like languages, Rivo. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people that speak Labrit here. Not even a lot of people that speak Russian. Pero español, hay mucha gente aquí. I wanted to take French in high school, and my parents said, no, take Spanish. It will be much more useful. But French is sexier, Mom. Need a language to get the girls. Oh, I didn't know at the time I was going to end up in Texas with all these beautiful Latinas down here. So in the end, taking 5 years of Spanish and then another couple years in college ended up being a good thing. If only they had taught salsa dancing after class, would have been a good upsell. 5-Star Appliance says, I'm Russian. Good afternoon to you too. Chris says, I knew I should have sold the open, Chris. Now, you told us you had unwavering conviction. Just be patient. I mean, I'm just using your words back to you. I have no advice for you. Steve says, buying more as I'm scared. Steve says, who is selling profit takers from that nice run up to $3.40? Remember, guys, there are high-speed trading firms that are happy to make 5 cents on this trade. You think you're competing with people that are diamond handing to $10. I'm here to tell you there are big institutions, high-speed trading firms, computerized algorithms that will buy and sell millions of shares and make a penny, 2 pennies. They don't care. They're not diamond handing shit. So if they have an opportunity to short it and lock in a profit, or buy it and lock in a profit, they're going to do it. There's zero chance that all this volume is us retail traders. Zero chance. You got machines trading this thing and they don't care about big moves because they're buying in size. Paul says, after much research, I'm starting to like Beyond Fundamentals for the long term. I'm going to look at that this weekend, Paul. I have no opinion. I've avoided buying Beyond for... How long has it been trading, Anya? Anya's been talking to me about Beyond since I've known her in the Discord. I've said, no. But, you know, when it gets really cheap like this, maybe I'm interested to spend some of my time figuring out if there's a future opportunity for a longer hold here. I will do the first one of those deep dives on my own this weekend, and whatever I find, I will share with you guys. And then we'll probably need to do another deep dive after the next earnings. And then we'll need to do another deep dive. And look, we got news here. Beyond Meat expects to post quarterly revenue above estimates. All right. That's good news. That was in pre-market. But really what I'm going to be looking at is long-term profitability. What is the chance that they get out of the hole? What's the chance that they increase revenues? What's the chance that the recapitalization and the reduction of all this debt gives them a chance to survive? How is the shareholder vote in November going to impact my analysis? A lot of things to think about, right? And if it's, I'm going to just say, if the company is losing money and I can't create a story in my head where they can turn that around, I probably will still avoid it. But if I can create a story that I can back up with facts to you guys, reasonable assumptions that they're about to start turning a profit, then maybe we have a different video. Right now, this week, none of that matters to me. Boomer says he entered for 60 cents, left for $7.50. Boy, do you know how much I like hearing that.
Boom and jack! Boom and jack!
I love it. Chris says, Tony, if my gain or loss moves 110 bucks for every penny, do you know how many shares I have? What would it be? 11,000, Chris? Anya says 11,000 too. Anya's married to a math whiz. Isn't that right, Anya? Would you say your husband is a math whiz? What is he, a CPA or a math professor or something? Some smarty pants. Anya says, but I have some mathematical sense too. Well, that is good to have two of you like that in the family, Anya. Sid says, what price would you enter? I don't care about the price. I don't care about the chart. There's no magical price. There's only what is a good entry on the chart. Can you get in at a point of inflection? And right now, we're in risky territory in terms of volatility. This thing can change quick at this point. We're no longer in the realm of unrelenting bullish optimism, and all of the shares haven't trickled out to the institutions now. Now they have 300 and what's it say on the screen there? They have 397 million shares at their disposal to borrow. It's literally anybody's game, and I think your expectations for taking profit should be tight today. That's my 2 cents. Steve says, do you still trade crypto at all? I've shifted most of my crypto money over to SLV, Steve. Some would call me crazy. Gianluca still holding 4.5 thousand shares. Let's go, Gian. Good luck to you today. We did a poll earlier this morning. I think the majority, but not all of the people, think that we have a good chance of ending up somewhere near max pain today. That's really what I'm watching for. Will max pain be respected today on a highly volatile, highly shorted, high social sentiment, positive? Who's gonna frickin' win? The market makers? The options chain? The shorts? The bulls? Taha says, what do I think about XRP long-term prospects? I don't. There's only one crypto that I would buy, for long-term prospects, and that is Bitcoin. That's just me. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that have created a whole culture around the future of XRP. It's just not something that I'm really deeply invested in getting behind that story. It could be true, might not be. I don't know. I'm pretty sure if there's going to be a long-term survivor, it'll be Bitcoin. Oof Henriksen says, my guess is the apes win today. Let's go. I hope so, for all of y'all that need the price to go up. SLV, silver. Yukon Cornelius, silver and gold. Rudolph, silver and gold. I like the Tesla play too, Steve. Steve says, why silver? Can you shed some light? It's just, as I have said, Steve, it's a speculative bet, a little bit of hedge against economic uncertainty, maybe a little bit of conspiratorial belief that the silver market is being manipulated and there's not enough silver to deliver on all the paper that's been written on it. Some would call me crazy, you know. I listen to people that have hundreds of millions of dollars invested in silver mines, junior mines. And there is a wide belief that silver is underpriced, even at 48, 47, 50 bucks. So I'll let a little bit ride on that bet. It's not a, I'm going to say it's speculative. Because who knows? But in general, right, if you hold metals for the long term, I'm saying like 10-year outlook, 20-year outlook, you're probably going to be okay no matter what you buy at. Tom says, what are your thoughts on MSTR? Man, we haven't looked at that one in forever, Tom. Our good friend of the channel, the Crypto Cowboy, is a big fan of MSTR and some of the derivative funds underneath it. What was it? MSTY. I think at one point he told me he was making $10,000 a month off of MSTY, but he's been a long-term believer in MSTR. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but when I did talk to him several months ago, as it was peaking, around 500 bucks, and then again around 450, I said, have you really calculated in the dilutive effects? And that is my main concern with the MSTR. At the end of the day, if Bitcoin goes to 200,000, you're going to be okay. More than likely. But do I know that that's going to happen? I don't. Maybe we'll have the Crypto Cowboy on, and he is the most relentless crypto bull you could ever meet. We had him on a couple of years ago. He was pounding the table telling us all to buy crypto, and he called it 100% spot on. And I know for a fact he's been loading up for years. Anya says, if we had listened to the crypto cowboy, would we be rich? We would, Anya. Last time I talked to him, he was thinking about buying a second home in Nashville just because. Chris says, I bought some NBIS when it dropped to $25 and it is now over $100.
Oh my God!
I love it. NBIS. Nebius. I don't think I've ever looked at this ticker. 18 bucks this year. 18 bucks this year, and it's at 113. Guys, I'm just going to say again, and I know this makes some of the YouTube pumpers on other channels mad, but if you are not diversifying your portfolio, what are you even doing with your life? You got to find shit like this and spread your bets out. You're going to pile into one retail play, and that's your only holding, and it's only gone down for 4 years? Or are you going to spread your bets out intelligently, find good companies with a chance of growing revenues and growing earnings? This one looks like it's a little overvalued with a PE of 158, but man, they must have hella good expectations going forward to justify a PE ratio like that. AI, there you go. AI's on fire. You got to be careful with these AI stocks. You know, if we do get the AI winter, some of them are going to get a comeuppance on their valuation. I'm going to say, you know, play them, but don't be afraid to take a little bit off every now and then. Peel a little bit off for yourself. Let the rest ride. The day when AI melts down, whether that's next month or 5 years from now, it'll be quick and violent. Ask me how I know. I lived through the .com bubble, ladies and gentlemen, when our entire world melted down in a couple weeks, couple days. It's fun while it lasts, though. Let me tell you, ride that freaking bull as long as you can, but take a little bit home for yourself from time to time. Please roll it into something a little bit less risky. Dink says, if you think assets are up and to the right versus fiat, then it's a win. What are we talking about? Crypto or silver, Dink? Karina says AI is going to skyrocket our electric and water bill, right? I hope we don't. Do we have to start subsidizing these people? Or is any government subsidizing? I know the Canadian government subsidizing AI. Speaking of Canadian AI, what's our little rail town doing this morning? Oh man, finger. Those of y'all on my Discord know I am laughing at Finger. After we watched a 1 hour technical chart presentation on another channel. How does it take you 1 hour to TA a money losing company that just announced a 50% market cap dilution? 100 million market cap. They just announced an ATM for $50 million. And these guys do a 1 hour, guys, here's what I see on the chart. Buddy, you're about to get fucking steamrolled from the company raising money. It doesn't matter what the chart says. This company has never made money, and they just announced enough dilution to increase the float by 50%. And you're going to try and read the chart and tell people it's a good buy? Come on, bro. Got to be better than this, you guys. We got to be better than this. Railtown RLAIF trading flat this morning, Anya, at 42 cents. Still waiting on news. I guess it's not going to happen this week. We'll try again next week. Canadian AI. Heavily subsidized, that company, by the Canadian government. Thank you, Canada. Canada believes in their AI industry. Oh, I got you, Dink. He says MSTR takes fiat and turns it into Bitcoin. So if you have inflation over time, then Bitcoin grows in value over fiat over time. Yeah. I like Bitcoin for long-term play. I saw a friend of mine make a post. I think he's like a personal friend local here. He used to have his own brokerage company here till the SEC got on his case over regulation, he says. They treated me unfairly, Tony. Maybe I'll have him on for an interview one day. I think we all could learn from him. Anyways, he was railing against Bitcoin. These assets are dependent on supply and demand, what we would call a Ponzi scheme, he said. Obviously, clearly, ladies and gentlemen, I don't bring up crypto when I'm around him. We talk about ladies, country dancing in Texas. Not so much ladies talk since I got married, but you know what I mean. Known that dude for 30 years plus. Before I could even two-step, he was out there tearing it up. I was like, man, if you could just dance in Texas, that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. You don't need to be good looking. You don't need to have good, have good lines. You don't even need a job. Can you two-step, show a girl a good time? Jordan says, can you recommend a good place to start with learning the fundamentals of chart reading? I posted a recommended book list. Jordan, let me repost it. Let me see if I can find it. Do I still have it in my... Yeah, here we go. I wonder if I've added my recent books to this. I haven't looked at this thing in a year. I need to go in and update it. Wellington says, good save on the lady stock. My wife wouldn't be offended, Wellington. I met her at a honky tonk, so she knows all about my wild ways. She had to deal with many ladies coming up and bothering us, her, etc. when we started dating. You know how they try and do, oh, he's dating one girl, let's go cause some trouble. Hey, Tony, you want to dance? Why does that girl keep walking back and forth in front of us? Why does that girl keep looking at you? My wife's a little jealous. You wouldn't think so, being much younger than me. Should be the other way around, right? The book that I've been spending a lot of time with recently, who was asking about the book list, Jordan. Where is that book? Where is that book? Oh. I don't know where I put it, and I don't know if it's on the list, but it is called, and if you've been watching my channel for the last while, you know I'm big into supply and demand zone trading. And I think that is the name of the book. Not just reading a chart. Supply and demand zone trading is more useful when we're analyzing how to get an optimal entry in a ticker you want to hold for a year. It will help you identify what are the best times to enter, and then you just sit back and be patient. Wait for it to come down to that supply zone, that demand zone again, I mean. I think that's right, Frank Miller. Let me see if I can. Normally I have it here near my desk, but I don't see it. Let me check my bookshelf. I don't know where it went. Let's just see something here. I'll know by the cover. Maybe my wife snuck the book off to do some midnight reading about supply and demand zone trading. That looks like it. Mine has a white cover though, and what I'm seeing here has a green cover. Well, bookmark that that Amazon list, and I'll update it if it's not on there. As far as books on day trading, I mean, there are books you can buy. I have one called The Ultimate Day Trader. I would say also, if day trading interests you, start following some day trading channels where they're doing live trading. What's that guy's name? Warrior something. But more importantly is you need to learn the discipline of how to pick what to day trade. Have some criteria to filter, to pick out which tickers you even look at. Just because something's moving in the morning doesn't mean I trade it. And then you got to have the discipline to move quickly sometimes, entry and exit. Rivo says, which hours are more active in stock charts? I mean, most of the big gainers, Rivo, honestly, are in pre-market. 4 or 5 a.m. up until market open. If you have the discipline to get up that early, a lot of times you can be done with your trading day by the time the market opens. I don't always have that discipline to wake up that early. Tahada says, like what channels? Look up Ross Cameron Warrior Trading. Now, you don't need to go buy his $1,000 course. Just watch his live streams. Get the vibe of somebody who's been doing this successfully for a long time, but also recognize he's trading very large amounts of money, and he's in and out for sometimes 5-10 cent moves. Sometimes if he gets lucky, bigger moves, but pay attention to people like that are successful, patient, non-emotional, make mistakes sometimes. Yeah, we all make mistakes sometimes. And then practice on paper. Get a paper account. A lot of your brokers offer paper trading, and hone your skills. See if your instincts are correct before you ever start day trading with real money. The biggest problem I will tell you from talking to thousands of people over the last several years, the most common error I see is getting into a trade too late, followed by inability to exit a trade. And that inability to exit a trade could be when you're up 300%, you fail to exit because you think it's going to 500%. Or it could be you're down 50% and you're scared to exit because you think it's going to bounce back, and then you end up down 90%. Right? That's why I say have some rules for yourself before you ever take the trade. And then just follow those rules. Most of your mistakes will happen when you break your own rules. Or just get too greedy. Wellington says, what are your thoughts on the Fed cutting rates, knowing that JP is going to be replaced by somebody who aligns with the administration rate cuts? What sectors will benefit? That's actually a good question that I haven't thought deeply about, what sectors will benefit. But my thoughts on them cutting rates, yes, I think it's fair for all of us to expect that rate cuts will continue. And that is probably something we should have a discussion or some deep thinking sessions, if it's not already too late, about who could benefit from that. What sectors could benefit? Thank you for the question. Tahada says, do you not day trade? I do sometimes, Tahada. I did this week. I don't feel compelled to day trade every week. It really depends on where my play money, what bucket it's in. I have a lot of my play money in a AI ticker right now, a speculative OTC stock. But I had enough to play beyond. I like the bulk of my portfolio to be in longer term plays where I think I can own a profitable company with growing revenues and growing profits, and seek out those tickers that are very safe like that, which will give me 30, 40, 50, 100% gains over the next year. Those are very boring for you guys for some reason, but we talk about them from time to time. And if I'm up early, I might day trade some pre-market. If there's a ticker like this where like it's a slam dunk, yeah, I was in it Monday morning pre-market. Of course, we're not going to let an opportunity like this go by, but I don't feel compelled to day trade all day. I think over trading can also be a problem for some people. Tom says, what are your insights when a trend breaks out of its downward or upward momentum? I'm typically, Tom, looking for some conviction that we're going to start a upward trend, or a capitulation that bounces off of some moving average on the 1 or 5 minute. Right now we're trading below all the averages, so it's not a super exciting entry for me. If it fell like on the hourly here to like 232, I might be more interested at this point to risk it. Right now, I honestly think today is going to close at $3, so I'm not super excited to try and trade beyond. Put money on the line for what? I think the close is going to be around $3. It's at $3. All we're going to have, I think, is just some chop around $3 today. Anya says you could buy a ton at 290 and sell at 3. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you are a trader of size, there are opportunities to scalp here, but you got to have the ability to do that. And I don't know if everybody here has the ability to do that. Is Amazon a good company to hold for the long run? I think it's hard to go wrong with Amazon for the long run. I do want to take a deep dive look into them also based on that headline that I saw this week about investing, what, $4 billion? No, they're saying they're going to see $4 billion in cost savings by switching to robots. I want to dig into that. I'm not just going to turn on the camera and say, they say they're going to save $4 billion, but how much is it going to cost them? And then that's my opinion. I will actually spend some time researching, thinking, putting some numbers to paper. Chris says the chop is boring, just getting milked up and down, pinned at $3. I posted early this morning in Discord my guess that we would be pinned at $3 today. Long before I started this live stream. I'm perfectly okay with being wrong. But yeah, we need to see some sustained bullish momentum that the bears are scared to short. Maybe it happens. We got some resistance up here on the 5-minute chart around 316. Punched through it for a bit, but then they knocked it back down. What's up, Loki? My cat's talking to me. We have a Flame Point Siamese white cat with some red tips. And man, he likes to talk. My wife, she cracked me up last night. She's like, you remember when we got him from a kitten? I was so glad I found him out by the lake at my grandma's, and he was tiny and he was all covered with fleas and he was dirty. Like, who would have known he would end up being the best boy that likes to talk in Spanish? I just started laughing. I was like, what do you mean talking in Spanish? She's like, yeah, have you heard him talk? Yunwa Stevens, good morning to you. Just here for the entertainment. It's mostly entertainment for us today too, unless something pops off. I mean, if the bulls get a sustained run, it might be of interest to me. I'm mostly thinking we trade around $3 and end around $3. Tom, what kind of bird do you have? Bird's name is Loki. I picked the name Loki because he was white and we were watching Vikings. And I thought he should have, being white, he should have a Nordic name. And we happened to be watching the Vikings show. Love that show. And thus the name Loki. My wife named the other cat that she rescued from some other TV show. ASST. I think we looked at that one this weekend, Peter. Nice move up on that one today. Gap up. 87 cents to 93. Hit a dollar more or less. What news, fair sir? What news, good sir? Sorry, I was going to say fair maiden. What news, good sir? Strive approves board expansion. Well, all of our news is a week old here. We got no new news. Not a big fan of this chart. What the heck happened here? Why do we have a gap down, Peter? You say it's a good time to go in. I mean, we had that discussion with BYND, and that often can be a very astute observation when something gets gobsmacked beyond all common sense. That's why we went in BYND. But I need to know what happened right here. That was between the 10th and the 13th. Bitcoin strategy. No, that was on the 6th. What do we got here? Companies never made money. Profit margin negative 430%. I mean, I'm not liking the first look at it again. 12 million in cash. Working capital positive. Shareholders' equity is positive. Remind me what this company does. Provides services to investment companies, large advisory firm. Sounds good. Firm invests in ETFs and conducts in-house research. Why did they get gobsmacked? That's my question. A Purhura looks like a small parrot. I'm not familiar with that one. A couple years ago, some of y'all might have been around. I was watching a bird for a friend, and I had him on my shoulder during the live stream. He was a big bird, like a cockatiel or something. And every time I tried to feed him, I thought he was going to bite me because he was like snapping. Turned out, it took me a few days to figure out he wasn't trying to bite me. He just wanted out of the cage. Oh yeah, I've seen those birds before. Those are cute. He wanted out of the cage, and I took him out of the cage. He was like, for the first few days we had him non-stop chatter, squawking. I told my wife, I said, we are never getting a bird. Once I got him out of the cage, he was content, quiet, sat on my shoulder. All he was trying to do is tell me, let me out of the damn cage. I thought my cats were going to eat him or something, though, but he ended up doing fine. He was a gray something. Not a cockatiel. He might have been a gray parrot. Sparky, what's up? Sparky says the way to 112 price. What are we talking about, Sparky? Yeah, I think it was an African gray, Tom. He was pretty cool. I told my wife when we get the next house, if we can build a pet room off far away from our bedroom, you know, like maybe a sunroom or something that goes to your outdoors, she could have whatever hedgehogs, parrots. My wife wants every animal you can imagine. Rabbits. You can have them in that room. Until then, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, Sparky's saying the Beyond converts. All right, he says so you're saying $1.12, Sparky? Horses, yes, Anya. I'm down for some horses. Every day, my wife's coming home asking me about some new pet that she wants. Look at these pictures. It's available. Someone's trying to get it adopted. It's free. It's only 100. It's only 400. You know, always something different, you guys. No. We have enough animals right now. We don't need more. Taha says, thoughts on PayPal? We've looked at PayPal from time to time. I can't remember if I bought it ever or not. It looks like I have not. I don't know. I mean, how do you guys feel about PayPal? I feel like with the competition, and this is part of the reason I've stayed away from it, besides the fact that they pissed me off canceling my account, which was my own fault, to be fair. But I feel like there's so much competition that PayPal's is not as much as a slam dunk as it was before 2020. Price been knocked down from $310 to $70. I'm kind of glad I stayed away. Is PayPal an awful company? No. $50, nice entry. 56, you know, if I just gave you, without looking at the financials again, which I don't intend to, if I was thinking about adding PayPal, I'd draw a demand zone and say, and set myself some alerts and say, if it ever gets down here again, maybe we should think about it. Look, there's a pretty good demand zone right about here. All it takes is one bad week in the market, one bit of bad news from PayPal. Set your alerts. I'm going to set one for, let's say, $57. Now, sometimes I set an alert and it only goes up from today. It only goes up from $70. That's fine with me. There's plenty of stocks out there. I'm just saying, if I'm going to buy this one, since I'm not in love with PayPal, I want an entry that I feel good about, where I've seen previous support rallies off of that. Look at this. If you would have got in around 57 back in July of 2024, it rallied all the way up to $95. That's not a bad little trade. It's really respecting this 200 EMA. I'd also be asking myself, if I bought PayPal at 50, what's my exit point? 85? Am I okay with that? Because it's probably going to bounce down off of that. Unless there's some catalyst that's going to make PayPal the primary place to go for financial services, online processing. Sparky, you're killing me without, I don't know if you're leaving out decimals on your comment or not, but I'm going to check my email and see what you sent me. You're going to make a lot of people excited if you're saying that BYND is going to $112. Oh, that's the bond prices. Okay. Sparky's saying the bonds are trading between 107 and 112. Got it. So Sparky's saying the bonds are trading between 107 to 112. I see that on the Bloomberg screenshot. He says lots of volume. Yes, there are massive amounts of bonds trading. Lots of ARBs in and out, and hedges change with the stock price move. And that is something to think about, right? There's more at play here than just retail traders in a short squeeze. There is bond arbitrage going on. I think that's what Sparky is trying to convey to us. As I'm just going to guess, Sparky, correct me if I'm wrong, the typical, what we expect is as the price drops, what? This is kind of a weird one because I don't know anything about their bonds. Do they have convertible bonds out still? Are we looking at someone trying to hedge bonds that they're planning to hold by going short as the stock price falls? Or are we looking at convertible bonds where they're going to decrease their short on the stock as the stock falls? Chris, when we're talking bonds, when we're talking about 107 or 112, that compare that to the par value, which would be 1. So the bonds are trading above par. Sparky, feel free. I'm not a bond expert. I didn't grow up the last 30, 40 years trading bonds. Yeah, I studied them in school 30 years ago. Sparky is our resident bond expert. I'm going to put something on the screen so we have just a moment of education, because bonds are very unfamiliar to many people, and that is fair. A lot of us don't trade bonds, but some of us probably should be trading bonds. If you get really good at bond trading, often it is safer than trading the stock, and you can make some really decent returns, especially if you're brave enough to dabble around in distressed bonds. It's high risk, high speculation, but what is a bond quote when Sparky's saying 107, 112? Par value is the value of a bond when it's issued. For a 1,000 par value, the quote will display as 100. So when we have a quote of 107, that's $1,070 is what the bond is trading for, while its par value is $1,000. So it's trading above par. If you see a bond quote at 98, that means the price is 98% of par, or $988. If you see a quote of 102, the bond is trading at 102% of its value, or $1,020. This is, learning how bond trading works is like learning a whole nother language compared to stock trading. Fluctuations in bond prices can occur due to various things, including interest rates, the credit rating, or broader market conditions, or even, if a company is troubled or not. If a company is troubled, it can crash bond prices. And I tweeted out earlier this week, and I mean it, if you guys want a little corner to delve into and really become a better overall trader, I'm not talking day trader, just talking a better overall trader, start your educational journey about bonds and about how bond traders think. Because the assumption often is from retail traders, I've seen it for the last 4 years, their assumption is one of two things. Bond traders hate us and they're betting against us. Wrong. Or bond traders think just like us, retail stock traders. Also wrong. Bond traders have their own strategies, their own motivations, different type of return that they're looking for. And sometimes they want a stock to go up just like we do, especially if they bought a distressed bond for pennies on the dollar. Of course they want the stock to go up. That will skyrocket up the value of their bonds if the company is doing better and it increases the price of these bonds they bought at a major discount. But other times, if it's convertible bonds, people say, oh, they want the price to go up of the stock so they can convert. No, they don't care about the price of the stock. They don't care about the convert. They care about their return on the bond. And that is a whole, it'll make your head spin trying to understand that these guys don't think like us, and you need to stop listening to people that tell you that they do. Once you can understand how the bond traders think and what their motivations are, things like GameStop's convertible bonds, it's like opening up a door into understanding the GameStop trade that no one is talking to you about. I've been talking to you guys about it for 5-6 months. People hate it because I'm putting what everyone else is telling you on their ass, on its ass. Same thing with the AMC convertible bonds. People don't understand how these guys think or what their motivations are. You're going to fuck up your stock trade thinking you know what the bond traders are thinking. Chris says, is trading above par good? If you were wanting to sell the bond, it could be good. If you bought it cheap, if you bought it below par and price moves up above par, it could be good. But trading above or below par could just be a function of the interest rate the bond is paying compared to the prevailing rates on the market. It's not a simple answer to your question. As interest rates in the market adjust, bond prices will adjust depending on the fixed rate that the bond is paying. And I'm probably the wrong person to give you a professor's education on exactly how bonds work, because I'm barely trying to keep up myself. It's like being force-fed with the fire hose. Every day I gotta keep reading and reminding myself, what did I learn about this in college 30 years ago? I didn't grow up working on Wall Street. Yes, I studied this stuff in college, but I haven't spent a career trading bonds. I've spent a lifetime trading stocks and options. Bonds to me are always like, why do I need to learn about bonds? That's boring, low returns. I'm 20, I'm 30, I'm 40. I don't need to be investing in bonds. Who cares? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you are speculating in troubled companies like I am doing now, like many of you are doing, BYND, AMC, GameStop, you better understand bonds. You better understand bonds. Because those even like what? Bed Bath & Beyond. Who else got wrecked recently? Wolf Speed. If a company's not doing well and the bondholders force it into bankruptcy, what's going to happen? You're going to get jack shit. They're going to get the company. You better understand how they're thinking. You better understand the power they have to force bankruptcy. You better understand why falling liquidity on a balance sheet amidst negative income means your play is constantly in peril. The company's going to have to keep raising cash to keep the bondholders off its back to stay out of bankruptcy court. And they have the power. We don't have the power. We do good when the company's making money. That's why I like companies that have growing profits and growing revenues. Those are safe. But when we're delving down here in the gutter in these speculative companies, you better understand the power of the bondholder. Sparky is working. Chris. He has a real-time job as a bond portfolio manager. There he is. And I would never discount any tidbits he shares you. Like, this guy is not trading these stocks. He's not trading these bonds. He's here trying to provide some sensible thoughts from someone whose career is this stuff. I would never discount what he said. I don't always agree with him. He doesn't always agree with me. I take far more risky trades than he does. When we do ever converge on a trade, I'm risk averse, but he's really risk averse. You would expect that from a bond guy, right? But doesn't mean I'm always right. Doesn't mean he's always right. But he can tell you how the bond traders are thinking, because he walks in that world. Not on these stocks. So Sparky's saying the new 7% bonds went to old holders with stock $316 million. So they got new 7% bonds for part of the old debt, and the remainder of their payout was with shares, right, Sparky? The bonds were at 60. The new bonds were at 60, so $600 when the stock fell apart, and now they're trading at 107. So the bonds have appreciated in value from $600 to 1,070 just in the last week, Sparky? Is that what I'm reading? And I'm sure that has something to do with what? The company, the price of the stock going up. Chris says, Sparky shitted all over my trade. He shits all over my trades too, Chris. Don't, look, guys, a lot of people shit on my trades. It doesn't mean I can't learn some things from them. I don't ever take disagreements on a trade personally. Well, there was a time when I did. Let's be fair. There was a time where I didn't like if someone had a different opinion. Now I just say, thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Let me double check my DD, see if I missed anything. And maybe I change direction. Maybe I don't. But learning happens through conversation and being willing to challenge our own beliefs. Anya says Tony shitted all over her beyond trade a year ago, and he was 100% correct. I mean, Anya, let's be fair. I did not shit all over your trade. I just said there's nothing here that is of interest to me. It looks like it's going to lose money. If I'm going to pick up a speculative trade, I gotta have a belief that something is going to change. Like a belief that the box office is going to get better. Like a belief that a gaming company is going to shift into collectibles that are high margin as they're cutting stores and eviscerating expenses. I got to have a good story in my brain that I believe, not that somebody fed me on social media, something that I actually believe. And then I gotta look at the financials and say, will X happen before Y? Will things get better before they run out of money? If they run out of money, am I going to get my ass diluted on? A lot of things to think about. Anya says, you warned me when there was a brief opportunity to get out and I didn't listen. Yeah. Sometimes I'm right, Anya, sometimes I'm not. All right, Darwin Munoz asking about poet. Interesting chart. I like the general trend. I love when you guys bring me charts that are truly going up and to the right. We have a song that we play here sometimes about GameStop up and to the right as a little bit of an inside joke because people say it's only going up and to the right and the chart says otherwise. But this is a true up and to the right story since December of 2023. You already got a green light on the first pass, so congratulations. Let's look at a couple of other things here. I see no earnings. I'm just looking at the PE ratio. It says NA, so I'm assuming the company's not profitable. Market cap 850 million. Free float 100 million shares. All right, we got the lay of the land. Get rid of this. Sparky, did you hear my little professor session on bond par value? Poet Tech designs, manufactures, and sells semiconductor products for commercial applications in the US, Canada, Singapore, and China. Headquartered in Canada. Hello, governor. I'm just kidding. Take off, eh? Hoser. If you can remember, if you watched where those two gentlemen, what TV show featured the two comedians? I want to see, without Googling it, name the TV show with the two fake Canadian podcasters back in the, what was that, the 80s? Take off, eh? They started on a TV show. Pretty much everybody on that show from the 80s is now world famous, including the main stars of not Schindler's List, Schitt's Creek. Yes, Sparky, SCTV. That was it. I grew up watching that stuff, Sparky. It was part of the zeitgeist at the time. Everybody quoted every show. Every show got quoted over the water cooler the next day. All right, Poet Technologies. What do we got here? Sporadic revenue. How are you going to have sporadic revenue as a semiconductor company, first of all? I got a question. So we like the chart, but we've got only 3 quarters of growing revenue. All right. At least we got 3 quarters of growing revenue. Not a ton of money here. $270,000, if I'm reading that right. Net income, negative 17 million. I mean, this is not good. I see a lot of share dilution going on. Understandable when you're not making money. Trying to keep the doors open. What are you going to do? Profit margin, negative 6,000%. Not optimal, obviously. Balance sheet, 12 million. Cash. Current assets, 75 million. Current liabilities, 39. That is good. Current, yeah, and total assets 89 million, total liabilities 40. That's good. Total debt almost looks like no debt. That's good. So we got an income story here. We need to fix the income. That's what I would dig into. All I can tell you is I see a problem with revenue and net income, and I don't understand why the stock is going up since they don't really have revenue and income. Analysts rate it for some reason a strong buy. Let's see if they have some forecast. Yeah, they're predicting a massive increase in revenue over the next 2 years. So let's bookmark that one and add it to our watch list. And I need to go figure out what's going to change in 2027, that their revenue is going to go from $1 million to $100 million. I mean, I like that story. I like that story a lot. We like stories that flip from negative EPS to positive EPS. So something to dig into. We got some short-term yellow flags, maybe some long-term green flags. Sparky, have a good day. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for stopping in and sharing a couple thoughts on the BYND bonds. Well, we are heading down now more than I thought we would on BYND. Thinking that we would mostly stay trading around $3, but I said that if you remember, if you were here when the stream started, early doors this morning, I said they might try and push it down to this 200 EMA at 238. So 232, let's see if that happens and we get a bounce, or if this is just a little momentary dip, a little dippity-doo, and they're going to push it right back up to $3. Daniel says, look like BYND will drop further and further. It very well could, my friend. I am out of the trade. I'm following it for conversation, for education, to see if my prediction made at 5 in the morning in Discord comes true. How smart am I? Or am I just lucky? Or am I going to crash and burn with my 5 a.m. prediction? My prediction was a close around $3. And if that happens, next week will be a complete reset on trading strategy for the entire market because it's a new week. We got a lot of froth in the options market right now. Taha says it'll close around $4. Could, certainly could, Taha. We only got to wait a few hours to find out. What, about 5 more hours? Woo! Ong Shi Wei says, waiting to see if there's a pump around 11:30. There has been an inflection point the past few trading days. Hang on one second. My wife is texting me from her appointment this morning. Can you send me $25 to get some food? Oh, boy. You would think, Anya, since she works every day, why do I keep on getting text asking him for money? Where's all her money going, Anya? Manos Khan says, what's my opinion about XRP? I don't have any strong opinion about XRP. If you like the story, I like Bitcoin. Anya says, Scarlett, if you need 25, ask for 50. She can't hear you, Anya, unless she's listening to us from the doctor's office. She had a glucose test today, one of those 3-hour ones. And she's been fasting since like 7 p.m. last night. So she wants me to send her money to buy food when her appointment is over. I wonder what she's going to get. Whataburger? Speaking of food, I'm getting hungry myself. Maybe I should make her bring me some breakfast tacos. But she won't even be here for 2 more hours. What time will you be done? Yeah, Anya. I have those beef fajitas in there that need to be cooked, and I made some pork chops last night that are in the leftovers section. I guess I could just heat up a pork chop to hold me over for a bit. Tell her to buy you a Beyond Burger patty. Oh, man. Karina says it's really tempting to buy. Karina, you do what you want. I'm telling you, I'm watching this 232 level. I don't always get these right. These highly volatile trades, you never know. So don't listen to me. As my best friend KC Shaw says, I'm just a retarded ape that eats crayons for breakfast. I'm just kidding. I guess he's not a friend anymore. He blocked me. We'll never have that barbecue lunch that we planned up in Pflugerville. Mono says, if you had to select a crypto that will overpass Bitcoin, I'd still pick Bitcoin, Monos. I don't know if it'll get to 230. I look at these moving averages. The reason I use them on all my swing trades, momentum trades on like a 1 minute and a 5 minute, usually depending, if we're 1 minute and 5 minute look horrible. That's why I had the hour up. We're trading underneath every moving average, and that usually means bad news. We go to the 5 minute, same thing. This is not a good technical setup at all. So where does it stop? Well, let's keep. Okay, 30 minute. The 30 minute 200 is at 268. This could be an inflection point right here. Could be. If it doesn't hold, we're going to have to go to the hour chart and think about that 232. But this is actually an important level right here. So if you were really trying to take on some risk, no. Some people might try and take an entry there, but I'd still want to see some green candles on a 5 minute chart or 1 minute that say we're going to hold that level. If we don't hold it, then guess what? Then we're looking at 232, 235 on the 1 hour. Michael says if it loses 260, I'm out. I hear you, Michael. I mean, the problem with these is having the discipline to say, we don't know where the bottom is. We also don't know where it bounces. Like, if we want to be trading these things on the up days, these down days are the painful days where you got to really question your sanity. I don't like trading on these days. I like to be out of the trade on days like this. And I am out of the trade. Karina says it's still really shorted, so if it gets to their price, they're going to have to buy. I agree with that, Karina. We talked about that early this morning. At some point, when they drop it enough, they will say, we're good with those profits, and let's close up, and there'll be a buying bump. That will happen at some point. Short cost to borrow is 46%. So there's still a lot of demand for shares to borrow. which means they still think they have the edge. 46% is a high cost to borrow. It's not as high as 500% that it was last week, but it's still high. A lot of people wanting to borrow and go short. That's how I read it. I don't read it necessarily as we got them on the edge, we're going to win. I read it as, why are these mother effers so willing to spend that kind of money? What am I missing here if I'm bullish? You better be you should be able to ask yourself those questions too. Like, look in the mirror, have a reflective conversation where you got your bull self, you got your bear self, talk through the situation. Tanoma says, what are the news about BYND? It's just been a momentum trade the first 3 days of this week. We talked about it on Saturday evening as a good potential momentum trade. We got in the trade Monday. We're already out of the trade. And social media has not given up on this trade. And so I'm just kind of chronicling if my belief about what happens will be correct or not. And this is a massive day today for options closing. Friday options close. Michael says, we got a few Spartans. Hold, friends. Go to Walmart. They're saying go to Walmart and buy all the Beyond Meat 6-packs you can. Buy all those value packs. We can show these shorties. We're going to empty the shelves. Good theory. Ain't going to matter for today, though, friends. I need to get that sound effect, Michael. That run. You know, the video. Run.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
$256 now.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
All right, I'm going to get off this 30-minute screen and let's see if it's going to try and respect the MA and EMA on the 1 hour. I don't buy falling knives, Taha. I look for points of support. We already broke through one. We got here on the 30-minute, we got the 200 simple average at 233. And on the hourly, we got the 200 EMA around 232. That feels to me like a reasonable spot. If I was a degenerate gambler, maybe 235, 236, because, you know, it might only be at 232 for a minute. I have no idea what's going to happen. It could crash below 232. Don't follow my advice. But, you know, if I'm just looking for technical signals here, we got two different indicators at around 233 as a potential technical support. Is there any chance of BYND going up? I think it's going to close the day around $3. I have no idea. I'm here to find out if I'm correct or not. They could just say, screw the options chain. They could already be, as we're sitting here watching the price fall, anybody who had call options hedged with shares is selling those shares because they don't need that hedge. And this is the problem. Once the price starts cratering, you were counting on all those call options being your savior. Look at all this bullish volume on the call options. Guess what? If a market maker sold those call options and they were holding shares as their hedge in case the price ran up, they're selling shares right now. You don't need to hold shares as a market maker to cover your options. It becomes this self-fulfilling downward spiral. So we really need a bounce here to stem the bleeding. Chris says he realized $14,000 profit for the week on Beyond. I love it.
Wow, it's very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. And I like that phrase. You can always get back in. If you're in love with the stock, you can always get back in. But what you don't want to do is leave money on the table. There's never any hard feelings here. When you guys take profits, we celebrate it. Any ticker. Any ticker. I've been there, Chris. I've been up bigly on plays, and then it turns against me, and I leave some on the table. But, you know, the important thing is hitting the button while you're still in the green. 14,000, not bad. On just about anybody's week, they'd say that was a good trade. Anya says, live to trade another day. What words from the wise mediocre trader. Cancel Bubble says, I don't want to brag, but I got a free bagel at work this week. What flavor? If it was an everything bagel, I will give you full permission to brag, my friend. Blueberry. All right. Blueberry with some cream cheese on it. That's not a bad second option. Anya, yeah, cinnamon raisin, a good solid third place vote for me, Anya. $255, we're holding $255 on BYND. Oh man, fell off the screen. Got a little bounce there at 250, a little psychological support. That 250 level. Yeah, even on the daily chart, we got all these moving averages converging around 230, 232. The daily, the hourly, and the 30-minute sure feels like they might want to try and push it down there. We'll see, though. 250 seemed to help hold for the moment. Probably had a lot of people with buy orders. So if it hits 250, I'm going all in. And the bears are going to say, oh, yeah? We'll see. We'll see who wins here. If it does not hold 230, then look out below. Taha. All right. Someone wants to look at URG. Was that Yunhua? Your Energy. Remember that song? Wasn't there a song called Pure Energy? $0.55 earlier this year, ran up to $2, currently at $1.58. Based in Littleton, Colorado, uranium mining company. Company has produced and packaged approximately 3 million pounds of U3O8 from Lost Creek. We got a portfolio in Wyoming. All right, well, let's Let's take a quick peek at their finnies. URG. Oh, forecast from analysts, strong buy 250. Well, I like that. You already got one green flag there. September, we got $1.80 and $2.50 from Nick and Joe. Even $1.80 is better than today's price. Financials. They're bringing in revenue, but there are some holes. I'm not too familiar with uranium mining. I've been spending the last 3 years, ladies and gentlemen, getting my teeth cut on silver mining. So I'm not going to proclaim to be a uranium mining expert. Operating income, oh, ouch. Ouch, man. That's not good. Net income, nothing but negative. I say, you know, you're going to have to tell me a good story, friend. How we turning this net income thing around? Balance sheet's okay. Balance sheet's okay. We got a income problem. Operating cash flow, just burning cash. It's not unusual for a mine, right? I mean, I'm not saying this is nothing against them. Look at the mines, the junior miners that we're following now. They're all burning cash. They have not, some of them, not even any revenue. I mean, it just is what it is. But if this company is truly producing, why are they still not making money? That you need to go do some work on that one. And why are the analysts predicting? Why are they so favorable on this? Let's see. Maybe they have a forecast for increased revenue. Revenue 30. Oh, look at that. There's predicting a tripling of revenue next year and 5x in 2027. All right. So maybe, look, if this is correct, that's a good story. Now we're back to green flag. Now we're back to green flag, and the only thing you need to understand is, are these legitimate estimates based on the company communication, and how can you get the best entry? And what are the price targets? What are the PE ratios that a uranium miner typically goes for? Because they're projecting a forward PE of $39 in 2026 and 22 PE in 2027 based off these estimated earnings. So is that reasonable? Is that overvalued? Is that undervalued? I don't know for uranium mines. So a couple things to look into. But at least it's not all red, right? We got some hope for the future, and we need to go dig into it and see if that is legitimate hope or not. And then be unemotional and cold-blooded to gain a good entry. Looks like you got time to be patient. AGI Painting Services says, look at the daily, another 3-bar play down to 140. Yeah, we were looking at the gaps earlier today, and it doesn't look pretty if 230 doesn't hold. 150 is easily in play. I hope not for the kids that are still in this one. They got what? 5 hours to muck around with this thing still. Supa says made $450 a couple days ago. Got in at $356 and exited at $595. I bought it back into the hype again at $310. Am I cooked? That depends on whose guess about today's close is correct. I'm guessing it closes right at $3 plus or minus. I don't think you are looking at a strong profit situation today. There is risk that you could be looking at a strong loss. It really depends on who gets the upper hand in the end of the day and how the unwinding of the options chain today affects the price in the last couple hours of the day as theta burns off. Looking forward to November 4th, the earnings date, Supa. Yeah, if you're thinking about holding till November 4th, make sure you sub to the channel, turn on notifications, and don't miss my deep dive video this weekend, because I've been avoiding looking into BYND for several years. But now down at these distressed prices, I'm willing to give it half a day of reading. I don't just make a video. I don't just turn on a camera and start flapping my gums. I will put in a decent amount of work for you guys. And if I come up with any interesting opinion that I can back up, you might not like it. I don't know. Depending if you're bullish or bearish. I don't even know what it's going to turn up. But if I come up with anything interesting, I will put out a video this weekend at some point on BYND. Anya says, it is ironic that we're talking about BYND. Anya knows, because I've been saying no, we're not going to cover this ticker on this channel for years, right, Anya? But I told Anya, you do what you want. Follow your heart. If BYND speaks to you and you want to support a good company, I mean, you want to support their mission. I'm tempted, Anya, to go look for those beef patties and just try them. Yesterday I had, yesterday and the day before, I cooked up a pound of ground chuck. Sorry if I'm offending any of you non-meat eaters, but I made 4 deconstructed hamburgers, bunless, of course, keto, with some melted Monterey one day, melted provolone the next day. A little bit of natural mayo and some pickles. Some good stuff. Now I need to compare it, Anya, to the BYND burger patty and see if it holds up. But Anya says, Tony, you don't eat fake meat for the flavor. You already lost me then. You already lost me. But I think I would like it, Anya, like in a spaghetti, right? You get it ground up and covered in some marinara sauce. It's probably fine. A meat sauce. BYND meat sauce. Mushrooms and truffles too. Yeah, I'm sold on you. You had me at mushrooms. Cancel Bubble says, I prefer it in little burritos. I could see that too. Like I said, my only experience is, and I'm pretty sure that was Beyond Meat, was the chicken nuggets at AMC. Can someone research that for me? The fake meat nuggets at AMC, are they Beyond Meat, or is that just like a Cisco product? That is the only non-meat that I think I've had in recent memory. I'm trying to remember if I ever dated a chick that didn't eat meat. If I did, it probably didn't last very long. I broke up with a girl one time just because she had food allergies. I was like, you're too much trouble. Can't take you out to eat. You gonna fuss over the menu? No, we can't do this. Oh yeah, Noah, I think you're right. This is the impossible. That's different than Beyond Meat, right? I mean, if she was a really hot chick, Anya, I might date her for a while, even if she is vegetarian. But you know, once it becomes problematic, you got to move on. Chris. That's what I'm talking about, Chris. I can't say that. Anya says AMC sells plant-based meat products, primarily Impossible nuggets. Okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you, they were good nuggets. I would eat them again. Now, I'm not going to voluntarily go buy them again because they have real meat nuggets. But I would eat them again. They were perfectly acceptable. We got a lot of those vegetarian yoga chicks down here in Austin, Chris. You know the ones I'm talking about? The petite, fit, little bit kooky, crazy, maybe some strange tattoos and piercings if you're into that thing. You know, you could hang with a vegetarian chick for a couple days. But you know, if that's going to be your thing, you better like bipolar women or be a vegetarian male yourself. And neither one of those things is me. Alex says, can we talk about what most likely is going on? Shorting and profit taking, people trying to also protect what capital they have left invested in the play. Notice on the right-hand side of the screen, I have MarketWatch with the correct shares outstanding and the correct short interest. And the reason I have that on the screen is a lot of people have been pushing this message this week that the short interest was 60, 80, 100% on Beyond, that there's no shares available. And that is just false information. And I've been saying since Saturday, if you believe that, that's going to cost you money. Doesn't mean don't trade the stock. There's opportunities when people get excited. But if you're trading on false information put out by pumpers and people posting AI-generated false slop, you're going to lose money because the shorts are not anywhere what you're being told on social media. Yeah, I have been known to be savage, Corey. One girl I broke up with, she brought me back to her place and her room was a mess. We broke up. Like, you know, you're not long-term material. You got clothes on the chairs, on the floor, on your bed. Hell no. She was hot. She was a good dancer. She had a lot of things to offer, if you know what I mean, but no, I can't deal with the mess. Guys, dating men or women, or dime a dozen. Don't fucking get locked into something you can't live with. Don't get locked in to something you cannot live with. You got to be brutal. I've told the story here, and my wife knows the story too because she lived it. I had a list on my wall in the bedroom, a list of what I would look for and what I would not accept. I'd bring girls over there like, nope, I'm going to have to check myself out of this. I can't live up to that. I was like, well, thanks for pre-qualifying yourself. You can hang out tonight, but that's going to be it. Yes, Alex, the hot ones are the ones you got to look out for. That chart of hot versus crazy, there's a lot of validity to that. You just like a girl that I used to dance with would tell me, she's like, Tony, I'm crazy. I'm just looking for a man that likes my flavor of crazy. I kind of liked that she put it that way. You got to find someone that you can live with their flavor of crazy. Yunhua, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Michael says he's back in until 395. I like the optimism, Michael.
This is my boomstick.
Michael says, let's go all in. Ladies and gentlemen, Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins.
Let's go. We got the upper hand back for the Bulls here for the moment for you, Michael. 261. We're on a 5-minute, 15 minutes. We've been trying to push through this level right here. Let's see what happens. Alex says, I have more crazy than any of them. I need one to put up with mine. Yeah, I can relate. I don't think I'm crazy, Alex, but I'm definitely stubborn and bullheaded, typical Aries. And it does take a certain amount of patience from a woman to deal with me because I'm a hard ass. Who is that? Ivy, okay? How do we say your name? I'm going to say Ivy. Got in at 260, bottled it, sold at 262. Just not seeing strength with this larger float. That is a valid concern. Mike is fine. All right. Thank you for clarifying, Mike. Let's check in on our other little favorite ticker here. I want to check in on RLAIF. Oh, look, it's up 2%, but we got no news. Thinly traded. The other one that I wanted to check on was Finger. The pump of the week. There's a new pump coming on Finger, but it is not holding. Like I said, I watched a guy do a 1-hour TA video on this stock last night, right after the company announced a 50% market cap dilution. He decided that was a great time to do a 1-hour TA of why this thing's fixing to run. I got to shake my head sometimes. I mean, God love him. He's a nice fella. But how are you going to TA a 50% market cap dilution? The only TA you should be saying is, get the hell out. Run for the hills. Buy puts even. In fact, we talked about that in the Discord. When I saw the pump going on Finger on top of the corporate action last night, we talked in Discord about this is when you need to buy puts because these people they're crazy. They're crazy and the stock's going to tank. Depending on how fast the company sells shares. But I told y'all a week ago that this dilution announcement was coming. How do I know this shit? Am I fucking Nostradamus? Did my crystal ball magically work that day? No, I just read the financial statements. And I put out a video and I laid out the case a week ago why. In fact, the video title said dilution imminent. We waited 8 days and we get a $50 million dilution on a $100 million float. That's why we read the financials. Supa says, thoughts on YYAI? Yeah, we've looked at it a couple times this week. Super. But every time I haven't looked at it today. Every time I've looked at it, it was just going down or flat. Let's take a peek. I woke up early yesterday looking at it. Yeah, not interesting. Play's already over. Ran from 6 cents to 23. It's back down to 8. This thing's cooked. Nope. All right, it's looking good on the 5 minute for Beyond. We got a little rally, maybe a little bit of short cover in here. They're like, we got our profits, we got it down to 250, close out. It's Friday, let's call it a day early. Who, the bar or the golf course? Where are we going? You know, if a few more of them just take off early today, maybe we run this thing all the way back to 3. I still think it's going to close around $3. I still think this stock will close today within about 5% of $3. I know that might seem crazy when it just hit 250. I don't know if I'll be right. Largely will depend on how the options chain gets unwound at the end of the day, and that's kind of what I'm watching today. This is a good learning opportunity. Massive interest, massive options chain, puts and calls, massive misinformation on social media. How does it end up? How does it end up? Kenny says on his way to the golf course right now. That sounds good, my friend. Let's go. I took my son out to I was going to say I took him out to dinner, but we didn't really go to dinner. We went to Top Golf. And he's like, yeah, he said, Dad, I've really been practicing golf. I've been going to Top Golf and practicing my swing. Let's go to Top Golf and get a drink, get a beer and some food and knock around some balls for an hour. So we did that. And somehow I beat him on the little computer scorecard. I think he was surprised. I'm not known as a prolific expert golfer. I wouldn't even use the word expert in my vicinity when it comes to golf. Have I golfed? Yes. Golfed at some very nice golf courses around the world. Dragged kicking and screaming to them. If I would have known how beautiful some of those golf courses were in Asia, I probably wouldn't have fought so hard not to go. But that's how much I didn't want to show them how bad I was. And they're finally like, Tony, come on. We've known you for a year. It's okay if you suck at golf. You're good at work. We'll take care of you. It's just a day out in the mountains. Come on. It's cool, Corey, that my youngest is now old enough to have a beer with me. I joking with him like one of these days you're going to see me and Scarlett out at the club right there next to you. He's like, oh no, Dad, that's cringe. Let's just keep it at a beer at Top Golf, all right? Hello to you in Korea. Welcome, welcome. I have not been golfing in Korea, but I have been to Seoul. Working with Samsung, one of our suppliers at the time. Tahada says, I was too impatient and went in again pretty high. No judgment, Taha. Where did you get in? Oh, he says his average is 350. I see it, but then I took profits. Well, I don't know. Where are we sitting right now, Taha? We need somebody to rally behind M4. Man, this is tough. Mihail, thank you for the sub, amigo. What nationality is Martirosyan? Mihail. It sounds kind of Slavic, but I don't know. What do I think about BENF? You got to answer my question first, Mihail. Mike says I got back in at 260 because I'm a gambler. And I hope we finish around $3. Hey, if you got in at 260 and we finish at $3, that'd be a good trade for the day. Matter of contents, good afternoon to you. Armenian, okay. All right. Thank you for answering. Let's check out your ticker real quick. BENF. Beneficent. All right. Do you want the honest analyst? Do you want the tell you what you want to hear analyst? Or do you want the opposite day analyst? Matter of content says he is from Korea. Are you still living there, amigo? BENF. I wish I would have had more time to sightsee around Korea, but they very tightly controlled our schedule and our travels. Everything was company arranged transportation. Go to this dinner, go to that factory, go to this meeting. I think about the only thing on my own that I did was go jogging out around the hotel. Beneficent, we don't like that they have 3 years of negative revenue. I'm going to look at the chart in a minute. I'm just doing a quick look at the financials. They have no positive operating income since 2018. What we see here will help us understand the chart in a minute. Net income, mostly negative. Earnings per share, negative. And we see some dilution here going on. What'd they do? A reverse split here recently? What the heck is this? Let's just ignore that line. 3479. 3479 million shares. All right. Balance sheet. There's several red flags on the balance sheet. You have negative working capital. If I could summarize, you have negative working capital, which is a big red flag, and you have negative shareholders' equity. So we got an upside down balance sheet here. Cash flow, nothing but negative. We got no analyst covering this stock. What do they do? Fintech provides liquidity solutions. Well, looks like they were under threat of delisting. Delinquent on filings. I mean, there's a lot of red flags here. I'm going to be honest. It looks like, I mean, they got it fixed, fair enough, but when a company's running delinquent on filings, when they have revenue issues, when they got an upside down balance sheet, I know the story can be tempting. Looking at a chart going from 21 cents to 80 cents, I get that, but I'm just saying there's a lot of red flags here. I think we could find a safer place to gamble our money. That's just me. Matter of Content says, do you only trade in NASDAQ? And then he said, check out TSXV VIP in Canada. I don't just trade in NASDAQ. No, I trade on any American market, including the OTC. I do not trade on the Canadian exchanges, but I do own a Canadian stock right now. Matter of Contents. It trades on the CSE, but it also trades in the US. And it is a very speculative AI play. So I've covered it from time to time on the channel. It's a complete gamble AI play. They have no revenue. It's a gamble that they will have revenue based on a recent acquisition they just did. The ticker up there in Canada is RAIL, R-A-I-L. I don't recommend speculative trades to you guys, but I talk about what I do. You know, it's a cheap stock. Size your position accordingly. Who knows? Who knows how long it's going to take for them to post revenue and what size it's going to be? Chris. Oh, man. We tried to run it up there, Chris, and the frickin' Bears just smashed us. All right. We're at that 11:30 hour, too, where the little run-up happened. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 11:30. No, Monday, Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, 11:30 was a magical hour. Wednesday, it was the beginning of the end. Speaking of our friend up there in Canada, you say you work in the M&A industry. I would love then your critique of my videos covering Railtown, because they just completed an acquisition of, it's a publicly traded company. They completed an acquisition of a private company. And I spent a couple months theorizing. I'm not an M&A expert, but I try and talk to some. I try and learn, and then I share my unpopular opinions with you guys. But they had this acquisition of a private company that theoretically had revenue. And I'm like, how does a company with no income and no cash buy a private company that has revenue? Well, obviously, there's a couple ways to do that. So I theorized But we didn't even know the revenue that the private company had on the books. Everything was all hush hush. And the acquisition finally got completed this month after 8 months of waiting. And the private company shareholders will vote to approve the, what do they call it up there in Canada? Amalgamation. They will vote to approve the amalgamation on or before October 31st, and then maybe we get some more news. So yeah, go watch my videos and critique the hell out of them. I was lucky that the company appreciated my content, even if not all investors in the stock appreciated my content. Some of them thought I was too bearish. How dare you say they might acquire by diluting, Tony? How dare you, sir? I was like, well, they have no cash. They have no revenue. How else? You don't bolt on revenue from a private company without giving some shares up, friends. We ended up being correct, but I was off a little bit because I was overestimating, I think, the revenue of the other company. They ended up getting it much cheaper than I thought, which is good. Less dilution is good. Supa says, speaking of, and now I'll be better prepared to cover the next one of these, which is kind of the whole point of covering these stocks. Supa says, speaking of Canada and mines, what about CNC, Canadian Nickel Company? I haven't looked at that one. I've been spending a lot of the last few years creating my education on junior mining, silver and gold companies. Still not anywhere near an expert. That dude says, what's a good website for SSR on stocks? You know, I don't even know what website reports it, because to me, it doesn't matter. I know a lot of people, I watch people on their live streams. Hey guys, good news. Good morning. Welcome. We're covering XYZ ticker today, and the good news, it's on SSR. And they think that means it can't be shorted. And I'm just here to tell you it don't matter. It doesn't matter. So I don't watch for things or even recommend them to you guys or talk about them if I think they don't matter. You could think they matter. That's cool. But I don't talk about SSR on my channel because it doesn't provide me any useful information. Knowing if something is on SSR does not make it a good trade. I can look at the chart. Are they shorting it? Yep. Get the fuck out. Stay away, whatever. Wait. Wait for the right moment. Good luck on that bet, Corey. Canadian World Series. Supa, hit me up in one of the evening live streams and we'll take a look at Canadian nickel. It's in the approval process. You say a pit mine expected to be approved this year. I got one question for you, Supa. Have they published a technical study with economics? Where are we at in the approval process? What approval of what? They've published the economics. They're just waiting on regulatory approvals to start digging. Where are we at? Okay, well, good. You're across a major hurdle then. That this other little silver mine that we're watching, Highcroft Mine, you know, that is the next big hurdle for that mine to cross. And once you get that behind you, that's a huge deal. That dude, what's up? Speaking of AMC and Highcroft, he says, look what they're doing to AMC. I haven't looked at it all day. Let's take a peek. GameStop in the red by 17 cents. AMC down 2 cents, 270. Oh man. So I have these demand zones, and we blipped below this first demand zone 1 here. That is not good. Because what's next? Going down to 245, would you say? Either they let it go a little or we're dropping 40 cents. Yeah. I think you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. And I'm going to repeat for those that haven't been tuning into any of my live streams in the past week, there are only 3 or 4 things that I care about for AMC between now and the end of the year. Q3 earnings, how much cash burn? That's 1 and 2. Q4 box office, still up in the air, but I've been having to reduce my forecast. And the upcoming shareholder vote. Those are the 4 things that in the next 60 days you need to care about for AMC. Now, I've been getting blocked left and right for saying these things. How dare you talk about things that you're looking at for risk management? You're only allowed to talk bullish. Tell us about 2027 box office. I will talk about 2026 and 2027 box office when we get past the things that matter right now to the price. The only things that matter to AMC's price are the 4 things I just laid out. Q3 results, Q3 cash burn, Q4 box office, and the upcoming vote. Got to get those behind. And none of them are great for the price, which is why I am out of the trade, and I've been out of it since November of last year when it was trading between $4.50 and $5. I got out waiting for this vote. I've been waiting a damn year for this vote. I'm ready to get it behind me. I'm ready to take a chance, put a little money on the line, but I got to get the risk out of the play. I can't in good conscience tell you guys to ignore risk like others seem willing to do. You can choose to ignore risk. That's cool. That's your choice. But people, for some reason, they always want someone to blame. It's not going to be me. Noah says you may have. Do I have a Discord? Yes, Supa. The Discord is free. There's a link in the video description. However, I will tell you that any stock discussion goes on behind one of the paid levels. So when you click on the link, there's a free join. You know, we're talking about food and movies, and maybe a little bit of educational links. But if you want ticker level discussion, I think that what's the cheapest one? $5, a few pennies a day, 16 cents a day. It supports the content that I do here and the resources I have to pay for to provide you guys that analysis. I don't just turn on my phone and complain about the SEC and DOJ. I actually do real research. It takes time to put out good videos. That dude says, I learned from you. Did you learn something just now, or you learned from us in the past year? That dude. Look, I want to be bullish on AMC. I hate when people block me over it, but I think some of them have their head in the sand. And that's fine. I mean, if you want to ignore risk and you're good with it, you do your thing. I will never try and sway your decisions, but I will talk about the uncomfortable stuff that other people won't talk about. Ong Shi Wei says, how much, hype aside, how much do you think BYND is worth? That is a great question. And I would say to you, make sure you're subbed to the channel and have alerts on, because I will be doing that video this weekend. Hong Shi. I don't have an opinion on the value of BYND because I've been avoiding looking into it, other than I look at the financials. I don't see what I like. You can ask Anya. She's been trying to get me to cover BYND for several years, and I say no, it's not time. It's too much risk of crashing. But now we're here. We're at the bottom. The only other bottom is bankruptcy. So this weekend I will be spending time looking at the financials, listening to management, reading analyst reports, listening to earnings calls, and going through the upcoming proxy. And I will give you a video this weekend on Beyond Meat. But that's going to take me, that's a day of work for a stock I don't even own, just because I think it'll be good education for me and maybe for you guys. I can't promise what the outcome will be. I can't promise you'll like it, but it will be an honest, non-biased, unemotional take. And if I see an opportunity, I'll tell you I'm buying, and if I don't, I'll tell you I'm waiting out for a little while and why. That dude says 4 years he's been learning here on the channel. Thank you. I appreciate you long-term viewers especially. That's yeah, we just finished 4 years in July of this year. So I've been here on YouTube's for about 4.5 years. Who would have thought? If that dude has been here for 4 years, he knows the shift in stuff that we cover here. Like, hey, in 2021, what were we about? We were about squeeze plays. We were about short interest. We were about screwing the hedgies. We never talked about financials. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Company had $2 billion in cash. Nothing mattered. But then at some point, when companies like Wolfspeed or BYND or AMC run low on cash and the income is still negative, you better start paying attention to the financial. So we made that shift, I think, in late 2022. Where I started, at least for the meme stock, started only looking at the financials. It drives the pumper channels crazy that I cover the financials. I had someone cursing me out in the comments yesterday. Why aren't you talking about the executive order 175031 and how it got us here and how Trump is going to save us in 2027? Like, dude, we left that behind. It sounds like you're on a different path. You're on a different journey. I wish you well. Watch out for that rock. Don't trip. But we're paying attention to things that actually matter. Like, is the company making money? Do they have enough cash? Is there dilution in the future? But they're sure are fun if you get them right. That dude says, you remember when I told you most people will dedicate 5 years on a car payment but won't dedicate 5 years on a stock? I didn't remember that was you, but I remember somebody saying that. Matter of Content says, I think this live is good to learn and talk. How often do you live broadcast? To be honest, Matter of Content, I used to live stream every day for the entire market, from market open to market close, nonstop. And that was fun and that was fine until I started covering the financials on meme stocks and people got really angry and hateful, and I got death threats. Had to up the security around the property here. Train my wife how to shoot the shotgun. Like, I'm not going to live stream with a hostile audience just because what? I'm covering company financials, explaining why they need to raise cash, explaining how liquidity is running out. So I stopped doing the live streams. But, you know, I think we mostly just do the evening live streams, and we kick back and we have fun, and we're not having to get distracted from trading by running a live stream during the day. Evening live streams are kind of where it's been at here for the past couple of years. But I'm not opposed to doing daytime live streams if there's an audience that actually wants to learn. I don't expect everybody to agree with everything I say, and you can certainly have your own opinion about things, but the hostile, violent, paranoid conspiracy people, you know, gotta go. Gotta go. I think over the past year or two, we've gotten most of them blocked. I don't tolerate that foolishness. It's an instant block. If you can't have a conversation like an adult, you can disagree all you want. Make your case. But if the comments are just insults, I had one of the Beyond guys yesterday. His only comment on my video was "fuck you." I'm like, fuck me? Fuck you, buddy. We called this play on Saturday when it was at 55 cents. Fuck you. We made money on this play. Why are you telling me fuck me? Because I'm telling you since Saturday what the actual float and actual short interest is. Like, he couldn't even articulate his fuck you. So he's permanently blocked and banned. I don't need that nonsense in my life. It's funny. Makes me laugh, and I feel bad that we can't help people like that. But I don't tolerate negative people in my life, and I certainly won't tolerate them on social media.
Jacob Riekman donated $4.99 through Super Chat. I bought 100 shares at 2.96. Should I sell?
Jacob, that's a good question. I'm going to pull in some audience participation because I can't give you specific advice, Jacob, but I'm going to. I'm going to give you an answer. Hang on a second, since you dropped the super chat. Should Jacob I'm gonna start a poll, Jason, so you can get more than just my opinion. But here is my opinion that I'm just gonna share with you what I've been saying all day. First of all, I don't know if I will be correct, but I posted about 5 in the morning in Discord that I think this stock has a high probability closing close to $3. And if it doesn't close close to 3, then my next answer would be it's going to close well under 3. I am not predicting any sort of rally. I know some of y'all want me to say it's going to $10. I posted in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen the actual float and the actual short interest. Someone else in the chat's asking, what about this short squeeze? I'm just looking at the actual data, same thing we've been talking about since Saturday. The short interest is only about 10%. Anybody telling you anything different is a lunatic. So there was a bit of friction and inefficiency on Monday and Tuesday and a lot of hype, and that provided a beautiful bullish trading opportunity. That's what we talked about Saturday night. But as always, we get in early and we get out early, and we don't listen to social media price targets. And even though I think today will close around $3, there is zero guarantee I can give you that I will be correct. I just put it out on the table on Discord this morning. I said, here's my expectation, and let's see if I'm right. And then I said, you know what? Let's just live stream and see if I'm right. Michael, thank you. He says, I just joined your Discord. Watching you would have saved me a lot of money from buying BYND. These are fun plays. They're intoxicating. You can make a lot of money, but you got to unplug from social media. Monitor social media so you know what's being pumped. Don't follow it for trading advice. When you see something that looks like it's gaining momentum, get in early. And as soon as you got a profit you're happy with, get out. Forget about any price target someone gave you. And if you really want to believe those price targets, then just do what we were saying on Wednesday. Start peeling off some profits. You're up from 50 cents to $8. It's okay to sell some. Don't regret it by the end of the day, because you never know what's going to happen. And then it turned on us. It turned on us on Wednesday. Gina, thank you for the sub. Andrew says, can it rally if earnings for the Mag 7 rally next week, or it doesn't matter? I think it does matter, Andrew. Therefore, I'm going to be doing a deep dive into BYND this weekend, and I'll probably need to do another one to update my thoughts after the earnings. But ahead of earnings, I'm going to spend some time for me and for you. Because if I'm spending 2, 4, 8 hours researching something, is it of value for me to share it? Yes. What's the point of wasting all my time? So what, only I can benefit? Maybe you don't have 8 hours to read, maybe you don't have education in reading financial statements. If I'm going to do the work, it's not that much more for me to turn on a video and summarize it. That's just kind of how I run my channel. I make a lot of videos on stuff I don't own, but it's stuff I'm evaluating. Maybe I'll own it later, maybe I won't. So stick around. Hit the sub, hit the alerts, and as soon as I get that video done this weekend, then we'll see what I think. I don't know. I don't have any opinion on the long-term prospects of BYND, but I like that it's really cheap. I like that they recapitalized. We need to do some forecasting on income versus cash. And we need to think about that November proxy. Yeah, I get it, Sudeep. A lot of people just don't have the time. I have the luxury of time. At least at the moment I do. You know, I worked my corporate job for 15 years, 40, 60, 80 hours a week. I put in my time. I've been there. I didn't have time to research things to the depth that I do now. Plus, when you're younger, you know, who wants to be freaking reading financial documents and filings? It's boring. We want to be out at the club. Just tell me it's going up. That's all I need to hear. Yeah, so Sparky's bringing up a good point, and I just want to echo off of this. So in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see Shares outstanding 397, percentage of float 10%. That 10% is more accurate. Oh, and to the right of it, it says short interest 39.59 million. But notice the date, 9/30. That was the last official short interest. If you divide 39.59 million by the current shares outstanding, that's where they get the 10% short interest. It's closer to 10% than 100. I know everybody on social media, Reuters, Bloomberg, all telling y'all 60, 80, 100% short. That's bullshit. But what is the actual short interest? I don't know. 39 million was 23 days ago. Who knows what it is right now? 39 million, 40, 60, 80. I know it's not 80%. The short interest percent now could be 20%. We'll find out the updated short interest as of October 15th. We'll find that out today after market close. And we might still need to do the math to compute the proper percentage, because I don't know if they'll use the right float. But we're still dealing with data that is lagging by a week once we get that updated report. The only important thing to keep in mind is that the short interest is not 100%. And what's my secondary line of logic for that? Because people have been arguing with me on Twitter all week. Tony, you just don't understand. Read this AI slop that Grok wrote for me to explain why you're wrong. I would just say this to you. Why did the cost to borrow drop from 500% to 40%? Cost to borrow, guys, is a self-correcting signal of the supply versus demand of lendable shares. And when the cost to borrow drops from 500% to 40%, you should only think two things. Supply of shares increased, ding, 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 or demand for shares decreased. I don't think demand for shorts decreased, but we know for sure the supply went up 5-6x. That's why the cost to borrow fell. And these people are running somersaults around themselves to avoid talking about the obvious. Look what Grok told me. You're wrong. These shares won't be unrestricted till October 31st. No, you can't read. The funny thing is with these guys that like to argue with AI slop, made up fan fiction, they won't be here next week. I'll be here next week. They will disappear. They will. I'm not going anywhere. You figure out who you want to believe. AMC Colan. Are you from Germany? By the way, says, when will the next AMC video be coming out? I think that the smart thing for me to do is wait until the month of October is closed out. The 31st is a Friday. The 1st is Saturday. The 2nd is Sunday. Let's say late evening on November 3rd. But then, you know, right around the corner from that is the AMC earnings. Should I wait till after earnings? Why? I mean, what am I going to say about October? October sucked. Every movie I forecast for October underperformed. It's not going to be a fun video. I should probably just wait till after earnings. I'm excited about November. I'm excited about December, but October has just been brutal. And I don't know why. I mean, there's been some fun movies out. I've seen most of them. We're going to go see one tonight. I tried to talk Scarlett into going to one last night. She's like, why do you always do this on Thursdays? You want to go to a movie at 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm trying to sleep. And she works night shift Sunday through Wednesday. So her first day off is Thursday, and she doesn't normally wake up till 5 or 6 p.m. And I'm trying to take her to a movie. She's like, why do you keep doing this? I'm like, hey, babe, there's a lot of movies. I got 4 free movies a week with my A-list subscription. What do you want me to do? Go by myself? Fine. So long-winded answer to your question. I don't know. What do you think? Do you want... There's no point in doing an update right now. And I don't even know if there's a point doing an update on November 1st when earnings is just a few days after that. Isn't it? Is it like November 5th, the AMC earnings? I've already put out my Q3 forecast video. What do I think the net income is going to be? What do I think the revenue is going to be? That video has been out for you since the beginning of this quarter, since the end of last quarter. So if you want to know what I think is going to be reported, there you go. Sparky's back. What am I thinking for the AMC cash burn? I think it's going to be pretty bad. Cancel bubble. I'm hesitant to say a number. I'm praying I'm incorrect. But the good news is, whether it's 100 million cash burn or 200 million, here's what I also believe. Q4 will be positive cash flow. So they're probably factoring that in. Even if it's bad in Q3, Q4, we refill the coffers. But then what happens in Q1? The bills got to be paid. And so Q1's going to be back to cash burn again, probably, which is why we have a vote in December to give them the ability to raise more money. A lot to think about, friends, a lot to think about. Blake says, how much of an impact do recreational traders have on the market, particularly in BYND? I don't think that there is any shot in hell that recreational traders traded 2 billion shares of BYND. There was a ton of high-frequency traders, computerized algorithms, big institutions, bondholders. We were the chattel. We were the sacrificial lamb. Buying options. If you were buying options and didn't sell them, you played right into their hand. If you believed all the news articles about 100% short interest, I don't think that was by accident. They were setting people up to be slaughtered. And the big boys made a lot of money on the way up. Hopefully you guys did too. If you're tuning into here, we told you, get your profits. And now they're making money. These same people that made money, these same institutions that made money on the way up, flipped the tables over and they're making money on the way down. Sons of bitches. Cancel bubble. I think 150 is a good middle of the road number. Let's just say 150. Somewhere between 100 to 200 million would not surprise me. Let's agree on 150. Do I think there's going to be a market correction? Yes, Anya. And I do not think that GameStop is going to be the flight to safety. I find it humorous that the GameStop people think they're pounding the tables. There's going to be a market correction. You need to buy GameStop because it's the only place smart money's going to go when the markets are crashing. I think these people are delusional, Anya. I get it. The company's got a lot of cash. I love that they have a lot of cash. That doesn't make them the flight to safety. There's a lot of companies that have a lot of cash. It will, after it falls, it will provide a great opportunity, though, for Ryan Cohen to buy somebody if he wants to with that cash. That cash ain't going nowhere in a market crash. It provides optionality. I like it. Greg says, I'm hoping between now and December, vote for AMC. We can have a run. That is entirely possible, Greg. I've kind of postulated that exact sentiment. There is a chance you could have a run because, well, let me say this. Let me flip what I'm saying. If there is a run, Greg, AMC can't stop it by diluting. Right? Can we agree on that? They're out of shares. If there is a run, the company can't stop it by diluting. Does the company want it to run right now? Nope. Because what are they going to get? Nothing. They'd rather the run happen after they have shares. But AMC doesn't get to decide when it runs or not. So if some bullish momentum gets kicked off, let's just say by Roaring Kitty coming back in GameStop and all the meme baskets start going up, it might, AMC is probably a less risk than GameStop because you know what Ryan Cohen's going to do? Sell more shares, drop some bonds. What can Adam Aaron do? Jack shit. He can't do anything. So, yeah, that's something I'd watch for, Greg. If it starts running, I might jump in because the AMC can't stop it. They're going to be wishing they had shares. DX Riz, what was your question or your poll, friend? Let's finish up this poll here for Jacob. Should Jacob sell? 29% say yes, 71% say no. I'm sticking by my prediction of a close within 5-10% of $3. Lehner says, "Are we cooked on Beyond?" I'm thinking that it's likely to close close to max pain, but if they push it down, here's the problem. If they push it down, all the call option hedging gets unwound, but then all the puts go in the money. So where would they like to close it at? Right close to $3. But is there any technical support to say that that's going to happen? There is no technical support until about $2.30. DX says, do we even have a chance at $4? I don't think, not this week, no. My honest belief this week, no. I said in Discord this morning about 5 a.m., expect a close around $3. And if I'm wrong on that, I'm gonna be wrong high. If it's not $3, it's gonna be some number far under $3. I hope that does not happen. And then next week's a whole new slate. This week's options chain will be off the books. Maybe some excitement as we get closer to earnings. Who knows? Next week's a new week. But there's a reason that I'm out of the trade. That reason is I like to gamble, but I'm also risk averse. Hang on. The wife is done with her appointment. Let me find out where's she planning on going for food if I send her money. Oh, she says, can I come home and take you to Smoothie Land to get a protein or veggie smoothie? I bet Anya likes that idea. But then I would have to leave the live stream. Let me see if she can just grab us. Oh, she doesn't want to drive. That's why. What should I do? Should I take her to go get a smoothie, or should I order it on DoorDash? I don't want to leave you guys for in 30 minutes. Or we could just end the stream. Sparky, I think you had left earlier when Chris said that he closed out his position for $14,000 gain. So that's pretty good. That's pretty respectable. I know y'all are fussing at each other. Michael says keep the stream going. But Greg says you got to keep the wife happy. We could do both. I mean, I don't need to end the stream. I just have to put the cowboy up on the screen and let y'all entertain yourselves for 30 minutes. Ramon says, fuck the smoothie. Let me ask her if she's okay if I order something on DoorDash. She's been fasting since 7 o'clock last night, so I'm sure she's getting hangry. She's probably not happy that I'm asking her questions. We got the where solved. Now it's just the how. Michael, yes, when I'm done with this live stream, I will take a look. Thank you. Michael Ming 16. Should be automatic, Michael, if you joined, depending on the level that you join. Each level of Discord opens up more discussion rooms. Should be automatic, but I will check. What is your what's your Discord name? Or just give me the first 5 letters. She says, I don't know. I just wanted to go with you. I don't want it to be complicated. I know you don't. I'm doing a live stream. Alex, it's not about the smoothie, Tony. It's about what it represents. She just wants to spend time with you. I just want your time. I just want to spend time with you. You're always on the live stream. You never pay me no attention. That's not our life. I don't spend 8 hours on a live stream anymore. Today's kind of a special exception, and I explained that to her early. Plug power, is it taken off, Kleiner? Yeah, look at that. How's the old markets looking today? Green, green, green. I like it. GameStop's in the red, though. AMC's in the red. Fingers in the red. No surprise. Kind of funny. Railtown. Barely in the green. All day till 3 o'clock, baby. I am getting hungry myself, though. I haven't eaten yet today. We'll sort it out here in just a second. Ollie says, what other stock has short squeeze potential pump effect like BYND on Wednesday? I mean, the ones with the potential like BYND, because of the unique corporate action they did and the as we talked about on Saturday, the fact that many people would misunderstand the short interest. It's a very unique setup, Ollie. Whenever there's confusion and gray area on people's understanding, they get excited and hyped, and the pumpers are pushing false information. It creates a unique animal that doesn't come along very often. You guys, how many live streams have you seen me doing covering live pumps? Not many. Because they don't come along that often. But every day in pre-market, there are tickers that move up 100%, just about every day. Just got to get up early, 4 or 5 a.m. You can be done trading by the time the market opens. It is much more cutthroat. Mostly in our Discord, what we're looking for, more so than short squeezes like this, although we will play them, what we're looking for is swing trades that the market has not seen yet. Things where people get so negative on a company, but the company's so good that it's almost certain, if management is not total idiots, that it will turn around in the next several months. Looks like Scarlett might win this discussion, Anya. DX Riz says down 60% on BYND. Don't know what to do. My advice always is follow the chart, and the chart is down 9% on the day after being down 20% yesterday, after being down on Wednesday. And anyone who's giving you information on social media is totally discounting, ignoring, lying about the actual float and the actual short interest. So I think there is a coordinated campaign to get you guys to hold, to become exit liquidity. I don't think any of this pumping and lying is going on by accident. And it is infuriating to me. If you've been following me on Twitter, you see the dum-dums that I'm arguing with, and I'm even calling out Ortex for fraud. Knowingly not updating shares outstanding. They know better. And then tweeting out multiple times till Reuters and Bloomberg picked it up that the short interest was 60, 80, 100%. That does not happen by accident, ladies and gentlemen. They are lying to you on purpose. Ortex are not idiots. That's a company run by two finance bros. And that's who you're going to trust for your data? Or someone like me who's in your face every day for the last 4 years, slogging through the retail trenches just like you. What incentive do I have to give you the wrong information? I want to see you make money. We called this play on Saturday. We made money. But these dum-dums want to argue with me? Tell me I'm wrong? No. Investigate Ortex. We need a t-shirt on you. The two co-founders are finance bros, and they will not answer any of my tweets. You know who will answer me? You know who provided the right info on Monday morning? dilutiontracker.com. That is the only site in good conscience I can recommend to you guys. For two reasons. Their specialty is reading filings and updating share counts. Their specialty is reading filings and updating potential dilution. Their specialty is explaining warrants and ATMs and when I ask them a question, they generally answer me within 1 hour. Not one time have they never answered me. And if I say, hey, you missed this filing, it's fixed by the end of the day. That is a company that actually cares. Ghost Ship says, does the SEC still function with the government shutdown? Only in a light version of the SEC. The SEC Edgar office has a couple people working to process basic filings. I don't know what the regulatory or enforcement branch looks like. Probably not. Lyron says, streamer, where do you think it will go? My name's Tony. Welcome. Where do I think it will go? I said that I thought that the most likely close today would be around $3, and if I'm wrong, it will be far below that. So we did not start this stream today thinking it was going to $10, if that is your question. I posted the same belief in Discord about 5 this morning, long before this live stream. I wish I had a better opinion. It's just my guess. I could be wrong. But the chart kind of is telling us a tale. I don't think you ignore charts. Joseph says, should I add more funds to Beyond Meat? I don't know, Joseph. I'm going to be doing a deep dive on their financials this weekend. I've been avoiding it for years, despite my Discord asking me. I said it's too soon. Yeah, around $1.50. Maybe it's time to see if we got a potential trade out of this for the long term. But should you add more for what? To hope it turns around for a swing trade, or to become a long-term investor for the next 24 months? It's a loaded question. Taha says, what do you think of Webull? Mediocre Trader and I did a live stream 10 days ago or so with May, Markets with May. And we provided some thoughts on that. I have been reluctant to buy Webull. Mediocre is buying it. He's trading it. He's selling covered calls. But I find it too, I'll say, too gray for me to have any real insight. I don't think Webull's a bad company. I think that if the market grows, they will grow. I just think, like, in terms of me finding a company to run the wheel strategy on, sell cash secured puts or buy shares and sell covered calls, I think I can find companies that I can more crisply understand their financials. And the reason I had May come on is because Webull's a finance company, and that's really her area of specialty more so than mine. There's a whole level of difficulty added when you're trying to understand banks, financial institutions. I generally don't invest in those. Do I think Beyond will do another run? Maybe. Yeah. We've been postulating, Taha, that at some point, maybe around $2.30. If we look on the 30-minute here. Oh, wait, we already broke through. Sorry, let's look on the hourly. This level right here, 230, the 200 EMA. And on the daily, we got several moving averages, the 48 and the simple 50 at around 230. That's really kind of what we've been saying is the next level of support. Maybe some shorts close out there. Call it a day, call it a week, and then you get a little bounce. I'm fascinated to find out if that theory holds. On the 5-minute and the 1 minute, it is just looking brutal. There's zero technical support on the short term. It's underneath every average and going down. These are horrible. If I go to my day trading screen, do I even have it on here anymore? Oh, here, yeah. Normally, all I look at for day trading is the 1 minute and the 5 minute. But those would be it for me if I'm looking at that. Like a normal stock, there's zero reason for me to stay in. But we're not, we're taking a more holistic view today, just trying to see what happens because social media thinks it's going to $10. All right. I'm going to put the mic on mute and take the wife to the smoothie place. Where does she want to go? Smoothie Land, which it's about 5 minutes away. So if you guys want to hang out and chat amongst yourselves, I'll be able to chat. No, I won't be able to chat with you because I'm driving. I'll catch up with you guys here shortly when I get back. Someone stay here, please, and let them know I'm on break. Thank you. I'm back. Is anybody still here? Smoothie in hand. Stock price 233. It went right down to where we thought it would when I was away, huh? 222. Ouch. Sorry about that. Wife had, like I said, if you're just joining in, she had been fasting since 7 o'clock. She had to go get 3 blood draws over 3 hours. She's kind of cranky, don't want to feel like driving, haven't eaten in 12 hours, being poked, and she wanted me to take her. So she's good for the moment. And I got my first food of the day too. Tom says, Tony, you left and it crashed hard. Sorry about that. I was hoping that didn't happen while I was gone. Anya says, question, when will the shorts cover? Why is price dropping? Oh, those were the questions we had. I mean, one thing we got to think about is how are they valuing the stock? How are they thinking about the upcoming vote in November? It's hard to answer. When will they cover? And there are going to be day trader shorts, and there's going to be long-term shorts. I can guarantee you guys, and this is why I wanted to be here today and why I tried to be there for you on Wednesday, there are people salivating at the lies being pushed on social media because, like I was just saying before I had to leave, people are lying to you on purpose about the short interest. And the shorts love that. In fact, some of these people telling you that the short interest is 100% and the shares are restricted till 1031. For all I know, they work for the shorts. Why would they blatantly lie? Even when I provide them, I have communication on X and talk to them and provide them evidence from the filings and from the Bloomberg terminal. And no, Tony, you're wrong. They are lying on purpose. Either they're delusional, they're a little kooky in the head, they just don't want to be wrong, or they're lying to you on purpose. And why would they do that? To steal your money. I've been really angry the past 2 days at social media in this ticker and trying to have reasonable conversations with people that are delusional or purposely lying. I don't know which one it is, but they are not right. That much I know. It is Smoothie King, Sudeep, yes. I got the dark chocolate banana metabolism boost. It said for fit and healthy, I guess, maybe less sugar. I don't know. It has protein, something else. Dark chocolate, banana. I know banana's got some sugar. I get it. And the wife got, what did she get? Some sort of strawberry banana smoothie with, she added protein and chia seed, I think. This is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I make a lot of smoothies here, protein shakes, but she's the Smoothie King Juice Land queen, not me. Two Bun Bun says they stole your money to go hammer AMC with. See AMC dropped the last 3 days. I mean, why they don't need our money to go hammer AMC. Well, it doesn't cost money to short a stock. In fact, when they short a stock, they pocket money right away. I see what you're saying, though. Funding the AMC shorts, borrowing costs for free. That is, that's an interesting point you bring up. Let's just check something. I'm curious. I don't know. What is the cost to borrow for AMC right now? Is like BYND is pretty expensive to borrow, 46%. That's going to give your average short a moment of pause. They better have high conviction because 40% is pretty high. AMC cost to borrow, it's not even 1%. Easy to borrow, plenty of shares available, cheap. No wonder they're shorting it down. GameStop's the same way, by the way. GameStop's very easy to borrow. There's almost no shorts, or else there's plenty of shares in GameStop. Not even 0.5%, 0.44% cost to borrow fee. Thoughts on RVPH? We'll come back to BYND in just a second. I don't know what RVPH is. And pharma. My general thoughts on pharma is I like to invest in them if they have products that are out there that I can see revenues and earnings and make some forecasts. I don't typically invest in exploratory, in trial type companies. And I'm not familiar with this one. Late stage pharma. Let's check one other thing. BYND. BYND. RVPH. No revenue. Now, these are not my ideal. No revenue companies are not really. I don't F around with them. Can they be a great play? Roll the dice. If you have an impeccable understanding of their product pipeline, the timeline, and are good on your entry ahead of a press release, and you're reasonably sure the press release is going to go your way, these can be fantastic trades. I'm not that smart. I don't follow pharma enough to know anything about any of these companies, their products, the probability of them making, a good press release. So I just don't mess around with them. I will tell you, I know a lot of people hate Martin Shkreli. I get it. But this is his domain, pharma. Go ask him what he thinks about pharma companies. I really don't know anybody. I don't know Martin. I just know that he understands this business. I don't mess around with them. He might be a morally abhorrent person to some people, and I get that. You might not like shorts. I get that. But who knows the pharma stuff? That dude. I heard he was laughing at the Beyond investors too, which, you know, it's never fun to laugh at people. I don't think that that's cool. But there were a lot of people putting a lot of information out that was completely wrong and then defending it like they knew what they were talking about. That is, I could understand why he was amused. I would prefer, hey, let's not make fun of people. Let's try and have a talk. Let's talk about data. Let's try and teach people. Maybe we save someone some money. Maybe we help someone make some money this week. Maybe we teach them how to avoid the same mistakes next time. Mocking, making fun of, you know, that's not funny to me. Blake says, Tony, did you for real read through 900 pages of AMC in a single morning? I did. That's not a joke. But let me just recap something for you, Blake. Number one, I have a ability to speed read and search out for key information. Like, I don't need to labor over every sentence, right? There's things I'm looking for. Number two, there were probably 100 pages plus that were blank or redacted or just, you know, section 2. So 900 pages is not really, it wasn't 900. There were a lot of blanks. 1/3 of that document was analyst reports on the company, analysis. I had been doing analysis on the company for 2 years. Why do I need to read those pages? I know what the analysts think about AMC. So you can cross off another 100, 200 pages. What I focused on were the board meeting minutes and the emails. Those we had never seen before. Was there any evidence of criminality? Were there things that we didn't know? There were some things we didn't know. Like AMC knew that the institutions weren't likely going to have to hold APE. I wish I would have known that. I wish I would have known that they knew that. It would have been a good to know for us that I learned a lesson. And then I applied that lesson to GameStop to share the same thing with you guys about the warrants. Institutions are not going to hold them. ETFs are not going to hold them. Expect net sellers on the GameStop warrants. But yeah, the simple fact is the majority of that information in those 900 pages I had already seen. The only thing I hadn't really seen was board meeting minutes and emails, and those aren't that hard to read. You could see them yourself. They're very basic. Baby UFO, hopefully that answers your questions. I speed read a lot of documents. When Judge Zern's decision came out, finally, I was speed reading it. It was a long decision. I was speed reading it and giving the blow by blow in a voice chat, and these guys were trading on what I was reading. They were trading while I was still trying to digest it. They got the optimal entry and optimal exit. I'm still here trying to read. My wife, she'll hand me the phone and say, "Can you read this document? I want you to read about this." And I'm like, she's like, "You didn't read that." Yeah, I did. It's not some super magical power. It's just searching for keywords. You can, if I got to read to learn something for a test, I'm going to go a lot slower. Let's be real. Baby UFO says, I never understood why it pumped to begin with. What are we talking about? Beyond? I think we talked about the why on Saturday night, baby. If you're talking about Beyond. Our thesis on Saturday night was people would misunderstand the short interest. Seen it too many times. I've argued with people about this on different tickers many times over the years. It doesn't happen often, but it happens enough that we've all seen this exact same thing play out, where the float blows up and all of a sudden these Ortex and S3 are all, oh, the short interest is 100%. Bullshit. These people, man, they lie. They lie, and I know they know better. And I call them out. That damn Igor or Ivor from S3, Ortex, I call them out, no answer. They won't, which is why I know they're lying on purpose. Not even an acknowledgement or a oops. And it really infuriates me that they do that to retail traders. All right, so what we were looking at before I left is if it caved below that 250 level, that the next support on the 1 hour and the daily was around 230. So we're right there. This is that 200 EMA, and on the daily we got multiple moving averages at the same point. So before I left for the little break, I said if it tanks, this is our next spot to test for take a wild ass gamble entry, or if this doesn't hold, then $1.50 is next. I can't tell you what's going to happen. This has not been a great day for anybody trying to be bullish on the stock. It's not looking good, but we are at the point that I told y'all hours ago that it would likely test today. If this does not hold, look out below. Sudeep says possible gap down on Monday for Beyond. I haven't looked at the options chain for next week. And I know there's going to be people that convert from squeeze hopefuls to long-term investors because they have no choice. They're down so much. There's going to continue to be those people making a lot of racket on social media because they want it to go up and they need it to go up, and that's fine. But we're going to enter this new phase next week where the focus is going to really be on earnings and then the upcoming shareholder vote. So I'm going to withhold any predictions about next week until I get a deep dive done this weekend on this stock. I'm not deep, if you're just joining in, I'm not deep diving on Beyond Meat because I'm a long-term investor in the company. I've been avoiding this company for years. But, sometimes when things get thrown in the trash barrel, there might be something salvageable. So why not? Let's spend a few hours looking at the financials, looking at the proxy. That's what I'm going to do this weekend. I have not done that to date, ever, despite being asked to many times. And I'm not doing it now because anybody's asking. I'm genuinely doing it because we're at the bottom of the barrel here. Maybe, is there something salvageable, or is the proxy going to just be one more torpedo across the bow? I don't know. I have no opinion right now. Anya says, Tony, will you eat a fake burger on the next live stream? Yeah, y'all send me some money so I don't have to waste my money buying fake burgers. You think I'm going to I'm going to go buy a T-bone steak, a prime ribeye, Anya? You want me to go spend money on fake beef. But would I eat it? Sure. Yes, I will suffer through the pea protein and what else? Lentil protein. I will eat it. You probably don't want me to hang out on the live stream for the next 3 hours after that. Yeah, it's just the ingredients, Ongshi, the ingredients that make up the product. My digestion does not tolerate very well. Like if I'm going to make a protein shake, we got whey protein, we got pea protein. I cannot do the pea protein, and it's not taste. It's not anything except it does horrible things to my digestion. Whey isolate. Yeah, baby. Smoothie King has pretty good protein. We were looking, they have protein containers, Gladiator protein with whey isolate. And even my wife, she's like, wow, look at that. One serving, oh, I forget what it was, 40 or 60 grams of protein. She's like, that's a lot, right? Yeah. Looks like pretty good stuff. I don't know what it cost. Shub says, just start eating Beyond Burgers to move the stock up. The memes are already out there. That's actually a real thing. I've seen people posting about it. It reminded me of AMC, to be honest. Like, everybody, we need you to go to Walmart this weekend, buy up every 6-pack of Beyond Meat burgers. Let's empty the shelves of Beyond Meat products. Everybody, together we can do this, and we will show those hedgies that we are not to be trifled with. That's seriously a thing on social media right now with Beyond Meat. Started in the last day. Hey, Clark, and howdy, Julie. I hope y'all are doing well, Clark. Have y'all been messing around with this Beyond Meat stuff, Clark? Are you still in GameStop, Clark and Julie? Good to see y'all. We're doing good. We're doing good here. Clark says, should I sell all of my AMC? Clark, I can only tell you what I'm doing, and I will repeat my position and what I'm looking at. Okay, is that fair? I don't have any advice for you. All of you have different risk management and different position sizes than me, yada, 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 yada. Risk tolerance. There's people out there I found have no risk. I mean, they have infinite risk tolerance. They don't care what happens. They just want to keep buying more. I actually care what happens to my money. I treat my capital like it's one of my children. I don't want it to get harmed. I have had no position in AMC since November of 2024, Clark, because box office, cash burn, and a vote that we expected to happen in the summer that got pushed to December. And I said back then in November why I was selling. People told me I'm crazy. Why are you selling at $4, $4.50, $5? Why are you selling? You're just misreading this whole play. Okay. I'm misreading the play. Okay. I exited the trade. I'm not opposed to getting back in it. I'm still a AMC A-list member. We still go spend a lot of money there. Saw 2 movies last weekend. But Clark, the things I'm looking at in the next 60 days that everybody should be carefully thinking about, and then you decide what you should do. I'm looking at Q3 net income, Q3 cash burn. Two things. I already published my expectations video a month ago. While guess what? Everybody else, all the normal people that say this company, we're going to win. Where's their Q3 expectation video? Wonder why they haven't pushed one out. Instead, they want to talk about what? 2027 box office? Q3 net income, Q3 cash burn, Q4 box office. Is it going to meet, beat, or fail expectations? And then the fourth and final thing is to consider the upcoming vote in December. Once we kind of know those four things, I will decide what I'm going to do, Clark, as far as getting back in. I don't really view the vote. There's no win-win on the vote. It's keep the company alive or vote for bankruptcy. But even if you vote to keep the company alive, you're voting for giving them more shares, which they will certainly use at some point. I like the keeping alive thing, but we got to be real smart about an entry after that. Clark says, how much runway money does AMC have until they go bankrupt? Last balance sheet, Clark, I think it was around $400 million. I think they pocketed a handful of dollars in the refinancing in July, and I don't know what's the cash burn going to be in Q3. 100 million, 150, 200. Let's just say 150. So they end up with 250 million ending Q3. Q4 will probably be positive cash flow. Even if it's not a 2.8, 2.9, 3 billion quarter, will still probably be positive cash flow because they'll have a ton of ticket sales at the end of the movie, at the end of the year, and they won't have to pay those bills till Q1. So Q4 is going to look on paper fantastic until you got to pay the bills in Q1. I want you to refer back to the same conversation we had a year ago when everybody was high-fiving each other over the Q4 positive cash flow. And I was here saying, what? The bill's going to come due. And then what happened in Q1? Rugged. Dilution. I'm just going to, not to pat myself on the back, but we told you exactly what was going to happen. While everybody else is running around high-fiving each other about positive cash flow. And they're going to do it again. They're going to do it again. I told you guys. I predicted. Been telling you for 6 months, Q4 is going to be positive free cash flow. Yeah. And you won't talk about Q1 cash flow, will you? I get it. It's all about surviving till another day, but I want to maintain my money intact and invest at the opportune moment and then write it up. That's all. Mr. 1906, he says, how long have you been trading? You seem to have many years of experience. I'm old as dirt, my friend. I've been trading since I used to have to take stock certificates to my broker to cash them in. I've been trading since they would mail us 10Ks in book form and I'd have to read those. I've been trading since E-Trade started and we were like, oh, we don't need to phone in orders anymore. I was a manager of an engineering team and some hourly workers also back in those days, and I wanted to teach them. You guys think Tony's just he's a failed actor that's just posing here. And I had a corporate career. I have a degree in economics. I studied finance and accounting and all that nonsense. But my work career was engineering. I took the hourly workers and I said, I want to teach you guys how to invest your money. Let's start a investment club. It's a real thing. You guys can Google investment clubs. In fact, go join one in your local area. They'd love to teach you too for free. And we had an investment club where we'd sit around once a month and I'd have them pitch investment ideas and then we'd talk about it and vote on it. And we pooled our money and invested. When we finally disbanded that group, everybody was in the green. We only disbanded because I moved on to a different job in the company, a different area, didn't have time anymore. But yeah, I've been doing this a very long time. Am I perfect? No. Do I get everything right? No. All the people that say, I don't know anything about finance, and just dum-dums. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a CPA. Never have said I was. Did you draw your own charts back then? That is a good question. No, not that I recollect. I mean, I literally, we're talking about at the time when AOL was a thing, where, what was the damn spreadsheet we used to use back then before Excel? I already forgot the name of it. The computers didn't really have the functionality for us. The internet was just getting started. It was a pain in the ass to like look up the full option symbol in the options chart and then call it into your broker. You had to make sure you got every letter, and you know how they're like the actual descriptors, like 20 digits. Like to buy 5 of a AMC 2005, blah, blah, blah. PC. Lotus Notes, Dink. Yeah, thank you. Lotus Notes was our first spreadsheet thing. I don't remember how we did charting back then for the investment club. That is a good question. There probably were some basic websites like that had basic charting on them, if I recall. I mean, it was literally back then, like the books and the classes would teach you to go to the library to look your shit up. That's how you had to do research in the beginning. Go to the library and look up the past 12 months on this company. Good Lord, man, how things have changed. Lotus 123 was the spreadsheet, right? And Lotus Notes, wasn't that kind of a database functionality, Dink? More so than a spreadsheet. Wasn't it like a data repository? When we were doing engineering troubleshooting, we used, I think it was Lotus Notes. We each had our own login, and we would, whatever troubleshooting or fix that we came up with, just creating this running database in Lotus Notes, organized by product or failure symptom. Good Lord, man. So primitive back then. 232 holding good on Beyond. 232 holding right on these moving averages. Daily, we got the 50 MA and we have the 48 EMA right at 230 level. On the hourly, we have the 200 EMA at 232. This is the line in the sand, ladies and gentlemen. This is our Alamo. Marcio Novelli, bienvenido. AMC, I see y'all talking about AMC. They just need to survive until box office grows enough for them to be profitable. But part of the problem is it's very difficult for them to cut locations quickly like GameStop could, because of much longer lease durations, 20-year leases versus 4-year leases at GameStop. And the second thing is every time they refinance the debt, because things haven't improved, the interest rates just keep getting higher. I hear these guys tell you, oh, they've refinanced the debt. Our debt cost is going to go down. Guess what? It's only gone up, the monthly interest. They keep telling you, and they're telling you again, wait till the July debt deal is going to decrease our interest cost. I hear this. I see the videos. No, it's not. It's not going to decrease the interest cost. I bet you. I'll make you a wager. I'll make you a bet. Who said that? Roaring Kitty? AMC keeps getting stuck with these damn higher interest rates. And what are they going to do? What's their option? They have zero negotiating power. So yeah, we need bigger box office. That's the way out for AMC. Once you get positive cash flow, positive net income, a lot of problems start getting solved. Got to stop the bleeding. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. I finally remembered who said that. It was the guy from Meet. Who played Fokker on Meet the Parents? Well, I mean, Clark, AMC's Ben Stiller. Thank you. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Ben Stiller cracks me up. In every movie, he cracks me up. Clark says AMC is bankrupt. They've had an upside down balance sheet since long before we started looking at it, Clark. We were always gambling. Everybody always knew that. I thought they did anyways. Nobody thought they were investing in a cash generating machine, right? We knew the movies were dead. Hollywood was shut down. Income was down 90%. It's never been any secret that AMC was a bet on a potential recovery. Yet somehow these people think it was always a great trade. No, it was never a great trade. It was a bet on a short squeeze. That's fine. I believe that. And the short squeeze happened. And maybe a second one was going to happen. But the trade, if you look at the financials, was always very, very risky. Just we never really talked about the financials because we didn't need to. They had billions of dollars in cash until they didn't. Until they didn't. And then it changed. The entire play changed, Clark. When AMC ran out of shares and cash, the entire play changed. Now it changed into a trade where you better pay attention to cash flow and cash balance and box office. That's the only thing that matters. And why do I say that? And you know, for any stock, guys, if you're convinced the shorts are relentlessly attacking your ticker, finger motion, GTII, MMTLP, blah blah blah, AMC, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Maybe they're illegally attacking it. Maybe they're manipulating it. Maybe they're shorting the hell out of it. No one stops to ask themselves why, and why is no one stopping them? Why is no institutional investor seeing the value you're seeing and coming in? Institutional, if they have a chance to arbitrage something, if they have a chance to get an edge over a bad guy, you don't think they're going to do it? You think they're all bad? No, there's good institutions. Everybody is driven by the motive of profit. No one's coming in to stop them because, what? Fill in the blank. You know the answer deep inside because the company's losing money and they're low on cash. So even if it is being manipulated, even if it is being attacked, you must understand the why. And then to optimally trade the company, you must position your entry right before the why is about to change. I want to be in AMC when they're done diluting and the box office is telling me it's nothing but green flags from here. Right now, it's still very risky. Doesn't mean that it's going bankrupt, but I mean, there's still high risk of dilution. They still need to fix the balance sheet. Even if they don't need to dilute for cash, they need to fix the balance sheet. So Darrad says, do you think BYND will go back past 240? I started today saying I think that BYND will close at $3. What do we got? We got 2 hours to go. And I still have a shot of being correct, but it's not looking good for old Tone. $3 is a long way away now. I was just looking at the max pain, but we also talked this morning about if the price gets walked down, whoever's holding shares to hedge any call options will start dumping those shares, which creates this avalanche of downward momentum. Is that what we're seeing here? Could be. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that on a ticker. Then you ask yourself, let's just keep on walking through this. Let's keep pulling on this thread. But if they keep walking it down, doesn't that put more puts in the money? And wouldn't they want not that to happen? Isn't the theory of Max Payne that they don't want anything to be in the money? Good question. So I says to myself, I says, that's a good question. What if they were the ones betting on the puts? We just never know who was buying the puts. Maybe they want it to go down. Simon says Capybara just bought 200K of BYND at 233. I saw someone earlier in the chat before I left on my break asking me, have I ever commented about Capybara and what do I think about him? I've not really been watching anything from him until maybe yesterday. I saw people were getting on Twitter. I saw a post where people were really mad at him because he was promoting some other ticker and they felt he was betraying them. And he said in his response that, hey, I told you guys my price target was 6 and to take profits. I don't know if any of that's true. I did see him posting on Wednesday like some proposed buys at $5.60. Like that to me seems like egging people on. After that was already tanking, you're going to put a buy ticket out, a limit buy above the current price. Seems kind of pumpy, kind of clickbaity. I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about him. I'm not too worried about him. Was he lying about the short interest, or did he ever talk about it? I don't know. There were a couple people I engaged with that were blatantly lying about the short interest. That's who I have a problem with. He is probably the reason it squeezed, Marcio. Probably so. Although it could have been us too, because we had a live stream Saturday night here, and I had not known anything about capybara. I said that it could be a good squeeze play on Monday, or at least a good momentum trade. So I'll take partial credit, but I was not out. I don't pump these kind of plays. I just read the room and play the play, and then get the heck out. Wing 718 says, is it fair to last out and see what happens at the earnings call? There was a headline, right, today about the earnings. Beyond Meat's preliminary results show further sales decay and compressed margins. Well, that's not a great headline. Let's see what else it says here. We got analyst Mizuho setting price target to $1.50. I'm going to presume that they analyzed earnings, but I don't know. Analyzed preliminary results. Who knows? I'm going to really dig into this weekend. Update on arbitration. Let's just see. Let's just see what they said while we're waiting this out. Beyond. Where is the press release? All right. Net revenue expected to be approximately $70 million for the 3 months, in line with company's previous guidance. Gross margin is expected to be in the range of 10 to 11%. Gross margin, that's pretty freaking low. But it's a food product, so $1.7 million of expenses related to the suspension and cessation of activities in China. Excluding these charges, gross margin is expected to be in the range of 12 to 13%. Operating expenses in the range of 41 to 43 million. Company expects to record a non-cash impairment charge for the 3 months related to certain long-lived assets. That's going to make the net income look bad. Did they say how much? The impairment charge is expected to be material. That means it'll be a large amount, but they can't quantify the amount at this time. I mean, that's a pretty big yellow flag. Even though it's a non-cash impairment charge, it has the potential to make bad numbers look even worse. I'm not super thrilled about holding till earnings. But what do I know? I mean, you never know. You never know how excited people are going to get. someone earlier in the chat said they said to you guys about themselves, I might be a buyer if this thing hits 50 cents. Seems like a reasonable place to bet again. 50, 65. Crooked Letta says, what tool was being used that aggregated stock info news? What are we talking about, Crooked? Seb Nutritionist says, do you have a position in Beyond or looking to get into? I talked about Beyond on our Saturday night weekend stock chat. We talked about the float increasing, the shares outstanding increasing, that the short interest would be misreported this week, that the price was so low that all the bad news had probably been priced in at 50, 60 cents, and that there could be a great opportunity for one of these run-ups that we see when something gets oversold like that, especially if people didn't understand the short interest properly, which they didn't. So I got in pre-market on Monday and I sold on Tuesday. I tried to get back in on Wednesday. I was only in for a couple minutes because I have very hard and fast rules. If something turns against me, I get the fuck out. I wasn't about to give back profits that I had made from the 2 days before that. Now, at this point, we're chronicling for educational purposes to see how a fully loaded options chain plays out versus shorts wanting to punch this thing down today. I'm here for the people that have been lied to all week about this is a short squeeze play. Why do I say you're being lied to? Because of this. Where is it? Here we go. This on the bottom right. This has been fact since Monday morning. 397 is the float. 10% is the short interest. Now, you have been lied to all week that the short interest is 60, 70, 80, 90, 100%. Why all those people are lying to you, I don't know. That's for you to go settle with them. The company released press last week telling you exactly what was happening to the float, that the shares would be unrestricted by the 17th. And then people just reimagined the story and have been lying about it for a week. And it pisses me off. So I thought I'd sit here and call them out all day. But we made good money on this early in the week. And as at Tuesday into Wednesday, my message was peel off profits. Don't get stuck. Oh man, the hate I got this week. You're FUD, shut up. Fuck you. All right, fuck me, $2.35. It's not the first time I've been cursed up and down on a ticker when we were reminding you to take some money off. I'm used to it. As I say, it's my lot in life to be hated. I'm the most hated retail trader that's the bestest on your side you've ever seen. For some reason, people hate facts. What is my historic biggest loss and win? Win, I don't take big losses. Win would be probably the AMC squeeze in June of 2021. I've posted the numbers before. I forget how much I'm profited off a small investment. I had some shares and some options, and I added to those options as it started getting legs very early, like in late May. And I don't know, I made maybe $50,000, $60,000 profit on that trade for a few $1,000 investment because, I had highly leveraged bet with options, call options. And I sold them. And I sold them as Matt and Trey were telling people to keep buying call options at higher strikes. And that pissed me off. And I ordered some equipment to start a channel, which I started a month later because they pissed me off. And I wrote them messages and they ignored me. I was like, guys, can we talk? What the fuck are you doing? I'm sure they were getting bombarded. It was no slight against me. I was a nobody, still am a nobody. But that kind of shit pisses me off. Just this unmitigated, no ability to assess risk, just encouraging degenerate behavior made me really mad. My wife and I, in June, were getting ready to go on our honeymoon. Thank you, AMC. Profits help pay for a nice wedding and a nice honeymoon. And all of my equipment that I have here. When I came back, all the boxes were here. I unpacked the camera, unpacked the mic, unpacked the lights, unpacked the stream deck, unpacked the new computer, and I started covering retail stocks. That's the story. And, fair enough. In the beginning, we didn't talk about financials a lot. In the beginning, short interest was high and these companies had a lot of cash. And then things changed. And so our content changed. Also, I realized over time that there were a lot of people not able to read financials, not reading them, thinking this play was bulletproof, a great investment, not risky at all. And then when it didn't work out, they wanted to blame other people. And so you might hear from me now a lot more talk about risk and be careful this, speculative that. I just want to over communicate. Doesn't mean that I hate your play, doesn't mean I'm bearish. There are a lot of people that don't listen very well. So I try to over communicate. You always are responsible for your choices. You can avoid, any risk warnings that I give. Just know that I got to protect myself too, because people do not want to take responsibility for themselves pushing a buy button or not pushing a sell button. You got to own your choices, guys. You're the only one hitting buy and sell. We're just all here sharing opinions. I'm not your CPA. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm just another bro here trying to trade some retail stocks. Dink, I see he's responding to somebody. He's saying, if you're saying you're stuck, that is something only a retail novice trader would say. Yeah, we don't ever get stuck in a play. When something does not go our way, we sell, move on, regroup, learn, and reapply the capital to a better trade. I will take a loss in a heartbeat if something is not going the way that I anticipated it would go. The worst thing you can do is hold all the way till you've lost 90%. Like, there's no honor in holding to zero. There's just not. There's honor in taking care of yourself and your family. There's honor in saying, I fucked up. What did I miss? Who am I listening to that is lying to me about data? How fast can I block those people? How fast can I find a better team of people to surround myself with that genuinely want me to succeed with facts and reasonable analysis instead of hype and lies? I do not. I sold my BYND on Tuesday. Tried to get back in Wednesday for a couple minutes and then immediately got out because it did not go my way very quickly. I said as I was buying it, if we get red candles, I'm immediately out, and I did do that. Anya says, what is the next step after people join the Discord? How do they get in the chat rooms? Remember, on the Discord sign up, there is free Discord at the top. And if you scroll down below it, there are different levels of paid access. The free Discord only gives you access to like 5 rooms. You get some recipes. I think you get access to our financial education room. But we don't talk stocks, you know, it's just daily humor nonsense. If you want the stock talk, then pony up the 16 cents a day and support the channel. Your support helps me pay for the tools, and like literally sitting here 8 hours today for free trying to help you. $5 a month, I think, is not a lot to ask. Anya says, do I still talk to them to give them clearance? Have not been doing that, Anya. Since we switched up the subscription method, there's been too many people coming in the Discord for me to talk to everybody. I've been trying to talk to people that join the VIP. Like, if you're going to have access to my trades, I want to know who you are. What are your expectations? How can I help you? Why do you need to see my trades? I don't want people just copying me. That level of VIP access is for people that really want some more personal communication and coaching, but I don't want people to sign up just to copy my trades. PokeTrain says, how do you know the short interest isn't as high as they say? Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. I don't know what the short interest is, right? Here's what we know. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen, in the bottom right-hand side of the box, it's not got a box around it, I'm sorry, but see where it says 39.59 short interest as of September 15th, right? Let me see if I can make this bigger. How come I can't make it bigger? That's what she said. It's not letting me. Lock, unlock. There we go. 39.59 short interest as of September 30th, all right? I don't know what the short interest is today, but I do know in the top box that 397 million is for sure these shares outstanding. So if you go to Fintel, if you go to Ortex, and they're telling you 39 million short is on 63 million float, therefore the short interest is 60, 70, 80, 100%, that is incorrect because the percentage math doesn't work anymore. The float increased. Therefore, if 39 million were the short interest and 397 is the shares outstanding, then the short interest is 10%. Now, none of us get daily short interest. There'll be an update today after the market closes through September 15th. Sorry, October 15th. So we'll get the short interest number through October 15th at 4 p.m. Eastern today. I don't know if the float will be corrected or not. So we still might have to manually calculate the percentage, but what I know is that people that were piling into this and held on to it, even worse, You held on to it because people were lying. Even the news, Ortex tweeting, Reuters tweeting, Bloomberg putting out articles. Short interest over 100%. That is all lies. I think meant to steal your money. To keep you in the trade longer than you should have been. To keep you buying while they're shorting. Or even selling shares. I mean, look at these bondholders. These bondholders got 316 million shares. You guys think that they want shares? Hell no. They want to dump 316 million shares as for the best price they can. Who do you think was all the sellers on the way up? They're bond traders. They don't want equity. They were forced to take equity for a haircut. Who would benefit the most from promoting a fake short squeeze? You mean bondholders who got shares at a massive loss because they took a haircut and a debt for equity restructuring might benefit if someone lied and pushed the price up under the false premise of 100% short squeeze? Could that happen? Is data and news manipulated to trick you? I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. But I tell you, you might be able to gather what I believe. You might be able to gather why I'm so angry. How you guys were lied to all week. At least we've been here talking about this trade all week since Saturday. We've also been very clear here what the current shares outstanding was. I will always, to the best of my ability, always communicate things to you as I know them. And we have known since Saturday that the shares outstanding was 380, 390 million. And anybody else saying different since Friday has been lying. So they're either dum-dums, they're grifters, engagement baiters, or they're just straight up criminal liars, lying to you on purpose. I don't know which. You guys can go decide. All the data brokers, the data consolidators, the data aggregators, everybody will update their share count. It will happen eventually. It's going to be far too late for you. You guys, these people want to argue with me on Twitter. By the time they figure it out, it's going to be too late. How do I know this? Because this is not our first rodeo. This is not our first time having this exact same conversation. Just a different ticker. Happens a lot, this exact situation. Where the media and the websites lie about the shares outstanding. The float is artificially pushed out a wrong number. At least once or twice a year this happens. Makes me so mad. And then people want to argue with those of us trying to give you good data. What do I think of Capybara? I don't know much about him, honestly. He was not why I got in this play. I did my own DD. I knew it was hot in the news on Friday. I quickly read the news. I saw the debt deal. I saw that the price was 50, 60 cents. And then we talked about it here on Saturday night. I don't think we mentioned Capybara one time. I don't get on Reddit and look for trading ideas. I do my own work. But I know enough that when something has social media momentum and people are likely to not understand the short data, therefore they think there's a short squeeze, that's often enough to create momentum. And even worse, if I believe that institutions are purposely going to lie to people to foster the belief of a short squeeze. Hey, I'll play along for a day. I'll play along for 2 days. By play along, I mean I always provided the correct data. I will play along as in I will ride the momentum up. It's free money for me. Got in Monday morning in pre-market and sold the next day. Spent Tuesday night telling people start taking profits, and all they want to do is Shut up. Fuck you. FUD. All right. Then I hope you sold, at least Wednesday morning. All of y'all who told me to shut up. McSports Lover says, what do you think of the $3 max pain? I was convinced when I started my day today that we would finish close to $3. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Early this morning, I said that I thought we would close to $3, but there was a good chance they could dump it all the way down to this 200 EMA at 230. And it took what? 1, 2, 3. It took 5 hours for them to get it there, but they did. They did the worst thing that I feared. The second worst thing that I fear is they push it down now to $1.90, but I'm going to still hold out the slimmest of hopes that we get a little push up closer to $3, but it's not looking good. I'm going to be honest. There's no willpower to push this thing up. What is my guess now? Dirud says, I'm going to say at this point, 5% chance they push it back up to $3. Highest probability that it trades around here. And I'd say a decent probability that they just obliterate it in the last 30 minutes of the day. Like below $2. Because of the options chain unwinding. I don't know. It's hard to say when there's so many people betting on the puts. But I'm not super optimistic at this point. McSports Lover, the next support that I saw on the hourly and the daily was this $2.30 level, which we talked about this morning. So we had the 50 moving average here, this light green line. We had the 48 EMA, both of them right at 230 on the daily, and the 200 EMA at 230 on the hourly. So this morning I saw that down there and I said, if it craters all the way down there, hopefully that acts as some support, because if it doesn't, it's going to be absolutely brutal if this doesn't hold. So right now we've been here, an hour, and it's holding. Gonna cross my fingers. We got to last 90 more minutes. It's not looking terrible right now for the last almost hour, but look here, we had an hour and then they sold it off. Hello to you from Korea. He says, I'm upset at the people who mock me. I'm not a big fan of anybody mocking retail investors. That is upsetting to me. But why are they mocking you? Like, are you arguing with them about the short squeeze? What are you posting that you bought at $8? Like, why would you go on social media and post that? And where are you going to post that? Don't worry about someone mocking you. If you made a mistake and you're in the red, learn from the mistake and don't repeat it. Really that simple. The biggest problem right now is the amount of people that want to argue using bad data or made up fake data, AI slop. Treetop says, I agree, BYND is going to get obliterated. Thank you, Woodchip. I really want a community of people here that really want to learn. You can enjoy speculating. I like day trading. I like short squeezes. I like meme stocks. I've almost any ticker you can think of out there in the last 4 years that had a social media community. I've either traded the stock for a day or two or months, or watched them and reported on them and shared my thoughts. And my thoughts are often not popular. But I'm just going to give you an example. If you're familiar with BBBYQ or MMTLP, totally communicated in advance what was going to happen to those stocks. BBIG, same thing. GTII, same thing. Finger, FNGR, I predicted the dilution they announced yesterday. I made a video a week ago saying that's coming. It's never popular. People, the pumpers hate me. There's a coordinated effort to try and discredit anybody giving y'all factual information. Oh well, you know, what are you going to do to me? They can't argue with facts, so they just insult, lie. I'm a grown man. You think I care about some random dipshit's opinion or insult? No. QQ Wolfie says, I just want to get rich. I don't have much money to play with. I only play with a couple hundred, couple thousand. Then I would say protect your capital like it is your life. You got to have strict rules, Wolfie. Enter plays early only. If you don't see it early, don't get in the play. There's always another play tomorrow. If you get in a play late, if you ignore that advice and you get in a play late, don't go full size. You got $1,000 and you're jumping in beyond at $5 after it ran up from 50 cents. You got to know the most I'm going to risk on this is $100 of my 1,000 because this play's almost over. But someone told me it's going to 100. Stop listening to social media. These people are idiots. So, number one, get in early. Number two, size your entry to the risk of the trade. If you're coming in late, you got to scale back. And then number three is have an exit plan before you buy. If it goes up 100%, I'm out. If it goes up 200%, I'm out. If it goes up 20% and then turns, I'm out. If I get in and it starts going down for the next 15 minutes, I'm out. Whatever your rules are, set those rules, write them down, and follow those rules relentlessly, unemotionally. Don't second guess yourself. Because you got to protect your capital and you got to have a plan to capture profits. If you got a plan to capture profits and minimize losses, then all you got to do is find a first or second base hit on a frequent basis. You don't need a big account to start with. Just don't lose it all on one trade because you listen to some dummy on Reddit who cannot explain market mechanics, who's creating these stories written by Grok that are completely false. Oh, there's a bunch of them out there this week. I've seen it. I know what is written by Grok because these people have no clue what they're talking about. And it's easy to tell an AI slop story because it gets all of the market mechanics incorrect. It can't read a filing correctly. And it regurgitates this fantastical fan fiction story. It's all lies. Woodchip says, what trading platform do I use? The bulk of my trades are in a LLC that I set up on Fidelity, but I have accounts on just about every broker. Sometimes I'll use Webull for pre-IPO Chinese stocks. Not lately, but there was a time we would use Webull just for that. We could get access to pre-IPO Chinese pump and dumps. This is Webull, but I don't typically use it for trading. And then our other good friend, Mediocre Trader, he's a big believer in Thinkorswim. I have a Thinkorswim account. I'm not as proficient as using it as I probably should be. But he's a big believer in that one, especially for options traders. So my general advice is just get a large, decent broker. Schwab, Thinkorswim, Fidelity, IKBR, or is it IBKR? Interactive brokers, you know what I mean. Don't be mucking around with these little yuckity yucks like Cash App. Or Webull's okay, I guess, but for sure, if you can get in a big broker, you're going to have more safety and less nonsense when it comes to some of these weird corporate actions. MC says, are you able to tell us your position size, large or small? I have no position in Beyond. I got in Monday pre-market and I exited on Tuesday. And then I tried to get back in on a smaller position Wednesday, small, because it's trading at $6, right? I'm not gonna take the same entry at $6 as I got at 60 cents. That's stupid. What if I'm wrong? What if it goes against me? I took a small trade on Wednesday. It immediately started going against me and I immediately exited that trade. I'm not going to give back my gains. Sorry. What brokers allow 4 a.m. trading? Robinhood has 24-hour trading now. Webull has 24-hour reporting. I don't know if since I don't trade on Webull, I don't know if they have 24-hour trading. One of the downsides of Fidelity, I haven't tried to do any 24-hour trading, but one of the downsides to Fidelity is I was always like stuck not being able to do trades till like 7 a.m. my time. So sometimes, depending on the trade, I might move money over to Webull and do pre-market trading. I don't know about 24-hour trading on Webull, though. If you're going to be a pre-market day trader, you definitely want to find a broker that offers 24-hour trading or early doors. Look, if you just want to do pre-market trading, get IKBR or Webull. IBKR. I keep on saying IKBR. Interactive brokers. I'm just going to say the name of it. Schwab does. Thank you, Craig. Schwab is like my slush fund account. I have money. I don't even know what I have in that account. Probably some GameStop. I rarely log into it. What do I think about the Beyond meme token on Solana? Don't know about it. Don't care. Not a fan. Yeah, look at that. Am I going to be right, guys? Is it going to close close to $3? It is on the way up. Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious? If we dropped all the way down to 2 and then it runs all the way back up to $3. The suspense is killing me. Yeah, Dink E-Trade is not bad. When my kid, my youngest, entered college or even in high school, I set him up with the E-Trade account. I used E-Trade for decades when they first started out, but I don't have an account right now. Nothing against them. Like I said, I set my kid up with one. Manolito, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Dater Verkstaden. Good afternoon. Karina says 109% of this stock is shorted. Karina, you've been here all day, right, Karina? I mean, I want to be nice here. I want to be respectful. We had this up on the screen all morning. What's it say in the bottom left? 109% of this stock is most definitely not shorted. Whoever's telling you that is a damn liar, a fool, a charlatan, a grifter, or a dum-dum. Dink, I did start, if you're asking me, I did start an account on Robinhood just to experience it. I have it's a very small amount, under $1,000. Just to play around, because I like to see when people bitch about stuff, what they're seeing. I've been buying my extra GameStop warrants on Robinhood. Trend Reader, thank you for the sub. But why though? Says I sold a quarter of my shares at $7. Probably shouldn't have been so greedy. Oh, you mean like you should have sold more than a quarter? Okay, we've all been there, ladies and gentlemen. I made a lot of money, like I said, in AMC in June of 2021 on call options, and then I had some shares, and then after it came down I bought some more shares, and then you know the story. For the next 2 years after that, it mostly went down, and I had opportunities to dump those shares, but what I thought that we were going to get another short squeeze. Didn't happen. Sometimes we just got to learn the hard way. And then you say to yourself, I'll never make that effing mistake again. What did I get wrong? Who did I ignore? What information did I think I knew better than? Like I said, I don't always get everything perfect, but once I screw up, I'm not going to repeat the same mistake. Not for myself, and certainly not with you guys. That often makes my material here unpopular, because we actually learn and then apply it. It's not buy every day, any price, buy and hold no matter what, diamond hands, forever position. No. New info, change your plan. Better news, bad news, assimilate, evaluate. And then if you need to change your plan, you change your plan. It's not that big a deal. Protect your capital, God damn it. Put yourself in a position to maximize profits and minimize gains. Craig says, what would be a good entry point, if any, for Beyond? We're thinking 50 cents, Craig. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to do a deep dive this weekend. I don't know. I haven't evaluated. Got a lot of analysis. I've got earnings calls I need to listen to, analyst reports to read, a proxy statement to evaluate, some dilution calculations to do. Sub to the channel and hit the alerts. And when I find a good price to come back in on Beyond, I'll let you know. That is the top plan for this weekend. And then what was that other one that we were looking at? Poet Technologies. That one looked like maybe worth looking at this weekend too. Woodchip says, got my butt whipped by not taking profits when I hit my mark and drank the Kool-Aid. If you got out in the green and you learned something, consider it a win. There's going to be a lot of people that never get out with a profit on this play.
Yeehaw!
Look into CNC, Supa says. Oh, Lordy. Healthcare. All right. All right. I am tired, you guys. Canada Nickel Company. Okay. Is that does it trade in the US? Canada. CNIKF. It's kind of like Railtown. It trades on our OTC market, huh? $0.81 USD. All right, I got to go turn on the AC because it's been really cool here in the mornings, but I'm starting to sweat here now. So give me a second. It gets hot in Texas, even in October, late October. I don't have any windows open, which I should have, but I'm going to go turn on the AC. I'll be right back. All right, all right. Mr. Woodchip, welcome. Thank you for supporting the channel. Here for it says if it closes 10% in the red, SSR gets activated again. That might be true, but it's not really going to matter. Someone was asking me earlier today, Tony, what websites do you monitor to see about SSR? I don't, because I haven't found it to be useful, knowing if SSR is activated or not. They want to short it, they're still going to short it. It just got to short it on an uptick. So good to know, but it's not going to change anything. What is a good resource for short interest? The problem with short interest, Burry, is it's only published twice a month. And then all of the data aggregators report it. You could look, I mean, plenty of sources are available where you could get that data. Let's see. This is the FINRA.org website for short interest reporting. It tells you the dates. So due date and publication date. We're at October 24th. There'll be a publication today for short interest through October 15th. And then the next one won't be till November 11th, and that'll be through October 31st. There's always this annoying lag, and nobody really has up-to-date short interest data. I don't know that that exists. There are companies that try to estimate it through contacts they have at lenders, and by monitoring various cost to borrow rates, they can estimate. Ortex is pretty good at estimating. The problem that I hate with Ortex is when a corporate action occurs, like what happened here, that they did not update the shares outstanding. And then you get this problem of they have accurate short interest data from September 30th, but the float is no longer accurate, and people will just repost, oh, Ortex says it's 70% short. We got them on the ropes. Ortex says short interest is even increasing. It's 100% shorted. Ortex is not telling you the float increased to 390 million shares. And you're maybe 10% short, 15, 20. That's the problem. A lot of these sites are horrible at processing corporate actions unless they're on a 10Q. A debt for equity swap, it just goes, their AI bot completely misses it. And then they have no accountability to us, no responsibility to correct the data. They just put a disclaimer on their website. Don't trust anything you see on this website. We, absolve ourselves of any errors or omissions. It's ridiculous. Like I was saying this morning, the only site that is responsible, diligent, accurate, even responsive to us that I've found so far is dilutiontracker.com. Now, they don't report short interest, to my knowledge, but they do report the accurate float. They had the right data on BYND on Monday morning. See up here at the top, float and outstanding shares. I posted this early in the week. Float 393. You know how many people said this is wrong? A lot said it's wrong because they don't want the truth out there. Dilution tracker, in my book, they're bulletproof for accuracy. And not only do you have this up here, look at the dilution chart. You can see the shares outstanding went from 76 to 397. This is including insider shares, obviously, right? We're not talking free float. We're just talking shares outstanding, 397. I mean, that kind of smacks it home. There's going to be a lot more shares to borrow in a float increase like that, huh? They have all other sort of good stuff here if you pay for a membership info. For most of y'all, this stuff doesn't matter. Shelf offerings, ATMs, warrants, convertible notes. For someone like me that's doing a deep dive and in maybe a troubled company trying to understand any dilution risk, this is a vital tool. But doesn't tell us short interest. Nowhere tells us that except FINRA and NASDAQ. Come on, damn you. Go to $3 for these people. Let's see how the options chain looks here. On call side, we got a lot of loading. Look at all this freaking money people just burned because of pumpers on social media. Look at this. $15, 40,000. Ridiculous. $27, $59, $30, $38, $13, $36, $20. This is just astonishing amount of wasted money. But I know people that made a buttload buying options early. I should have done that and sold them Wednesday morning. That was the trade. Not me. I didn't do that. I wasn't that smart this time. I barely woke up in time Monday morning in pre-market to open my eyes and buy the shares. Open interest on puts. We got 73,000 at 2, 59,000 at $1.50, 67. I mean, clearly they don't want it to go this low, but maybe 250 is the new number instead of 3, where they want it to close. Yeah, the money technically was not wasted. You just transferred it to a more interested party, a more informed party. Someone earlier this week, when the stock was trading around 6 or 7, asked me, Tony, what should I do about my $4 covered calls that I sold? And I remember having that conversation on Wednesday saying, I know the stock is up there right now, but I think there's a good chance if you hold those $4 covered calls, you might be able to keep your shares and the premium. I'm hoping that he found that magic point where he made money on the calls, was able to sell them, get out from under the trade, and dump his shares. But it ended up maybe being a good trade. What you wouldn't want to do is hold on to $4 calls and then ride the stock down to 50 cents, right? Two Bum Bun says, think of all the money you ever lost as a charitable donation fund for the Wall Street Trader Yacht Fund. Oh man, that would make me mad thinking of my money like that. Probably some of my money's buying furniture to furnish Ken Griffin's new dining room down there at that mansion he's building in Miami. Now, what are you going to do? We learn and we don't make the same mistakes. That's all. Or his fifth mistress, yeah. All right, I'm going to stand up. Let me adjust my desk here. Can only sit so many hours a day, and then it's not healthy. We got Lord Shinumbra says, I bought some Beyond Meat, grilled it up to put my money where my mouth is, and it actually tastes good. Kind of shocked. Yeah, I thought I had tried some Beyond Meat, but apparently I just tried the Impossible Nuggets, which is not the same thing. So there were some people asking me if I would dare eat a Beyond Meat burger. I might try it. I'm not highly motivated to try it, but y'all want to send me some in the mail, maybe I'll try it. You'd probably be so sick of Beyond Meat by the time it gets here that you don't want to watch me eat a burger. Elwin, what's up, amigo? Long time no see. He says, what happened to the EV stocks? Under the previous administration, there was a push for EV, and the current admin, Elon, has influence for EVs, but yeah, Aspen and ChargePoint are struggling. We were looking into Aspen, and then the administration threw us a curveball. Woo! But EVs themselves, I don't know if you remember us having the conversation a couple years back when I first started covering them all and test driving them all. I said, you know your favorite EV companies, this whole bunch of them we got? Look to the left, look to the right. Two of them won't be here in a couple years. It's just not fast enough adoption, first of all, for them to be profitable. And the government under the previous administration might have been incentivized to incentivize people through tax breaks or, you know, whatever incentives to purchase. But the current administration doesn't seem so, and there's just not a demand from the American people to support the amount of EVs out there. So the only one that I will consider dabbling in is Tesla. All the rest, I'll watch them. They have fantastic cars, test driven, all of them. Not investable stocks. I wish they were. I wouldn't mind having one of the cars too. Any of them. Rivian, Polestar, Lucid. I know one of y'all saying, what about Mullen, Tony? Would you have one of those? Hell no. Hell no. Do they even make a Mullen? Think I want to be driving around a little tiny van? I drove in one of those vans when they came here. The things are tiny, man. I got a duck to get in it. CJ says, beyond to the moon. Let's go, CJ. You think? Oh, we need to update. Do we need to update this? Beyond, I say here, beyond free float is now 372. Let's check something. It says shares outstanding 397, public float 383. I'm just going to leave this. This is close enough. You get the point, right? The main point is the float is not 63 million. The short interest is not 100%. This thing is not going to the moon, CJ, because people have been lying to you about the short interest. But it was a fantastic momentum trade the first 3 days of this week. Fantastic momentum trade. All right. 1 hour warning, ladies and gentlemen. One hour warning. McSports Lover says, if Beyond is not going to the moon, where do you think the price action leads to? I'm going to do a deep dive this weekend, looking at the expected financials that they're going to report, looking at the upcoming shareholder vote prospectus, looking at their revenue and net income trends, looking at the risk of any future dilution, looking at the cash need and cash flows, carefully considering any input from analysts, although I will make up my own mind based on my read of the data. And then I'll let you know Saturday or Sunday when I get all of that done. I'm going to be reading 10 Qs. I'm going to be listening to earnings calls, analyst reports, reading all of the debt documents from last week, reading the prospectus for November. It's not a quick or easy. It's not a quick task, and it's not an easy answer. Where is Beyond going to go? For all I know, it could go to $5, $6, or it could go to 50 cents, or it could go to zero. I have no opinion past this week, which was just a momentum trade that ended on Wednesday. And now we reassess for next week and longer term. I think over the next few days, you're going to find out the real short interest and the real float as it percolates out to the data aggregators. And then all those people that have been lying to you all week, they're all going to disappear. Or just act like they never lied to you about the short interest. I don't mind anybody being excited about a high short interest. You should be excited about a high short interest. But when they lie to you about these short interests because they don't read the filings, or they read it like all the people I've been interacting with X, they know damn well what it says, and they still lie because they're trying to argue with me by using Grok, which ain't going to work. It just points out that they are idiots. Those people that lie, that is not cool. Be excited about legit short interest, fine. Lie about the actual short interest in a trade like this, not cool. Not cool in my book. So we'll see. We'll see what the analysis over the weekend tells us, and I'll put a video out. Mehmet says, why do they call the Beyond as a meme stock on some of the news? The same news that lies to you about the short interest, saying it's 80, 90, 100% when it's actually closer to 10. That is a great question to be asking. Why? Why are they lying? You think Reuters doesn't know what the shares outstanding is? Do you think they don't know about the corporate actions last week? They all reported on it, right? All of these, Bloomberg, Yahoo, Reuters, all of the pumpers on social media, everybody reported on the recapitalization and the 8Ks, the press releases at the end of last week. Everybody knew. We all had access to the same information. Only certain people decided to lie about it. Why did the news lie? You should ask that question. To steal from you? To provide cover so the bondholders who took a haircut on the debt for equity swap could get a profitable exit? I could come up with a lot of theories. None of them work in your favor. There was a lot of incentive by Wall Street to lie to you all week. And it was propped up and pushed by pumpers on social media and X. And you should hold them all accountable for lying. You're going to find out. It's just a matter of days before the brokers, Fintel, everybody's going to update the shares outstanding and drop the short interest, and they're going to act like this week never even happened. They never got the data wrong. They've been lying to you all week. I told you this on Saturday, what they would do. Ortex is complicit and at the center of this misinformation because all the news sources picked up on it, and they were, even worse, they were retweeting their own false data. Like I could get, hey, nobody was in the office. We didn't realize a filing dropped. We were in the Hamptons. It's a small shop. Sorry, we didn't update the shares outstanding. No. They retweeted their own misinformation throughout the week. I find that reprehensible, Ortex. They knew exactly what they were doing. They kept retweeting it till the news picked it up. It is almost criminal in my book. Yeah, and then saying it's fueled by social media and retail. Bullshit. That volume was not fueled by social media and retail. You were just the people that got dunked on. To Bumba say, yeah, he's saying the same thing I'm saying. They hyped Beyond to help their bondholder friends. These bondholders last week in that press release, the investor relations, the 8K, the company told you very clearly what's going to happen. The bondholders took a haircut. That means they lost a bunch of money. They agreed to forgive debt in exchange for some new notes and some shares that were valued at 50 cents. They took a haircut. They took a loss. Who is most incentivized then to lie about the short interest and pump a short squeeze? I don't have any evidence to prove it, but I would think that a bondholder that just took a massive loss and was sitting on 316 million shares would have a pretty good incentive to foster a fake propaganda campaign about a 100% short squeeze. Follow the money. Did anybody promoting this stock have ties to Wall Street, finance world? Capybara, a finance guy? Does he know any of these bond holding firms that took a haircut? I don't know. I suspect everybody though. It was a coordinated lying campaign. Thomas says, how do you explain all the halts? The halts are pre-programmed in by the exchange based on a certain percentage change in the stock price in a certain time frame. And there was peak optimism and then peak selling that caused halts on the way up and the way down on Wednesday. And other days when there weren't. I mean, it was surprising to me. I was thinking about that Tuesday night. Surprised that we had 2 massive days of run-ups, but the velocity was never straight up. We never got halts. It was just enough momentum to not trigger a halt. Could some institution create enough orders to trigger a halt to scare you? Probably they could. The exchange is not trying to scare you. The exchange just has hard-coded rules. It all depends on the percentage change of the stock. So if someone's massively selling or massively buying, they can create a halt. I don't know if they do that on purpose or not. I don't have access to every market participant's orders or intentions. We can only speculate. And I would not argue with you whatever you believe, because how do I know? Yeah, AWS was broken too. We had that on top. The evil hedgies got in there and they screwed with AWS. I don't know. Anya says, so it's not a meme stock, it's a bondholder-driven heist. That's a great title for a video wrapping this whole week up, Anya. Beyond Meat, bondholder heist. I like it. Anya says, Tony, you need to go on CNBC and shout from the rooftops. I already got enough death threats, Anya. I don't need more. I don't need the fucking institutions coming after me. The same people that robbed the Louvre. Yeah. No, I do not have shares. I bought pre-market Monday. I sold on Tuesday. I tried to re-enter Wednesday and had to immediately exit because it did not go my way. A5 says, can anyone tell me what is supposed to happen when the market closes above $2? I'm not sure what you mean. It means most people will be down 18 to 20% if they were long and held throughout the day. Not much else happens. And then we reassess next week. Next week's a new week, a new options chain. New DD will be shared throughout the week and across the land. Come, young traders. I need a Pied Pipe. Follow me. We got the shorts on the rope. This was only, what was some of the phrases they were using? It's just a float expansion. Wait for the reflexivity to kick in. All this fake AI slop story. The shares are not... They're restricted until October 31st. You just don't understand. Hold. Diamond hands. It's a bunch of nonsense. But it'll be all through. I want you guys to spend this weekend calling these people liars. They are liars. Go read last week's press releases, please. From the company. You don't need anybody to reinterpret it for you. I tell you about hidden market mechanics. It's all fictional stories. Leon says, should I buy the dip? I might buy dips around 50 cents, Leon. I don't know what you should do. Yeah, Fintel still shows 63% short interest. All of them will. You know who doesn't? MarketWatch has the right data. All they have to do is update these shares outstanding, but their data provider, Fintel, Chart Exchange, all your brokers, all of them getting data from the same place. That data source, probably Dow Jones data provider. You know, the Dow has a whole data providing service. They have not gone through last week's filings to parse them with their AI and properly update the share count. Until they do that, these guys are so dumb, some of these data providers. They wait for a 8K or a 10Q or a prospectus. They can't read a debt for equity swap press release. That's not a filing for them to read. So they don't update the shares outstanding. And then you have all these websites giving you incorrect short interest unless they manually intervened and updated their data. And I've been on Ortex's ass all week. No answer. They know better. Trust me, guys. They're not stupid. This is all done on purpose. If MarketWatch can get it right, if Dilution Tracker can get it right, you don't think Chart Exchange and Fintel and Ortex can get it right? Of course they can. They're choosing not to. You're being lied to on purpose. No one's raising a ruckus. You're believing the people that lie instead because it sounds better. A5 says, I don't understand the situation with puts and shorts. Aren't they supposed to cover? So most puts will be closed out, Arlo, before the market closes. If I bought a put, and I did not, I'm beyond, but if I bought a put and I was in the money, I would close about 3:45, 4:45 Eastern. Sorry, 3:45 Eastern, 2:45 my time. I would close before the market closes or whenever I thought I could maximize locking in the gains on my put. I don't want to exercise the put. I just want my money. Give me my profits. Do the shorts need to close? Yes, at some point, some of them will close. We were anticipating that at some point there'll be the price will fall so far that you'll see a bump up where there's noticeable shorts covering. That, for me, that's probably, down around $1 or $1.50 if I had to guess. Probably not till next week. Why do they need to cover right now? Someone tell me why they need to cover. There's no pressure pushing the price up. The longer they're holding, the more money they're making. And if they're well capitalized, if they have plenty of collateral and they're looking at the proxy for November and saying the float is going to explode even more when this company issues more shares, they might just keep their short position. I don't know. I haven't read the proxy in depth enough to know, but that's what I've been told. Tony, you need to read this proxy. There's massive dilution coming. I don't know. I haven't read it. Khalid says it will raise Monday like mad. I mean, to be fair, Khalid, next week's a new week. Anything could happen. But what? You better have some news. You better have some news that force shorts to decide to get out. Otherwise, why would they? Remember, everybody that has been telling you that there is 80, 90, 100% short interest, they have been lying to you all week. And it really makes me mad, which is why I live streamed all day today. I'm tired of staying up late arguing with these dipshits on X. I don't even dare go on Reddit. I don't even want to see. I'll probably give myself a aneurysm. My wife at night, she's like, why do you even care? I was like, because people are going to lose their ass. That's why I care. Just put your phone down. Quit arguing with people on X. I'm not arguing. I'm sharing facts. They're arguing. I don't like your facts, Tony. Quit quoting a filing. Read my Grok re-summary. It's beautiful fiction. It predicts a massive short squeeze eclipsing even GameStop. Yeah, all based on a false premise. Incorrect float, wrong short interest. Great story, bruh. Khalid says, wait till Monday. Khalid, I hope we see you Monday evening. I hope you're right, too. I mean, I'd love to see some of y'all get your money back. And I will say, next week's a new week. It's anybody's game. But I would think you'd need some catalyst news over the weekend to really get a sustained move up on Monday. Right now, all I can tell you is everything you've been told all week is false. Therefore, this price rundown is fully expected. I've been saying expect this since Tuesday evening. I understand it's not a popular message. I'm just reading the filings and telling you what the data providers are not showing you yet, but you will figure it out when they update, and then you'll probably never come back. I hate people that are right. I don't like factual data. He didn't tell me what I wanted to hear. But one by one, we are building up an army of reasonable people truly looking to understand the data to optimize their entries and exits. That's who I want here. Not the dreamers, not the people that believe the bullshit. I don't want... If you're not ready to take some ownership for understanding what is false data, then, you know, maybe this is not the year for you to be on this channel, but one day you'll come back. You know how many people I've had come back and say, Tony, I really hated you last year, but I learned the hard way that you're usually right. And then there's the other ones that are just too proud to say it and they never come back, or they get blocked because they can't communicate like an adult. RA, what happened with markets with May? You know, we had her on the show about 10 days ago, RA. We were talking about Webull. I asked her to come on and talk about it because Mediocre had been asking me for weeks to analyze Webull, and I did my best, but analyzing financial company financials is difficult, far more difficult than a company selling goods or services. And May really is good at that stuff. And so I asked her to come on and just look at the financials with us and give us her stream of consciousness. And so she did. She's big into SoFi. I know that. I'm in a SoFi group I see her commenting on it every day. A little private trading group where people, it's like any community where people just share information, thoughts, news. So she's always been a big advocate and believer in SoFi. Still is. But I just don't interact with her on a regular basis. Not for any reason other than just hasn't been anything to talk about. If I ever needed her for something, or if she ever needed me for something, I'm sure either one of us would be happy to help the others out. It was funny, the time that she came on a couple weeks ago to talk about Webull, she actually wrote me a message and said, "Hey, Tony, it's been so long since I've published content on my YouTube channel. They're going to demonetize me. If you don't do any content for like a year, they're not going to turn off your channel. They just stop giving you any payment." And I said, "Well, May, funny you should mention that. We've been talking, me and Mediocre, about having you on the show for a while to talk about Webull. What do you think about that?" She's like, "Yeah, let's do it." So that's how that happened. I had already been talking about having her on with Mediocre and you guys. She didn't know that. And then she reached out to me about her channel, going a year without any content. I was like, well, good timing. Let's do this. Chickpea says, how much is Discord? There is a link that pops up every few minutes, every 30 minutes or so in the chat from Streamlabs here. And it will say join the Discord, and you can click on that and it'll show you at the top of that page how to get in the Discord for free, which anybody is welcome to do. But it is limited access. There's not really, that's just a hangout. Share some jokes, political news, maybe a little bit of educational stuff. If you want to, be in discussions on the 200 tickers that we have in there, 100, whatever it is, then you need to pick one of the, scroll down to the paid section. I think the cheapest is $5, which is what, 16 cents a day. I'm pretty sure you'll either save that money or make that money back on your next trade. Zachary says you could bring her on to ask her what she thinks the bondholders will do to hedge the AMC vote. You know who I'm... Oh, and that other bond guy, Sparky. Yeah, Sparky and I have been talking a lot. I am obsessed with figuring out what the bondholders are going to do. And I know he doesn't know all the answers, but I come up with a lot of conspiracy theories, like what if they're going to do this? What if they're going to do that? And he helps me see if any of those theories make sense. Like, could they legally and logically do that? What's their motivation? After the AMC Q3 earnings call, we'll talk more about that because it's going to be germane to the vote in December. But rather than heap on a bunch of conspiracy news and what people might say is, oh, Tony's just fudding, let's let the Q3 news get out and speak for itself, good or bad, and then we can have the vote conversation and the bondholder conversation. Don't think I'm not working on that every day. I for sure am. I would like to get a trade back in AMC when I think I have everybody figured out. When I think I know what Sean Goodman's going to recommend, when I think I've forecasted the cash flows for the next 5 quarters, when I think I've reasonably forecasted the box office through the end of 2026 by quarter, and when I think I know what the bondholders are likely to do, Then we can map out our optimal trading strategy. When is the optimal time to buy AMC? That's a lot to think about, huh? It's not just buy every day and hold. There could be a profit potential here, but I think you got to be really thinking well beyond what most people are looking at. Anya says, I don't see what you're describing in the Discord. It is the link that keeps on getting put up here. Hang on, Anya. Let me just drop the link. Let me open up Discord up here. It's not something you can see unless you go to the description of this video. Server settings, invites. No, where is it? Promo page. Here we go. All right. Try this, Anya. Or anybody that's interested in seeing the sign up page. Oh, it looks like the cheapest is $9.99. Not bad. Inflation. If we had a flood of new members, I might lower the price for next year. But I'm just trying to pay for my tools. And, you know, we lost a lot of people. When I said I sold AMC, they're like, oh, no, we don't want any part of this fact-based stuff. If you're going to sell and wait for a good entry, I'm out of here. I know better. And as the number of people dropped out of the server, I had to increase the price. But if we were flooded with new members, I could probably offer a discount, especially if you did an annual membership. Sherman says, I have 791 shares in Beyond at $7.49, down 3.3K. Price action now at 228. I was told I should look into covered call for some recoveries. Yes, I like that strategy, Sherman. If you're determined to hold, selling covered calls, especially when the implied volatility is high. Let's just say, and we love the wheel strategy here. We love, I can't say, you know, if holding Beyond, if it, let's say it drops to 50 cents, you're going to lose $2 more a share, Sherman. Can you make $2 a share selling options? That's the question. You're in at 749, so you probably want to sell your covered call at a strike above that, which for next week, you're only going to make 10 cents. That's $10 for every 100 shares. So you're going to make $300. But if it drops $2, you're going to lose, oh, you have 790 shares. So you can sell 7 options. You're going to make $70. But if it drops $2, you're going to lose $1,400. Doesn't seem like a good trade. We want to own shares and sell covered calls on a stock which has high volatility and which we believe is a safe hold. And I don't know that BYND is a safe hold. If it craters in price next week, there's no amount of option premium you could sell to recover the losses you're going to make up. You're going to lose on your shares. That's the problem. Hopefully you see what I mean. And I do have some basic videos on the wheel strategy. And the very basic, very first intro video says, do not do this selling cash secured puts or selling covered calls on a stock you're not willing to own. And that means you need to vet the trade for safety in case you get stuck with the ticker. You don't want to be trying to sell covered calls on a ticker that's the bottom's falling out of, because you can't sell enough calls to make up for that. If it stabilizes at $2 or $3 and you want to sell covered calls at $4 strike, for a little higher premium, you could do that. But now you're making $10 more. You make $20 per 100 shares. And if it runs up to 5, now you just lost your shares for $4. I mean, it's you're stuck in an awkward spot. I'd probably, if it was me, I'd probably just take my lumps and find a better ticker to wheel trade on. Or if you are a firm believer in BYND Meat and you plan on holding it for 2 years no matter what, then just hold it and sell the covered calls. And over time, $140 per week, selling 7 covered calls for 10 cents each, $70 a week. You'll slowly recoup some of your losses if it stays flat. What's the guarantee in that? Selling covered calls can be stressful, RA says, but here's how I look at it. Like, if I've got a stock that I bought for $10 and I look at the chart and I look at the historical volatility of that chart, and it's rarely gone over $12, and I don't see any news in the future that's going to skyrocket it, I might sell a $12 call. And that's just free money. And if it runs up from 10 to 12, then I just let my shares go, because I made 20% on the shares plus however many weeks I sold the calls. We want a high IV because we want to maximize. We're tying up money owning the shares, right? So we want a high IV to get the maximum premium from selling those calls. You don't want to be doing this on a boring stock where you're just making pennies. But that uncertainty is kind of what RA is talking about. When it's higher IV, that usually means higher volatility in the stock too. You gotta really know what you're doing, or be around a good team to help you talk through this. And a lot of times we do this on Sunday afternoons. You could either drop a note in the general stock chat, or send me a DM, or join one of the voice chats where we kind of strategize out what's the ticker to own next week, what has the highest IV, what's the safest ticker to own combined with the IV. Do we buy shares and immediately sell covered calls, or do we just sell cash secured puts and then see if we get an entry later? I mean, there's so many ways to play it.
Tom4S03 donated €2.49 through Super Chat. Hey man, I like your honesty, chill vibes. Less than 3.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate you, man. Where are you at? You're in the UK, I take it, right? Khalid says, is there some upcoming news? Yes, Khalid. There is earnings, I think, on November 4th, and then there's a shareholder vote. The proxy is already out. You should spend this weekend reading it and understanding in painful detail what every proposal means. And if you don't have time or the education to do that, I will be providing a video over the weekend to help steer you in the right direction. Not trading advice, but what does the filing mean? Sorry, loud noises. RA says, if it falls below 2, will you be looking for reentry? I think for me, the safety spot is like 50 cents, RA, 50, 60. I might have to wait a week. And I don't even know if it'll get that low. I don't know. I won't know until I do my deep dive this week. What's the future look like for Beyond Meat? I have no opinion. This was only a swing trade week based on an opportunity we identified Saturday night. Thank you to whoever brought the ticker up, because we looked into it. I quickly assessed the situation and I said, Monday morning, this could be a really good trade. Two Bun Bun says, will the market sell on news of rate cuts next week, next Wednesday? I think that in general, I normally expect the market to go up on rate cuts. Keith says, everybody cut your losses and buy ASST. I can't give them trading advice, Keith, because whatever I say, people are going to come back and try and blame me. You know how it goes. That is a nice end of day run. Look at that. Volume out of nowhere, price moving up. Love it. On no news. Unbelievable. Be careful. Be careful, Keith. The no news run-ups are what really scare me. Chris says, I'm pretty sure he was the one that brought it up. Well, I applaud you, sir. You helped a lot of people get exposure to this and make some money. These are, you know, these bankruptcy-ish plays. Typically, I stay far away from them. But I've been watching a bunch of them lately, like Wolf Speed did some reporting on that. And I keep on telling myself, you know, we're getting pretty good at predicting what's going to happen here. And there's obviously a lot of people interested in playing these. Why not just risk a little bit on this one? And after a bit of quick analysis Saturday night of the filings on Friday and anticipating how people were going to internalize that news, seemed like a pretty slam dunk to give this one a shot. I was not as brave as Chris to put in enough money to make $14,000. Not my style. A few more successes like this where we can predict it pretty well. This was not just a short squeeze play. This was more of a bankruptcy, recapitalization, distressed debt, out of court restructuring play. It was not a short squeeze. I know that sounds shocking to you. It was heavily shorted last week, for sure, because they knew of the recapitalization and that there would be a jillion shares available on Monday, that the short interest would drop. They knew what they were doing. Two Bum Bum says ASST is up on some dude claiming to have taken a $1 million position. What is it? What is it with these people coming out of nowhere? Remember the guy on Open Door? Comes out of nowhere. He's a fintech bro, a financial bro. Comes out of nowhere. Wall Street. Probably previous hedge fund manager. Oh, I believe in open. I'm going to go stand on Drake's front door or Usher or whoever the fuck. Ice-T, Ice Pain, I don't know. He stood on someone's doorstep. I'm going to talk about open every day on the curb until he buys it. That guy comes out of nowhere like Open Jesus. And then we got BYND. We got another finance bro that comes out of nowhere. Capybara, BYND Jesus. They're all trying to emulate Roaring Kitty. I'm not a cat. I'm not a capybara. These guys, I think they have just identified a model that works on tweaking retail's buttons. They know what to say now. The menu has been laid out, the step-by-step, how to become a role model, post some big position, go public, say the right things, diamond hands, we're never leaving, short squeeze, blah, blah, blah. It helps if you have some fake news like the short interest on BYND. This will not be the last of the shit stock Jesuses. There's going to be more because they found a pattern that works. Saeed Chowdhury, thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh, we're getting cratered. Remember I said last 30 minutes you could see the options chain hedging unwind, tank this thing. 12 minutes, we could end up below $2 in 12 minutes. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen on a ticker. I hate seeing this. I hate seeing this for anybody who's still holding. Chris is calling it 199 close. $208. Zachary says, Tony, what do you use to see the options chain unwinding? Just experience, Zachary. Watched it on many plays on a Friday where people had overhyped the options chain. And what happens is if you have a massive amount of call options, and let's say those call options were sold by a market maker, and we know that the market maker holds a certain amount of shares to hedge their risk, right? Because they want to keep delta neutral. But if the price starts going down, the delta changes, and that market maker who's been holding shares in their inventory as protection in case the price went up, he doesn't need that hedge anymore. So he's not betting against you. He's just doing normal delta adjustments, which means unloading shares from his inventory, selling into the open market. And that it becomes a self-fulfilling end of day price drain. Ricardo, why don't you shoot me a message or drop in the chat which tickers in particular you're referring to. I don't know if you're talking about the quantum stocks. There's like 3 of them that have that in the name, or are you talking about quantum computing? And in particular, I'd need to know which tickers, because I don't have a general comment other than I'm a fan of AI. And even if Ryan Cohen is not, I'm a fan of AI. All right, we're getting a little recovery here. $2.15, $2.15. Bandana, what's up?
Yeehaw!
Treetop says, could have bought $3 Beyond puts at open for 20 cents and sold for 80 cents. The only ticker that we were talking in Discord about buying puts on this week was Finger. Last night, I brought it up. It's now down 8%. That would have been a good trade too. Let's see what these, I don't know how high the IV is on them. $1.50 put. Let's say $1.50 put. Not enough volume on them really to even make it worth it. We'll come back and look at that next week. Implied volatility is high. Why am I picking on Finger? I swing trade Finger from time to time. I like to buy it around $1, but they just announced a massive at the market offering. And then the pumpers went out in full force yesterday, drove the price up, live streamed it last night, drove the price up. I was laughing in Discord last night. Messages are still there. Laughing at how dumb these people are, the pumpers, and the people that believe them. Thanks for your DD. Thanks for the 1 hour TA. Completely wrecked today. Sad. I'll buy Finger around $1 maybe after the dilution's done, and then wait for the next pump from these pumpers. There's nothing redeeming about the company. It's just they hire paid promoters, and all you got to do is get on board at the right time. Zachary says, if you pay for Webull level 2, it will show option interest changing live. I don't remember. I've had level 2 before, and I was just trying to re-add it to my account, and my Apple password, something messed up. I need to figure that out this weekend. But it lapsed for some reason, or I canceled it. But I'll have it working by Monday. And then we can readdress that. I don't remember. I wanted to add as much data on Webull as I could, including real-time quotes for OTC, because I own an OTC stock right now. Oh, look at it. It's up 44% today. 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Leon says, any chance Beyond is still going over 4? I mean, I can't predict next week, Leon, but we're going to need some news from the company to change the direction. What's the catalyst to send it over $4, would you think? I will tell you. We'll tell you that the short interest official update will be published at 4 p.m. Eastern in about 4 minutes by FINRA, and we'll get our next update at the short interest of BYND. I would expect, since that data is through September 15th, the number is going to be pretty high. But the maximum shares back then was like only 63 million. So how high could it be? I bet we're still under 20% short interest on BYND, between 10 and 20%. When we get the new data, we'll find out. It will be announced that BYND will be the main food on Mars. Yeah. Wrinkled Sheets, what's up? He says if they start selling real meat, that will be the catalyst. 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning to make up your minds. Well, you still have after hours trading. I don't think. Here's going to be my also guess. Whatever it ends up at closing, I'm going to guess that we see a little bit of upward momentum in extended hours. Because all the options will be locked in. And then people can really trade the way they want, whoever's jerking around the price right now. I don't know if I'll be correct or not, but we'll see. My original prediction of thinking we'd close at $3 was way off. And even my fallback prediction of 232, also way off. It was far worse than even I imagined. And you thought I was being pessimistic this morning saying $3. Good Lord, man, 215? We got slaughtered here.
Say what?
1 minute. 1 minute warning. $218, it's coming up. I'm ready for a break. We've been here since 5 a.m. this morning. 4 a.m. I don't know that there will be a live stream tonight because my wife really wants me to spend some time with her. We might go see a movie tonight. There we go. That is the bell, ladies and gentlemen. 218.50. I'm going to give you just one humble ask. Anybody who is lying about the short interest this weekend, call them out on it. Don't let them tell you the shares are restricted until October 31st. Go read. Yes, there is a final, what's the word they used? Final reconciliation on October 31st. For what? For all of the shares? No. For anybody who did not tender an early, anybody who did not comply with the early tender request. Here we go. October 16th. These are the press releases to read for yourselves. Beyond Meat announces release of all lockup restrictions on shares that were exchanged. There is no lockup until October 31st. Now, if you go into this early tender results press release on the 13th, it does talk about what if you did an early tender? What if you were a bondholder and you did an early tender? It does talk in there about a final reconciliation on October 31st, but this is a couple percent of the total available shares. Final settlement. But that is not all of the shares. On October 16th, you can clearly read in here, it says all restrictions were removed, will be removed by the 17th and converted to normal common stock. But it says subject to the DTC rules, and it takes them a couple weeks to roll it out. Horseshit. Bullshit. These people are lying. They're lying on you. How do I know? Because the short interest dropped from 500% to 40 almost overnight. I hope so, Khalid. I hope for all of you guys that Monday will be a good day. If it is, we'll be here live again. Make sure you go see an IMAX movie. I'm going to see what movies are coming out this weekend, and then we'll check on the FINRA short interest data in just a second. Let's see what movies are out this weekend. Regretting You. I think my wife would like that one. It's kind of a tragic love story movie. We've seen just about everything else. That's probably going to be Regretting You. Or either that or Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. I might have to go see that one myself. I don't know if my wife cares about Springsteen. Khalid, thank you. Let's just check, guys, and see if we got any update from FINRA before we call it a day. Womp, womp, womp. What are we looking for here? Here we go. No, wrong. There we go. We do not have new data yet. We'll check back. We'll check back. We're looking for data through 10/15 through October 15th. It should be published and updated here soon. I don't know how to find it on here quickly. It don't matter. It's not that important. It will be available and percolate its way out. Anywho, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been fun. Been a while since we've done this. We're at 2:10 now. Good luck. Have a blessed weekend. Go see a movie. Tell your parents you love them. Tell your significant other you love them. Call your kids. Tell them you love them. Chris says, I admit your pessimism this morning was pissing me off. Turns out you were right. I don't have emotions like pessimism or optimism, Chris. One thing you'll learn about me, I just call it like I see it. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, optimistic, hype you up, scare you out. I have my belief based on doing this for a long time. All right, ladies and gents, let's go out with a little bit of an upbeat song. We want to do green candle up or up and to the right, GameStop. Let's do green candle up. Yes, it is honesty. And I get it, Chris. It is annoying sometimes. I get it. Believe me. People tell me all the time it's annoying. Love you guys. Have a good weekend.
We've been waiting for so long. Edgy's rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground.